Okay, we are live. All right. Wait a couple minutes, see if anybody comes on. We have one on the live. Okay, I'm going to wait a couple minutes, see if anybody else jumps on this live here before we get started. Yeah. All right. All right. Welcome everybody to today's live. Welcome Camille, Carol, and everybody else watching. Right now we got 4 people watching. And I just want to continue the live. I did my last, well, not the last one last night, but the one before then when we had jump on live. And I want to leave that open, and I'm going to put the link up here. So if you do want to jump on, you can. If not, you can just listen. And hey, Corey, how's it going? Put the link up here. Had a couple people that wanted to go live. I sent some links out. I don't know if they got them or what's going on, but sent some links out. But the link's up here on the screen if you want to jump on and be a part of the discussion. And anyway, we're going to do a continuation of not last night's live, but the live before it when we had interracial topics. And we had 4 of them, and 2 we didn't get to. And hello, April Rain, Carol, Corey, Camille, Jameson. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live. And I just want to continue on with the live we had, the interracial topics before where we had the jump on. And I'll put the link here if you want to jump on. Anyway, before I get started, I want to talk about one thing. And something that was brought to my attention on last night's late night live. And I've been looking through, I haven't watched YouTube in so long. And being on vacation, and when I did deal with YouTube, I was going, live and everything. And, I was focused on that. I wasn't watching YouTube. I mean, it's very little. So I didn't know really what was going on. And anyway, it was brought to my attention that Crystalline Karazin, I guess apparently he's going through a divorce and stuff. And I watched other people's content and people, what they were saying about it. All right, I just had a blink. Hey, Level Up Goddess. But anyway, it was brought to my attention that she's apparently going through divorce and everything. And I want to say allegedly because I didn't investigate, but that's what everybody's saying on YouTube. And I guess, I guess, I don't know. But anyway, I guess the Mr. E or whatever the guy is, I guess that's the boyfriend or the man she's seen. I don't know. But that's what I'm getting out of it. That's what I'm being told on YouTube by other content creators. She is already divorced. Okay. Well, I don't really get involved in really their business. I mean, I have watched her and, I've watched many of her videos and, she's got a huge platform and, she inspires a lot of people. And, the way she puts together, the way she packages it, I like the way she, puts out there that there is other options. And, And the way she conducts herself, she's pretty. She's, professional from what I see. And, I don't get caught up in the gossip and stuff. But from what I've seen, it seems like she's got it together when it comes to that. And she does when it comes to YouTube because she's very successful. And, when I started watching YouTube and I would watch her, I would watch, I remember Crystal Swirls was on and, talking about interracial dating, swirling and stuff. And I was drawn to that because it leads to, my life. It's similar to the life I'm living because I'm in an interracial marriage. So, I would watch her and then, Crystal Swirls was on. And then there was this one guy that would talk about Black women and his name Cohen Namek. I watched some of his videos, but I watch these people and it's not that I totally agree with all of them, but they were in the same realm as that I'm in when it comes to interracial relationships. And, I was drawn to that. And I was inspired by them making videos. And I thought, wow, I can make videos talking about my life, how I felt to black women. Because he'd make videos like 4 ways Black women find white men attractive or whatever, and I thought, man, I could do that. I can make a video. And then, it's kind of tough for me because I'm not the real outgoing type that just would get up and start talking, but it was inspiring. And I tried it and, I got some feedback and, and I got some positive and it just, motivated me, give me some confidence to make some more videos. And I enjoy it. And, that's what inspired me to do my channel. But, I would just like to say, with Crystal Karazin, I mean, she's uplifting and she's touched a lot of people. And I hate to see that she would be going through a traumatic divorce and, family issues like that, because that's tough for anybody. And, like I said, I watch her content, but I don't follow her life. So that boyfriend she had, I thought that was just her husband. I didn't even know. And until last night when it was brought to my attention when I did that live. And, it was kind of shocking because, oh, someone's coming on. Cammy, device not connected. Hey, Cammy, your device, it says device is not connected. They will need to connect their microphone. You need to connect your microphone, camera before I can add you. Okay, I see you on there. Yeah, it says you need to connect your camera and a microphone before I can add you to it. So try connecting that. Just hold 1 minute. I need to plug in my computer. My battery's kind of going down, but I'll be right back in 1 second. Okay, all right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just had to plug it in because I saw the battery going low and I was like, uh-oh, I forgot to plug it in. Plugged in the cameras and everything and my extra keyboard and all that stuff, but I just forgot to plug that in. What I was saying, Kristen Clareslin was uplifting. And I know it's a channel for women, but I did watch because I would try to learn how Black women think when it comes to the YouTube world. And it's always good to learn, even though my wife's Black and I learn things, just to get other people's perspective and everything. And here's Corey. All right, I'll add you to the screen. Hey, Corey. How you doing?
How you doing, Brent? I'm doing good.
I'm doing good. Is that the Indiana Jones look there?
Well, you got more hair than I got. It gets cold over here in Oregon.
I fortunately, I've been able to, as I gotten older, been able to keep my hair. I've gotten fatter and uglier, but at least God let me keep my hair. So I'll take that, 1 for 3. But
Oh, Sandy
anyway,
thinks you're handsome.
yeah, and that's all that counts, And people love you when they're able to tell you you're handsome. When they're able to lie to you like that, that's true love. But anyway.
Yeah, when you look in the mirror and you're shaving your dad's face, you're like, yeah, I'm not that young anymore.
Oh yeah, and time just flies. The years just, I'm like, I woke up, I was like thinking, dang, I'm 52. Oh my God, it's like yesterday I got married, I was 24, and it's like, oh my, it just flies. And it's nuts. It's like, wow. And then I look in the mirror and say, dang, I am old. Oh my God.
It's like, where did it go?
Yeah. And nature's taking its course on me. I pray to God he slows down on that one. But, yeah.
Hey, I got a question, Brent.
Yes, sir.
You've watched Cohen Nannick's videos. What did you think about it?
Well, some of his content's good. I don't want to say nothing, bad. I like the fact he uplifts black women and stuff and says good things about them. Me and him are two different people. I'm more traditional.
Yeah,
he
he's
talks
kind of like
about more intimate stuff, and I don't go there.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to bash him for that, because
no.
I think he's a good guy, and I think he means well, and he's given me a shout out and stuff, and cool. he's shown my channel to other people, so he seems like a good man. Me and him, I'm traditional. I don't talk about intimate stuff. That's between me and my wife, and I'm hardcore conservative when it comes to marriage, when it comes to that type of thing.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But I got to give him his props. He has a huge following. He's over 60,000 subscribers, and he inspired me. I seen what he did, and I kind of, in a way, copied his stuff when I would do my videos when I started, and it was inspiring. And Crystalline Carrison, we're talking about her. She's a black woman and been very successful. Pretty, and just carries herself well, and she's not combative or just confrontational. And real feminine, and she inspired me too. And I'm thinking, wow, people can go to different races and have, success relationship. Well, she's in a divorce and stuff, and some people are kind of gloating about that, which that bothers me, because, it don't matter what combination of people. You can be both white, both black, both Hispanic, Asian, or interracial, and your marriage can fail. As people, we are flawed.
Yeah, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, there's not. And what I do is I'll put out stats, because black women and white men are the most successful statistically. Now, that's not saying if you get with a black woman and you're a white guy, it's going to be wonderful in work. You still got to do the vetting. But if you're looking at stats and doing it logically, you might want to look in that demographic when you're searching for a wife, and a relationship. And a lot of times, those of us, and it wasn't never hard for me, but a lot of people, it's hard to step out of that comfort zone and date someone interracially, and I don't think
it would be hard for me.
Huh?
I don't think it would be hard for me.
Yeah. Some people it's not. It wasn't hard for me. Well, and every time I approached a woman, it was, I'm not going to say it was easy because I was nervous. I was, oh my God, I don't want to be turned down. I don't want to look stupid. I don't, that's always running. But, it didn't stop me.
Yeah.
And, that's the reward in it. Yeah, you got the rejection, but when you got that one that liked you, that accepted you, that was the reward. And that was the most wonderful feeling. But,
Absolutely.
yeah. But, a lot of people can't, it's hard for them to step out of that comfort zone. And, we all have influences. When I got married back in 94, there were family, friends, and, that told me, you don't know what you're getting into. You might want to think about this, and, I was just like, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know yet, but I mean, I've already told my entire family, even my kids, I said, I'm going to marry a black woman. So you might as well just get ready for it because, and then they teased me for quite a while, but then now they believe me because I haven't changed my opinion or nothing. They pretty well figured it out.
Yeah. And, that's always been my preference. And, like I said, I've dated black women exclusively till I was 22, and I dated out of guilt. And,
I moved away from the cute black girl that I liked, but she was 3 years older than me at the time.
Oh, really? How did that? Did you have a relationship with her, or what
No,
happened there?
we were just friends in school. But
Oh, okay.
there was a connection that just never. Yeah, that's after 27 years of being married, I'm actually looking for that kind of a connection again. And there's something about a black woman's smile and her eyes. It just, but I mean, there's got to be the genuine person behind that too. And I'm pretty sure that's what I'm looking for is that genuine character behind that smile and those eyes.
Yeah, and with black women, I mean, you get to know them. There's nothing. Hey, Josh, how you doing? Um, yeah, you get with black women, you find a uniqueness about them. I mean, you get to know them, and you get in deep, and it just, from my experiences, they're wonderful people. I mean, as women, I mean, you can't get no better, in my opinion. And yes, sir.
I do have a question, Brent.
Yeah.
When you and Sandy are in town or something, just shopping or going out to dinner or whatever, do you ever get like dirty looks from other black ladies because you're with her, or I mean, because I live in a predominantly white area, so.
Yeah, I haven't, or I haven't noticed. I don't really. I don't think black women really have a problem with. I don't think black women have a problem with other black men with men of other races. I don't think they do. I mean, I'm sure there's some that do, but I haven't felt no animosity. And it seems like the most animosity I've gotten was from white women. Yeah, and not all. I mean, there's a lot that are supportive, but that's where most of the animosity that I've noticed. And a lot of them are, I don't know, maybe it's because the man and woman thing, the psychological thing about it, and older women,
Oh, you mean the old school, the old guard?
Yeah, the women that are up in age maybe believed in the old segregated ways. I don't know. And, there's some white women that just don't like it. Like, some white guys don't like white women with black guys or whatever, or vice versa. I found mostly white guys anymore don't care. I haven't really seen anybody complain about white women dating black guys, and they do it in a much more heavier number than we do.
Mm-hmm.
But but now I haven't really had animosity with black women. In fact, I've had like a sense of respect, a sense of caring and stuff. I'm going to pull April Rain up here. She's on the stream.
Okay.
April, welcome to the show.
Hey,
Good
Brian. Hey, Corey. How are you both doing?
Hi, April.
And we're doing good. We're just talking about Black women and how they feel about seeing white men with other Black women. And I haven't seen no animosity. Maybe you can iterate on that. Is there some Black women that don't like it? I'm sure there's some. I mean, somewhere.
I personally haven't heard any Black woman negatively speak out when she sees a white man and a Black woman. She actually is always rooting for them. Actually, they are. Just from growing up to presently. To present day, yeah, we do. We're very happy. I know I do. Throughout the years, there's just been a lot of Black girls who've felt that they've needed to feel some sort of shame, I suppose, behind it. I don't know, but we were always happy. I know I was, because they appeared to be genuinely happy. So I know the Black women that I'm around and surrounded by, they respect it.
Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah.
All right. Arlinda's everywhere. How you doing? Welcome to the show. It's good to see you on this live tonight. I think you're muted. There you are. Hey, welcome to the show.
Nice to see you. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Am I muted?
Say again. We can hear you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
It's
cool.
good to see you.
But yeah, I was just wanting to just like answer that question. Okay, but yeah, let me turn off this speaker because it's
Okay, yeah, you got some interference a little bit. Okay, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute.
And
Okay.
I'm gonna also say is don't treat dating like an experiment. Don't treat. Oh, she's back on.
Go ahead.
Oh my goodness! Like there's always some.
And I'm gonna also say is don't treat dating like.
Uh-oh, we got an echo.
Yeah. Go
I
ahead,
was gonna say,
Arlinda.
don't treat dating like an experiment. Just be natural. Don't think too much in it. Just be natural.
Oh yeah, I'm not experimenting.
I just it's just don't think too much into it.
Like there's like a replay of the audio.
Okay, yeah, there's probably a little bit of a delay in stuff, and it just probably because of the StreamYard. But yeah,
Okay.
just go ahead.
Alrighty. Yeah, I just wanted to I totally agree with April Rain. Like I stare. I know I stare sometimes because I'm like, oh wow, they're so beautiful. Like seeing Black women and white men together, it's a view that you don't see that often, and lately I haven't seen it quite often. So I'm like, yay, I'm happy for them. And like if I see a child, I'm just like I sent you a video. Like I was being kind of creepy, but I had to film this video of this family because they were so cute. I was sitting and I was just like, just minding my own business. And I looked up and I was like, oh, look at that cute little, not little, but cute Black woman walking with her, waddling with her pregnant belly. Like she had to have been like 5 or 6 months. Actually, looked like she was 7 months pregnant. And
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and so I was like, "Oh, she's so cute." And then I saw this white man following behind her, and I was like, this is interesting." Because she was walking to the bathroom. She was like outside of the Buckingham, what do you call it, fountain that's off of Lakeshore Drive in Chicago. But anywho, so I was like, "Wow, I see kind of like a connection." But he went the other way with the baby boy. And when they came back out, when she came back out, I saw them walking together, and I was like, I have to film this. My sister said I'm a stalker, but I just like I don't see that often, and I like to celebrate that. I like to share that because like I completely agree that like I don't care who the Black woman is with, as long as he's treating her like a queen and they're loving each other. That's great. But for me, I love white men, so that image was like all the more enjoyable to watch. So I definitely agree with like Black women. We just root for each other and for overall, and I definitely agree with that. So to answer Corey's question, I don't think most Black women are looking like, oh my gosh, she's with a white guy. There might be some, but I haven't seen it because I think most Black women understand our situation, and we have to have each other's back in a way. So I just couldn't see that being so. But there might be a situation. Even I do see women on YouTube talking about that they don't support interracial marriages because they think that the race is being washed out, which I think it's hilarious. And to be honest, I used to wonder about that, like with the other way around with Black men and white women together, because it was like a complete shock to me when I was younger. I didn't really think about race or anything, but as I got older, I started to see that these women are held up higher than like the women that I'm from. And so then like, wow, like we, as one person said, we're just around to keep the race going. But the most admirable or desirable woman is like a non-Black woman or a white woman. So, but just, but anywho, I just wanted to say that, like, of course we're rooting for each other. Yeah. And I'm going.
Yeah, I believe that too for the most part. Yeah. And that image you showed me, and that was a beautiful thing. And I like seeing that too, because a lot of times we're in interracial relationships and we're vilified for it, or we're, they always show the negative. And I like when the positive is out there. And, there's negativity on all groups of people. And, Black women and white men, we're winning when it comes to interracial or relationships. We're leading the way. Now, is that to say that other groups aren't valuable people or high quality? No. High quality comes from the character, not the skin color. But, for some reason, when you run stats, that combination is leading the way. And it's like Black women, when you look at it, when it comes to upcoming businesses that are being created, when it comes to education, degrees and stuff, Black women are leading the way. And it's not saying other women are doing it too. I'm not saying they're not, but statistically, they're leading. And why is that? There's many variables in that. And I find it interesting that Black women, have the least resources from any group of people out there. And that's just factual. There are wealthy Black people and they're poor, just like white people, but statistically, they've got less resources and are doing the most with what they got. They're really resilient. They're adapting, they're overcoming what they've been dealt. And that's a beautiful thing. And we should all take note of that. All people, but that's not, the other people ain't doing it. But, I just like to put that point out there. And it's not to put nobody down, it's to just state the facts. But,
yep, that's a fact. I agree with you, Brent. I have seen so many Black women just, because when you start looking for a new spouse, you want to find the one that's the strongest, and I don't mean like strong, like independent strong, but yet she would be fine if she didn't have a husband. But the fact that she wants a husband, you hear a lot about this power couple stuff going on, and it's usually got a lot to do with people who are really successful. And then you find out later on somebody's cheating. And you're like, really? Okay, so
Yeah.
it's probably been going on for a decade and they just been keeping it quiet.
Yeah.
That just,
Yeah, you're right. In the world we live in today, it's like, and people that are up there you think are very successful in their relationships, and we don't know. And I'm gonna bring up Crystalline Karazin again, but I just want to say to her, and I know looking at her, she seemed really sensitive, and she seemed like a sweet lady. And I seen one YouTuber was showing her, I guess Instagram, where she was saying that I guess black people on Clubhouse have led her to write a note to her children that she ain't going to see them no more. I don't know if that's exactly what it said, but it's something like that. And that's horrible. And
yeah, you shouldn't go after kids.
yeah, well, and the thing of it is she's motivated so many people to open their options. And even if her marriage does not work, even if she gets with a boyfriend and it don't work, she's opened it up. She's shown people that, hey, there's another direction. You don't have to go with people that look like you.
Right.
And
I'm gonna be honest. I believe I subscribed to the Pink Pills channel years ago,
yeah,
just to support her because she was a black woman, and I really thought that her content was, from what I had assumed, it was more for women leveling up, is what they would call it now. But I thought her channel was more empowering young black women or women at that time. So I didn't know that she was um, speaking of interracial dating until this year, with the whole quarantine. So I didn't really know to the degree of what a pink pill was, and all of these different terminologies. But I do appreciate her content. I do appreciate listening to some of her points of views. But as far as commenting on why her YouTube is now, it's not shut down, she just closed it. But that's just something that her and the other female YouTube content creators will have to work out. I support them all differently. They all have
yeah,
different ideologies, different points of views. Uh, but nonetheless, whenever they work out the whole 13th grade situation, I'll be more than glad to support and listen to the content again.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I completely agree that I didn't really follow her that much. My sister did, and I just, like you said, April Rain, it's so important to have all these women. And I still would, like every now and then I watch Cynthia G. Every now and then, like I just learned about Tanya TKO, and I know these women, and also like Paris Milan, all these women, they have their own, I guess you can say like specialty. And when I watch people, I don't take every word they say to heart. Like I'm not gonna listen to you like you're a god and just like take every word you say and just apply it to my life, because
That's a good word.
yeah, it's not
Yeah,
possible and it's
it's a
not
lot of
reasonable. Yeah.
idolatry and worshiping going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't, when it gets to the cackling of their, internal gripes, I just stay out of it because I
Yeah.
don't really know what's going on.
I
Like I
still don't
said,
know what's going on.
I appreciate the content
Mm-hmm.
that some of the ladies you've mentioned, a couple
Mm-hmm.
of them I do um, support their initiatives, but as far as their internal um, issues that they may have, I don't know. I'm not a YouTube content creator, so I don't know what goes on. I don't know what's said or what's unsaid. But
Mm-hmm.
that's something I hope that these ladies will work out off camera, off
Mhm.
record with no one
Mhm.
else. I think they just need to have a round table,
Mhm.
if that's the case. But I would hope that they would be able to get together off of the whole this platform and work it out possibly.
And I agree with someone that they said that Tanya can be a little messy. Yeah, I think a lot of YouTube, I mean, yeah, a lot of them are not perfect, but like there's still like she has that I mean, that idea of like having self-love. And I think a lot of Black women need to work on that self-love. Like that's something that we need to, she's not perfect. She's far from perfect.
Hmm.
Like and I agree she can be messy. I was just like watching a video of her, and I just learned about her. I just was just watching a video of hers, and I saw her messiness. But like I said again, you can't follow these people like that. But like with Kirsten, I think I'm saying her name right because I always mispronounce her name. Is it
I
Kristen?
think Crystalline.
Crystal
Crystalline.
Lynn. Okay, yeah, Crystal Lynn. As far as with her, I when I was watching her videos like these past few months, I noticed that there was something off of her because I was like, "Where's her ring?" And I just felt like she wasn't with her husband, and I could sense something was going on with her. And the thing is, I wish that she could have handled it in a different way. Like, okay, you guys, I know that I'm the interracial goddess of marriage or whatever, but
Hmm.
I wish that she could have said, but I am human. I made a mistake, and I'm going through a divorce. And that could have, I'm not gonna say that could have kept her from, I don't know what happened. I don't care to watch it as far as because people said that she was attacked or whatever, verbally attacked or whatever. But I like it's such a small platform that us Black women have across the board for anything. And I just pray, I pray for all of them. Like I pray for Cynthia G, and I pray for Kristen. I just pray that they will have some peace because I do believe this is like, in a way, the Lord's work. Because there's a time where, I remember the '90s where Black women, I feel like we had the most success as far as in front of everyone. We were like, we had the music, the movies, and the shows, like Living Single and all that stuff. And I felt so Moesha. I felt so proud. But nowadays, I don't really see that kind of representation. So I try to support them as much as I can. And so again, with Kirsten, I just wish that she could say, okay, I'm separated with my husband. Because people use it as a tool. And she could have used that as a platform to show Black women who are going through a similar situation how to handle this, or we can work together. Can you give me some feedback?
Now I'm
Maybe,
just gonna battle in. We always can say what we would do and what we
yeah,
could
I
do
know.
when we're in a marriage, but I don't know. I don't know these women like that. I mean,
You're
I
right.
don't have many female friends. This is one of the major reasons why I don't have many female friends, and if I do, they're usually my elders, or they're usually a generation down or two from me. I
Uh-huh.
typically don't have female friends in the same age bracket. It just gets a little messy. But
Hmm.
like I said, if you stick to the content that you set to create, I'll follow and listen and take what I can. But when it gets to the back and forth of she said, you said,
Hmm.
we said, then it doesn't concern me. It's
Yes, nothing is
irrelevant.
easy.
And there's no need for outsiders to drag her or belittle her,
That's right.
or any other. You just say, well, I hope it works out and keep it pushing. I That's just how I view it.
Yeah, I
Yeah, people
agree.
break into drama mode and they want to drag somebody because it makes them feel good.
Absolutely. And everyone gets their turn at karma, and that's what people don't understand. Everyone gets their turn on the merry-go-round. Everyone gets their turn at karma, being put on the front. It's so I don't know. Everyone it just seems like everyone gets their turn. And it just seems some people are happy when some people get their turn on the merry-go-round. But like I said, I wish her the best. I don't know any of these women. I just listen to their content and I take what I can. What I don't, I just leave it.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, that's me too. And I love Crystal Carson because the image she put forward, and she has an awesome way of packaging it. And I think she's a sweet person because I haven't seen her be confrontational. And people have came for her hard. And it just seemed like, and I don't know, it just seemed like she stood her ground, but being sweet about it. But when you're going through divorce and family issues, it's going to knock the crap out of you. You're going to be at your lowest low.
Yeah.
And I think that's where she's at. And I just would pray for her because she's inspiring interracial relationships. And I see some people that don't agree with it kind of gloating about it. I seen one video, one guy was saying, well, the swirl don't work. Look, the queen of the swirl can't do it, so it's over. No, and I'm not, and there's so many definitions with swirl. I mean, does that mean interracial marriage? Does that mean dating different people of different races? We can go on that all day, but, it can work with different races of people getting together. It surely can. And because
it comes down to who you are in your heart.
Yeah, because her relationship had, may have failed. That don't mean yours is. And it's going to hurt her more than the average person because she's so high profile. People are going to come for her, and people are out there rejoicing because of what she's going through. And if she was watching this video, and this is a small channel, I just say, you know what? We love you. Keep what you're doing. Come back. You're creating a good impact, and you can share with the troll you may have had in your marriage and say, you know what? I dated out, but sometimes that don't work either. You know what? And people are flawed. I don't care what group you're from. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care what kind of family, your character, your parents have. We're all flawed. We do dumb stuff, and that's just how we are. We're human. The best thing we can do is just do the best we can. And I don't want to see her platform go away because she's had influence with Black women on how they conduct themselves, and Black women conduct themselves great. But what I'm saying is she shows an image that is awesome, and we don't know her real life, what really goes on. But I just want to give her prayers and stuff. And
She was
yes, sir, go ahead.
she was one of the first ladies that I actually went to on YouTube after my divorce, it was like 6 months after. And I'm like, I think I need to get back into the, kind of like, what am I going to do for a spouse? And she was one of the first shows I actually found on YouTube that I gravitated to. But, it increases from there. I mean, Cohen Nanik showed up, but then he's more for the single guy that wants to stay single. And me, I was married 27 years, and that really didn't fit my lifestyle. I mean, some of it was good, but I only took what I wanted, and the rest of that stuff, I stopped doing that when I was a kid. So it didn't apply. But yeah, what she did was instrumental in helping me make a decision. And her charm, the way she didn't drag anybody, she didn't, one of the most incredible feminine features I've ever seen on a woman is someone who refuses to drag somebody else when they're down.
That's right.
That is like, it's like finding a light in a cave that has none. It's hard to find.
And you're right. And that woman has not just uplifted Black women and shown them kind of light, but white men is also, and other races of men that watch her. She's having an impact. And when you get with the interracial community, she's really having an impact. And, we could date and marry who we want. We know that. But, she showed a positive side of that. Now, the personal life, what went on, we don't know what went on with her and her husband. all we can do is pray for them both, and
Yep.
divorce, I don't care what group of people goes through it, it's not a good thing, and none
It's
of us should be happy about it. And and I just hope that everything works out for her. I hope she opens up the pink pill channel up again, and continues on, because you know what, we need that, because there are people that stay in the racial group, and there are people like us that do not. We date out, and we do it because we're attracted to another group of people. We do it because we believe the other group of people is a better option. We do it because of experience, whatever reason. But a lot of us get there, and a lot of
Yep.
us are successful. Yeah, some of us do have failures with our marriage and relationships, dating out, and that's going to happen. But there's quality people in every group, every racial group. So that's why I always promote date out, or have that option at your disposal. You don't have to do it. I'm just saying, because if the man or woman knows you have that option, guess what? You get better quality, I think. And when it comes to men, are we going, and I think a lot of the Kevin Samuels thing, and I'm going to get in trouble for saying this probably, but when it comes to black men that follow him, I think they feel that they got black women because they're so loyal, and they're going to stay with them, that they're going to be the prize, the pick. And I'm not saying all, but that's the impression I get outside looking in. And ladies, you can tell me if I'm wrong, or
Yeah, I have noticed lately, I mean, that they really do think that they're the prize, and whew, that is like the most unattractive mindset for a man to think he's the prize. And I remember, like, I want to say about 4 or 5 years ago, this guy, he was trying to talk to me, and he was black, and he basically told me flat out that he's the prize. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, well, then I need to remove myself, because if you're the prize, then you're all the woman that you need. I mean,
there you go.
I'm not woman enough for you if that's the case.
I will say, since I've been divorced, dating has been really awful. This new wave dating is just awful. It's just awful. I will just say it's been awful. My experiences of the last year and a half, it's been pretty awful as far as dating. I wouldn't even call it dating. But yeah, I would have to agree with some of what she just said. Yeah, I wouldn't say they came across as the prize. It just they didn't have anything that they brought to the table as far as conversing. I find that some black men I can have great conversations with, and then there's some that cannot. So it's been a little, yeah. So I don't know.
Brent, haven't you
Depends on the
noticed that the
reason.
guys are wanting to live like they're living in a Disney movie now, a cartoon?
That they're going to be the ones swept up off their feet. Yeah.
The similarities where they're walking around saying they're the prize. I gotta say it. I mean, are they jealous that the movies are made about the women and not them?
I don't know. I don't really even watch Disney, but I mean,
well, I had 3 kids, so I seem like I could just about quote the movies to you. But you know where I'm going with this, Brent, right? I mean, that's
I get you.
Living in a fairy tale.
Yeah, and my granddaughter, I spent time with her, and she's 4, almost 5. And gosh, we watched so many Disney princess movies, and she'll tell you when you ask her, what are you going to be when you grow up, she says, I'm going to be a princess. And I tell her, you know what, you're already there. But I mean, she's so cute and so innocent. And, the Disney movies are geared around, around little girls, women becoming princesses, being beautiful, being respected, being, looked up to, being the prize. And it seems that a lot of men are trying to fit that, and that's kind of weird.
They're
Um,
jealous of the attention.
maybe that's what it is.
Maybe it is.
I don't know.
I was talking to a black lady, and she told me one time, and she said, she goes, men, if women did not exist, men would be sitting around a fire, scratching, eating raw meat, and farting. I mean,
Yeah.
and I just thought, oh my God, she's right.
Well, we do that anyway, but we'd
But
be
I mean,
doing.
now they're saying that they're the prize. It's like, no, dude, no. You ever been in a work camp? No, you're not.
Yeah, and it's weird because with my father, when I speak of this, he always told me, he said, son, I've given you a name and it means something. Now it's up to you what it means. It's either gold or it's garbage. He never
Yeah.
told me that you're special because you're my son. He says, no, you're only as good as you make yourself. And my dad was tough, but you know what, it helped me in life because when I had failures along the way, I knew it was my failures. I knew it wasn't someone else doing it. I know it wasn't society. It was me. I failed. And you know what? The only one that can lift me up is myself. And I've been taught to be humble. And I thought growing up my dad was so harsh and mean, but you know what? When I look back, he was the most loving man, most loving father to me because he taught me about life.
Yeah.
He didn't teach me the fairy tale,
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us as parents, we fail at that because we tell our kids, oh, you're beautiful, you're special. And we treat them like they're better than everybody else, and they're not. I mean, we do. We all love our kids. Don't get me wrong. And my father always provided for me. And my father was a teenage father, and he made it work. And he's the ultimate man. That's my hero. But he was tough on me, and he made me humble. And that I used to just despise my father for that because he just was like that. But I look back and I'm grateful. But
Well, yeah, life is savage, and you got to be ready to deal
it
with
is. It's and when I talk about my marriage and stuff, and I always talk about the positive, but you know what? Truth be told, life is a knockdown, drag out fight. You're going to be knocked down. Awful things are going to happen. You got to pick yourself up. You might get that job. You might get fired. It might not work out. Your marriage, you might be fighting with the wife. Things ain't going good. Awful things are said. You failed at this. You failed at that. You feel so low, but you got to pick yourself up out of the mud and continue on. And the true winner is the one that don't quit, because
Mm-hmm.
in life we fail and succeed all through life. And what makes us valuable is not how we're doing when we're on top of the world and things are going wonderful. It's when we're down in the dirt and things ain't going so hot.
And we refuse to give up.
Yeah, and you refuse to give up because you're going to pull through. God's going to help you. You rely on God and you fight every ounce you got, and it'll work out. And
failure is not an option. Failure
No.
is just not an option. You just got to keep pushing on. Yeah.
I have a concern because with
okay,
the crystalline video or the whole drama with that, I was noticing in my feed that there were videos about, because like you mentioned earlier, that some people were rejoicing at her divorce, about her divorce, and I was just like very concerned because there are videos that are out there that are saying, that are with women saying that, see, this is why you don't want to date interracially. And I was just wondering if you or Corey have anything that you could say, like if there's a woman right now in this, listening to this chat who who has a concern about like with what happened to Crystalline, because there's people like I mentioned before, they're another video, the people, they really do go off of what is told to them and what is fed to them, and I just hate that they're just taking this one situation And because like one woman actually said, well, see, this is why you need to stay with Black men. And I'm like, well, to please show these women what good example have that will keep a woman with a certain group of people when you see the state of the community reflecting that union or lack of union. So I just,
Okay,
yeah.
let me address that. Yeah, here's the thing, okay, and I hate when they throw that in there. When they say, "See, that's why you don't interracial date." That's two people out of millions. You know how many people are in America?
Amen, Brent.
333 million, right? How many Black women are in there interracially dating or white? You know what? They're going to take that one case and say, "That's why you don't interracially date." Really? I could go on the internet right now and take a Black man, Black woman, and show you where people have been murdered, abused, divorces, child abuse. And I'm not just saying Black people, white people, Hispanic, Asians, we all have that. We all have sin in our life. And I'm telling you what, we could pull that and say, okay, you know, I could look at some Black couple and see they had a horrible divorce and say, "See, that's why you don't stay with your race, Black women." That would be, you know, no, you can't go off individuals. You know what I mean? You're going to
There's no
have
logic in it.
failure in every group, and interracially, we're going to have success and failure too.
Yeah.
You know, and you can't base it off of one person. I don't care how big their platform is. And Chrislyn, I love her, and you know she has marital issues right now, but we can't go out. Okay, hers failed, so I ain't dating out. Look at that. She's the queen of dating out, so that ain't going to work. That's stupid. That's stupidity. Individuals are different, you know, and what works with two people don't work with other two people. And you know, I hate when they use one example to push their narrative, because you know what? We can find murder, we can find abuse, we can find, you know, adultery, we can find all this corrupt stuff with Black people, with white people, with Asian people, with Hispanic people, with every group of people in this world. So are we going to just eliminate dating anybody or marrying anybody and just give up altogether? Because you know what? There's someone corrupt in every group. And that's my thing. I just think that's so stupid. And anybody that follows that, you got to ask yourself, are you going off what Chrislyn cares? And I'm just using it for example. Or are you going off statistics? Are you going off the person and their quality? Have you vetted them? Have you seen what kind of person they are? Have you seen what values they have? Have you seen what they think about family? Have you seen how much they care about you? Are you just looking how beautiful they are or how much he makes? I'm just saying, we got to get out of that mindset. You know what? And we're not. And for me, I'm a rugged individual. I go where the heck I want to. And a lot of people tell me, you know, Black women are meant for Black men. And you know what I say? Whatever. I'm going where I want to go. I'm going where I'm attracted. I'm going where I'm loved and celebrated. And you know what? That ended up being a Black woman. So you know what? You don't like it, you can go somewhere. But you know, you go where you're celebrated. And okay, I might start to go off, but you know what I'm saying, right? You can't go off, you know, a couple individuals where it don't work and say, you know, that's why you don't do it. No. Why don't you do research? Why don't you do it statistically on all groups? But anyway, I'm getting long-winded. Hey, Patrice, it's good to see you. Sorry. Welcome to the show. Good to see you.
Hi, Brent. Good to see you too. And thank you for having me. And hello to the panel. I don't see names, so I don't know who's who, but hello to the panel.
Okay, great.
Hi, Patrice.
Sound like I heard, did I hear Mr. Haga and April?
Girl, you got it.
Okay, see, I'm recognizing voices from being on the panel before, but I see someone new. Who's that with the hat on? The hat, a picture icon.
That's
Oh,
Corey Haga.
Oh, that's
that,
Corey. Oh, Corey looks so different.
that's Indiana Jones there.
I know he looks like Indiana Jones. He does.
Yeah, right?
How's
Actually,
everyone?
the hat is Italian.
Oh, awesome. Well, first of all, I want to say I'm so sorry. I do not. What's the situation with this Crystal Lynn? Like, I'm kind of coming in on the end of it. So it looks like she's a Black woman married to a white guy, and something's going on in their marriage. And what's going on here?
Yeah, okay. I'll brief you a little bit what I know. Okay, Crystalline Karazin is a big YouTuber. She's she's got a huge platform. And you'll see her on there. She says, the girl that swirls, and
Is that the pink pill? The pink pill?
Yes, that's her. And she's going through allegedly. I'm not going to say she is. She's allegedly going through a divorce right now, and she has another guy she's seeing, and she's going through some hard times. And some people are gloating because they're saying, she's the queen of swirl and it didn't work, so that's why you shouldn't swirl and this and that. And I'm just wishing her well, because I followed her. Yes,
Brett, that specifically wasn't what it was. It was in regards to her present boyfriend, who is a white male using the N-word on another platform. So I didn't know anything about, like, I didn't know anything about the pink pill being promoting interracial dating. I thought she was just someone that was leveling up. But apparently her current boyfriend used some derogatory word phrases, and that's what's being pushed to the forefront. Other than that, I don't know anything other than that.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, what I was explaining is I'm kind of backtracking because I haven't followed her divorce or the boyfriend or nothing. I'm new, so I'm just kind of bringing it from the beginning. Yeah, but her boyfriend did. I guess some black man said she was an N-word lover. Okay, I'm not going to use that word. And I guess her white boyfriend said, yes, I'm an N-word lover. So that created a firestorm. Okay. And I would say, white people out there, don't use the N-word, please. I mean, I just, black people use it all the time. Let them have it. I believe in equal opportunity, and I believe that we should be able to do what everybody else does. But that I'm going, let that one go, and we should, because that's just a horrible word. Anyway,
Okay.
Black people,
All right.
you have that privilege, and I give it up to you. I don't want it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then therefore the problem lies in him using the N-word and actually saying the N-word. Okay. So, that's, of course, that's going to always be problematic, to blacks in the black community. But I've seen a couple of her videos, and I know she was talking about, her divorce, but what she's going through with her, but she was married for a long time. It wasn't like her and her husband wasn't married. I think they were married like over 10 years.
20
years.
I mean,
So like, what do they call unsuccessful, and why are they? Because she happens to be in a minority of getting a divorce, and now the black community is beating up on her, saying just because that marriage has ended, that people shouldn't interracially date. I saw a post. There was a young lady on social media. She was in college. She met this young boy. She was black. He was white. They were going together. And he did have a malicious reason for the reason why he targeted her. She didn't know that, though. She really genuinely thought the guy liked her, but she found in his phone where he had been sending pictures and text to his white guy friends talking about her, dogging her out, you know, and all of that. And it was really, really bad. And then that's the same thing when she was on social media. The Black community went at her. Oh, that's why you should stay within your this. And I said, okay, guys, let's flip the script. Would you guys feel that it will be more acceptable if it would have been a Black man that did those things to her? Would it be acceptable then? I said, she just happened to get a loser guy. And he's racist. He was a guy that did her terribly wrong. I say, so, but I'm talking to my Black community. Would it be acceptable if he'd have done it if he was Black?
Yes, it would have been acceptable.
Should people stay in toxic?
Nope.
Domestic violence, verbal violence, physical violence, mental, emotional, any type of domestic violence type of situations just because they're made as the same race as them. They shouldn't stay if the race is different or if the race is the same. Toxic people is toxic people. So for the Black community to look for that one very low percentage case and say, well, that's why you shouldn't date outside the race, because you have a bad experience with somebody that's just a piece of crap, and they could be of any race. I think it's unfair that they're going at her like that. And I thought it was unfair that they were going at that young lady like that.
I do believe they, hello, I am Dia Ladyful. I'm just here with my sister. And I do believe it would have been acceptable. I mean, I've seen instances where a white man has done a Black woman wrong, and it's just made out to be a complete joke. There was literally a cop who was having an extramarital, a side piece with this Black woman, and she became pregnant, or she thought she was pregnant, and she told him that she was going to tell his wife, and he literally shot her in her bed.
Yes.
And you know what? Black people, they thought it was funny.
Yes,
and,
I know. That's what she did, because she shouldn't have been. I saw that. Yeah. That's crazy. That's what I'm saying that's what they were saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they were saying that's what she did.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, yes, if that was a Black guy who was taking pictures of her and making these terrible comments, it would have been a joke. People would have thought it was funny.
Like, you shouldn't have been posing like that.
What'd you do to him? And blah, 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 blah. So, yes, it would have been acceptable. I'm sorry. That's how I see it. But
that's terrible.
Because he's a white guy, it's just like, oh my gosh.
I know. And the thing about that is that, what angers, what in my experience from dating white guys, that I told you I had to check a couple of Black guys, because some of them I knew and some of them I didn't, but I knew the reputation of the things that they were doing to their wives and girlfriends, and they snobbing their nose up to me and talking crap. And I'm like, oh, so I got someone that's treating me really good. I say, but you guys are hating on him because he's white and I'm dating outside my race, which is my choice. I say, but you all are the same guys that's cheating on your Black wives. You're beating them up. You're being verbally abusive towards them. So I guess if I was with one of y'all, that will be okay. That will be acceptable. I say, so no, I'm not buying into that crap. So you're not going to make me feel guilty because I'm deciding to date someone that treats me right and respects me.
And that, sorry.
Oh, hang on. Grace came on a while back, and she hadn't been able to say nothing yet. So,
I love. How are you?
Super excited.
Welcome, Grace.
Yeah, so I mean, I wanted to just add, like, I agree with everyone, especially regarding. Okay, so just, I guess let me recap let me think through this. Okay, so Crystalline, she talks about just in general leveling up, like just helping women get into better relationships. And that includes white and Black, or, whatever color. But I think maybe some Black guys get offended by that. I don't know, maybe they feel insecure that they might not.
Oh, they absolutely do. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's not saying anything against them. She's just
Hey,
telling
excuse
women
me,
to.
ladies and gentlemen. I got to step out for 1 second. Go ahead and continue on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so obviously men that don't think that they're up to par feel very offended by that. And then it just happens to be that she's married to someone or dating someone who is non-black. But I don't think that's really what she's preaching. She's just helping women get into better relationships. And now that she's having maybe some sort of challenge, they're trying to I think what happened, it seems like a setup. The guy didn't come out to say
I
outrightly that
agree.
he's a whatever lover. He just somebody planted the word into the conversation, and I think he just instinctively responded with the same word that was used and got himself into trouble by that. But yeah, that's
Yeah, and I saw her on a channel, somebody else's platform, and she was really trying to bridge a gap, with the Black community. And it was majority Black men on this panel with her, and they were just coming at her. So this one guy, like really was like pinning her to answer the question, "Do you love Black men?" Like that, like, do you have love for Black men? Because you act like you don't. Answer that question. So he's like pinning it. And she said, after hesitation, she said, "No, I don't love all Black men." And I got it, but they went off on her. So she shows what she was like saying, all Black men are not good men. So the ones that aren't, no, I don't like them. You know what I mean? But the
this is
ones that are, I like them. And but they got on her when she like answered it in that way. But they were looking for a reason, and that's what it is. They listen, I love my dad who was a Black man. I love my son who's a Black man. I love my brothers who are Black men. But do I love all Black men? No.
No.
Because
And
all Black
hey,
men,
ladies, you
I
don't
know
have
some piece
to.
of crap Black men, just like I know some piece of crap white men. So even if you ask me the same question in that content, I would be like, no, I don't like all white men. First of all, I don't know all white men, but some I know that are a piece of crap, and some I know are really good guys. So that's a general question.
Yeah.
It's not a all for one and one for all type of answer.
it's a
But the
ridiculous
Black community
question.
came at her because they wanted to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
It's a
was
ridiculous
it the Black
question coming from
community?
a person that is petty. I mean, not a guy who's wise is not going to ask that kind of. I mean, you're not thinking about that if you're a guy who's wise and secure in yourself. Why do you worry about whether somebody likes your community or loves your community or not? Just that's
No,
not
you
even
just quit
a
thinking.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but,
You
and
know,
that's the hypocrisy of it all. It's yeah.
when I
I'm
heard
sorry.
that,
Wait.
well, when I heard that the statement was that the Black community came after her, I don't even think that's actually correct. It was a certain group of the Black community, not the whole Black community, because you didn't go after her, did you?
Yeah.
All right. No.
Okay,
I'm just,
so
Yeah.
I'm
it's just a
generalizing, but yeah.
certain group.
Oh, and I
No,
wanted. Oh,
You
sorry.
don't go digging through the trash trying to find something good unless you know you dropped it in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I wanted to agree with Grace. I do believe that Mr. E, which was Crystal's boyfriend,
Yeah.
he was. Yeah, Mr. E. I just think he was repeating what he heard. It was the heat of a moment. I know tempers were probably flaring from what I'm gathering. I stopped following Crystalline a long time ago, like before she even had YouTube. So I don't even know exactly. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even know exactly what had happened. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
I agree with Grace.
Yeah, and let me say something on that. I don't think her boyfriend was racist, and he shouldn't have used the N word, and that's unacceptable. But I think you're right. It's heat of the moment. I got family members, and they will say stuff because they'll get comfortable around me, my wife, my biracial kids, and they might say some stuff that's, unacceptable to where I would say they might talk about, you know, how black people might talk to each other, you might say. I have family members talk about nappy head and stuff like that. And I'm married to my wife for over 27 years. I don't talk like that. And I don't talk like that between my wife, her family, or my kids. And sometimes I think sometimes white people, we get around black people and feel comfortable, like somehow it's acceptable to say some stuff that they say, maybe. But I don't think that's where he was going. I think it was heat of the moment. But I think in a way he probably felt that I'm with this black woman, so if I say this, it's not racist because I love her. It can you know what I mean? I think sometimes people get in that mindset. And
I think he was set up, and it was trigger shock to respond the same way it was said.
yeah, and it probably
Yeah.
worked.
Responding the same way it
That's
was
exactly
put out
what
to
happened.
him. Well,
Yeah,
someone
Yeah,
yeah,
it was
no,
just
I think
reflex.
section,
It was just a reflex reaction.
well, someone in the comment section said that he did not say that. He just said, "I am too." That's what they're saying in the comment. Because I didn't see the video, so maybe I shouldn't be
It's just a
commenting.
recording. I heard.
Oh,
It's just the audio.
Oh, but someone's saying that
You're
he
right.
said,
I
"I
shouldn't
am
comment
too."
either because I haven't seen it.
Another context to this is the guy is Canadian, so he's not having some of this. He doesn't have all of this baggage or background on as much as you would maybe if you were American. So he's not that what he did was right or, but
It wasn't right,
the
but
context, yeah, it's a little bit different if you think about where he's
oh,
from and
yeah,
the way the question was posed to him.
yeah, he was
And
just repeating it.
yeah, I was just repeating
Mhm.
the word that was used, but maybe he should have, spent 5 seconds just thinking about it before
Yeah, but they were excited. They were being put in the corner, and from what I'm gathering, and that's how it came out. And I just want to kind of like highlight, because like this is a teachable moment for Black women, because I feel like
And white men who are interested in Black women.
yeah, and white men, you're right, who are interested in Black women. I just feel like Black women, we always want to like, oh, how can I help you? I'm there for you. And we need to be more selfish. We need to be more concerned about who has my back, who's there for me, who is uplifting me. Because I feel like what someone just mentioned, her going on a platform about talking to Black men and like trying to connect. Like, who cares what they think? Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't care. I wish you the best. And God bless you. Have the best life that you can have, whatever. Because everyone, there's abundance for everyone. God bless you.
Yeah, and it was
I don't
because
care about
it was because she's saying she no one said that they were saying that she always focused and concentrated on the white men. So when she did try to bridge the gap, she got burned, and she said never again. Now, do you guys know the popular McClure twins, those little cute little identical twin daughters, and their mother is African Black, and she's married to the white guy? Okay, you remember back a couple of years ago, they pulled up some old stuff from years ago that he said that was very racist and problematic. And it may have been like 10, 15 years ago or whatever. So, people do that. They go back into
they dig in the
whatever,
archives.
and it came to the forefront, and they had to address it on their Facebook reality show, the McClure twins, and they talked about it openly because people was coming at them. They was coming at her, and what about this? And he said this about Black women, and you send up, all of that, and so they addressed it. And he publicly apologized. He said, "Look," he said, "I was a different person then. I was young." He said, "I was drinking a lot. I was immature." And he said, "Yeah, and I said some very, very racist things. And it was not right of me." He said, "But I'm not that person anymore. Obviously, I'm not, because I married a Black woman, and and we've had a child, and all of this and all of that." But yeah, they were coming for him. But the thing about it, I think that their followers easily forgave is because he faced it, he apologized, and for the most part, our community is very forgiving. If
very
you
true.
own up your stuff and
Mhm.
say, hey, look, this is what it is. I didn't mean it like that. I was immature, or maybe I was even racist back then, but now my views have changed since I've grown and I've matured. Just own up to it. And I think when he did that, he got forgiven, and it's not even talked about no more. And their platform is still very, very large. But but it's the men, the one that has the most problem with it. And that's why a lot of times as Black women, we get the butt end of it, because a lot of Black men won't see our perspective and our choices of why we choose to do what we do and date who we date, which is our God-given
And,
right.
and
But
I
when you're trying, go ahead.
Yep.
Oh, and I'm just so confused. Okay, honestly, I am not interested in Black men that way. Yes, I see some beautiful Black men every day, but I'm not, and they approach me. I just had one approach me yesterday. But I'm not attracted to them like that. And if they choose to go with black women, white women, whoever they choose, Mexican, that's none of my business. And I'm not going to go out there and seek their platform and put hate on them because of who they choose to be with. So I'm just wondering, what's this hate? Why are you coming at us, coming into this community, in this platform, spewing your toxic fumes because you're mad? We're going for what we want. Why are you invested in us? Because you're not invested in us. Well,
Because
you're
I think a lot of them is realizing that a lot of Black women are waking up, broadening their horizons, because they
I've been like
know
this all my life.
the chances of them, really getting with a good Black dude is like, what, for every Black man, there's like 4 Black women. A lot of them are incarcerated. A lot of them incarcerated. A lot of them are unemployed. A lot of them are killing up each other.
Yeah.
A lot of them live alternative lifestyles. And if you're more
Yeah.
traditional and want to be married and want to have a husband,
Yeah.
depend on where you live. So the diaspora of where you live in America, all of that plays a part. So our options are very limited. And so now we're waking up and we're saying somebody else is giving us the attention, and it looks good to me. I'm gonna take my chances. And the fact with Black men that bothers them, because they could not even be thinking about you, but the fact is they just don't
Yeah.
want to see you with that white man, but they don't want you themselves.
They don't want
Yes.
to. Yeah. And you know what?
Hey,
I've had Black men
ladies
tell
and
me,
gentlemen, hey, I want to welcome Sun Goddess Ari. She's been waiting a little bit.
"Hi."
Hey,
Hi.
Ari. Hey, kiddo.
Platform.
Hi.
Hey.
So
So
again, that's the hypocrisy of it.
Yeah.
It's
And I've had
crazy. It's
Black
like,
men and I've had Black men tell me, "Hey, go for a white guy, or open your options. Do not stick to only Black guys." Because my buddies, I know they're terrible. I've had a cousin tell me that. I've had a Black male friend who told me that. So it's just like you have those who see what's going on and they're upfront about it, and they're good Black men. And then you have those that they don't mean no good for you. They don't care about you, and they're just they're making their mission to come and tell you, oh no, white men don't like you. Oh no, you're taking from our community. You're dragging a Black man down, and blah blah blah. It's just interesting. Some of these comments I'm reading is like, why are you here? Why are you here? This is Black women who like white men, and white men who like Black women. Why are you here? Why?
and then look what a lot of our Black men are doing to our Black women when they try to talk to them, and the Black woman is not interested. They're beating them up. They're cutting them. They're biting them in the face. They're they're shooting at them, all because they turning them down.
Yeah.
Now that's crazy. This stuff is happening in New
It
York,
shows up
California, Chicago. It's
all over the
it's
country.
crazy.
Sure.
I
and
have to agree
don't
with
they always
someone in
say
the
that they have all
comments.
these other options? Why don't they go explore those
If that were
options?
my husband and he was white, and and a Black man said you're an lover, and he replied, you're right, I am. Yeah, I would be feeling some type of way about that. Absolutely. So I would not, getting caught up in the heat of an argument Yeah, for me, I don't know. I didn't listen to it, but to have that rebuttal of like, yeah, I am. It's like what? So I don't know who commented on it, but I have to agree. I don't know. I wouldn't be with any white man that's gonna respond in a heated match with a black man and agree with him. You know, if you're my protector, my provider, you're to have my back. I wouldn't expect you to respond, yes, I am. I wouldn't give a white man a pass on that just because it was an argument. I would have to question like what's going on and what yeah. So that's just
Yeah,
my feedback.
question
Based off
anybody
of
that
what I was
treats you like
reading.
that.
Yeah. It's just that even if it was vice versa, the word you know, if I use a derogatory name that is used to address white people and I use it in the heat of if someone used it and I say, yeah, I am. I mean, I would have that same expectation. So yeah, I would be looking at my
I
that
hear what
white
you're
man a
saying,
little
April.
differently.
Yeah.
Maybe
Hey, excuse me, ladies. Sun Goddess Ari, have you been able to come in and talk a little bit? I know we're getting kind of winded here, but go ahead and come
I
on in. And,
I agree with what they're saying, and also I gotta address something. I came up here because I wanted to tell you that I kept getting put on timeout in the chat, and because I was saying my opinion about the pink pill, and I'm wondering why I was getting put on timeout.
Can
I don't know.
we get to Ari? And I'm just gonna say this, Ari. I'm a mom, and some of the
I
comments that you put in the comments are to me inappropriate for your age group. And sometimes I feel as though there's a time to observe and a time to respond. And there's sometimes your comments I don't know about this particular one, but it was some in the previous ones where I noticed some of the comments and some of the men in the chat were telling you to calm down and I've seen that a lot in the chat where men are telling you to calm down, slow
I was
down,
really,
calm
I
down.
was really, well, I was angry because I got put on timeout for no reason.
I don't know about that. I'm just addressing you as a mom, telling you that some of the trends that I've seen in the chat is not a big deal for me, but it's just an observation that you may wish to observe. But I don't know. Brett can tell you why he put you in a timeout.
I think I was the one that told her to calm down, but I was just teasing her because I know she thinks about
Yeah,
boys.
no,
Or wait,
I
hot boys
didn't.
all the
I
time.
didn't put you in a timeout. Maybe some of my mods might have put you in timeout because maybe they thought something
I
you
don't
said
do that.
was maybe
But
not kind of hateful, or I don't know. I
it
don't know
wasn't
why
really
you put.
hateful. It was just my opinion, and also
Okay, but you
like
also have to
I
be
don't know.
mindful that they're different. I don't mean to interrupt, Brent, but you have to be
Okay.
mindful that there are different generations of Black women on this panel and in the chat. So you have Gen X, you have millennials, you have early millennials, you have Gen Z. And what I am is I'm respectful to all ages. But
Yes,
there's
and
still
I'm a baby
with
boomer, but what was
Miss
she saying that was
Miss Carol was simply saying if she felt disrespected. So I'm just saying you just want to be mindful that, some of the moderators are your moms, your mothers, your aunties. So I just think that's maybe what it could have been, the tone
oh,
or
okay.
the position. And I don't think she meant
Yeah,
any harm. But Carol, I really don't. Everyone is not going to be a
yeah,
pink pill fan. They're just not. I'm not a really big pink pill fan. If she talks about something, I'll tune in. But everyone is not going to be a pink pill fan. And that's okay. As long as no one's being rude or disrespectful. But I do think if someone's just not a pink pill fan, they're just not a pink pill fan. Keep it pushing.
yeah. And let me put this here. When we get generational gaps in there, sometimes the baby boomers and then Gen X, like myself, we're a little bit older. We might find things that are disrespectful, which you might not find disrespectful. And they might put you in timeout, but timeout is just, hey, calm down, just whatever. But don't worry about that. You're still part of the platform. You come back on. When they block you, that's when you're out. But I think it's just a communication gap. But you can have what opinion you want, but some of my mods might find that disrespectful, and I support my mods because they got my back. But I think generationally we think a little different, and there's a conflict there, and there was with the baby boomers and my generation, Gen X, and Generation Z, and our Generation Y and Generation Z, and then the millennials, and I mean, we all think differently. We're in a different space and time, and so don't take it personal. Sun Goddess, you're welcome here, and your opinion is respected.
Absolutely.
And if you
Okay.
put your time out, that
It
doesn't
is.
mean that it's anything against you. It's just we're trying, and my mods try to keep it as respectful as they can because I tell them to do that. So it might be, maybe some communication or misunderstanding on what that means. So, I mean, but anyway, okay, go ahead.
Oh, and I was just responding to what April had said about she's not going to let that slide. Yeah, I agree. I the way I see it is like, yeah, you still need to have a talk about what had happened, because yeah, why would you repeat that word? But at the same time, you got taken his personality and what are his how does he move? So maybe he's not that kind of guy who's able to articulate himself that well. So, but I definitely agree with April too about that. Like,
That's true.
if my man did repeat that word, I would have been like, in private, of course, we would have to have like a conversation and see, what's going on there. So I definitely agree with April on that. Him repeating that word, it is kind of concerning. But at the same time, people get heated and things are said, because I've I'm not really good at like and being in the heat of a moment. Sometimes my emotions gets the better of me, and I said something, I'm like, why did I say that? So I'm just kind of looking at it at that way, but at the same time it's just like, wait a minute, what, we got to talk about that. But I agree with April and Grace at the same time, if that
Yeah,
makes any sense.
absolutely. I said that in the beginning. I said that, just using that word in any content is problematic as a white man.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to say, I want to give a shout out to Iris. She supported me all the way back a long time. Hey, thank you. God bless you. But I just want to say that. Yeah, go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
Ari, did you have something else to say?
Well, I agree with everything you guys are saying. I'm not sure what else to say, but yeah, I'll
Oh, okay.
if you guys say anything else, then I will like say something. Like
Well,
I'll
what's your
agree or something like
experience
that.
been like? What's your experience has been like so far?
Experience in life.
Yeah,
Um, well,
with interracially dating.
I haven't dated anybody yet, but I'm trying to get someone. I've been looking like for like I've had a crush on a lot of white guys, but I haven't dated anybody. I wish I dated a few people though. Most of my friends are in a relationship now, and I'm not.
Ari, I think you should just take it slow, and just live your life, and you will meet your man. And you are so beautiful, Ari. You're a beautiful. Can I ask you how old you are?
I'm 17.
Oh
Oh my
wow.
God.
Okay, so
She's a
And you see why I
baby.
said, and you see why I said I'm talking to her like a minor. I didn't know you guys didn't know that she was a minor. That's why I
okay,
was
I knew she was.
yeah.
Wow.
I kind of had
Yeah,
an
I
idea
was like, my
about that.
mom.
But you're such a beautiful girl, and I mean,
young woman.
And you have so much ahead of you, and I love how you are very open
And brave.
and brave. Because like when I was your age, I would not have the courage to be on this
platform.
So
That's
and
true.
you're expressing yourself, and that's a lovely thing. But I want to just share with you, please focus on you, because you are number one, no matter what. Focus on you. And believe me, the right man, he's going to come around and he's going to marry you, and you guys are going to have as many kids you want, and you're going to live a happy life. And there's going to be challenges, but I just don't want you to be so focused on, boys, men. And I say this with love: enjoy your youth, enjoy it, explore.
And you'll be
Yeah,
so
that's what
amazed.
I was gonna say.
Express
Yeah, she's so
yourself.
young. She got so much, and that's
Forget
that's
about
the
them
good
dudes.
thing about when you're young.
Yeah.
You got so much time on your side, honey. You got
Yes.
explore the world, go visit
Yeah.
other countries. You never know who you may run into,
You never know.
once you graduate out of high school and go to college. Like just girl, girl, look, if I could turn back the hands of time.
Yeah,
And
right.
keep your options open.
I think she dropped off, but
I
I
would
wanted
just
to
tell
say
her.
something to a young lady. I would just tell her, you know what? When you get in a relationship, when you're young, and when we're young, we thought, man, the sky's the limit, and we're going to live forever.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? We're going to find that attractive person, and it's all going to work out. And then reality hits us. And I would just say to that young lady, vent that man, regardless of what race of man she chooses to be with. That's not what's important. It's the character that's important. And I would tell her, search the character. Search his heart. Search what he wants in life. Does he want a family? Does he want to be married? Does he want, the relationship? Or is it just the heat of the moment, the passion, the beauty? What is it? And I would just, I want
does
to
he have a
tell
plan?
young people that, because when we're young, we're not thinking that way. And I wasn't thinking that way when I was attracted to women. I think, man, she's beautiful, she's fine. I want to get with her. I want to be with her. And I wasn't looking for her personality. I wasn't looking for her character. I wasn't looking at her for being loyal to me. I wasn't looking at her spirituality. I was just looking in looks and beauty. And a lot of us in society, we're still stuck on that. Watch Kevin Samuels, you'll see it. What's your dress
Yeah.
size? How do you rate
Yep,
yourself?
that's true.
I'm a quality man. I got 100,000, right? We all heard it, right? Don't look beyond that.
I
And
would
it's
There's
just
crazy.
no
tell
Most of the
Ari.
women get on his platform and be like looking for that man, that high echelon man that makes the six figures, and they don't realize that it's a small percentage of men that actually make six figures.
That's
So
true.
like your chances are, very limited. Again, I say, and then the whole rating thing, and like you saying, Brent, what's your dress size, and all of that. And even if they highly educated, 9 times out of 10, men are not caring about your education when they're trying to pursue you. For the most part, they just not. Majority of the men don't care that you have a master's degree or whatever. For the most part,
Like your
if they are looking for a
personality.
quality woman, they're just looking for a good woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To continue to do what you do, continue to do what you like, and you'll find and run into the things that you love. So I mean, Gen Z girls, I mean, they just make me kind of teary eyed, because as a mom of a Gen Z around that age, these Gen Z girls are not playing. It's athleticism, appearance, and they're just all about themselves. They're in their zone. They're like athleticism and college. That's their mindset. And you're not going to see these good girls, white guys. You're just not. They're going to be in the house. They're
Yep.
going to.
Yep.
They are the good girls are in the house.
Yep.
So you're not going to find the quality.
Or in the
Where do you
libraries.
right there? You're not. That's where they are. They're in the house. So I would just tell her, continue to do what you like, and you're gonna definitely run into the things you love naturally, you know.
Very true. Very true.
Corey, what you got to say? You're very quiet. We need to hear Meryl's perspective.
All righty, you ready?
We're ready.
We're ready.
No, this is safe. I won't get myself in trouble. I'm good.
Okay.
If you know, for anybody looking for another half, do they honor God and are they pleasing to the eye? Because everything else can be added. Everything else can be added. It can be learned, it can be taught, you can attain it. But do you honor God and are you pleasing to the eye? Do you take care of yourself? It's the temple. I mean, it's the temple of God. Do you take care of it?
Hey, that
I'm not saying this out of my personal opinion. I'm just quoting it. So I mean, yeah, when I look in the mirror, there's like, oof, I need to change that. But it's not just based on what we look like.
that's true.
It isn't. I mean, you think about it. God went after David because of his heart. God went after Esther to save the entire nation of Israel because of her heart. Sarah was the same way. I mean, God has a purpose for us. It's going to be awfully hard to find that just by going out and making 6 figures. I mean, you could make 8 figures, but God only cares about your heart. That's all he cares about.
Yeah.
Quality people aren't made by their bank account. I just turn on the news and you're going to see a lot of they make all kinds of money. But there's a scripture for that too.
Yeah, you're right. And you know what? There are very wealthy men that beat the crap out of their wives. Don't kid
They're
yourself.
horrible.
Yeah, and you know what? And you're right. Quality ain't married. Quality ain't measured by your bank account or how much money you got. It's your quality. My grandfather raised a family of 4 in a 2-bedroom house, and he's the only one that worked, and all the needs were met. And you know what? It worked. Was he rich? No. Was he famous? No. But he produced a home for his family, and that's what's important. When we get in this high value 6-figure thing, and I see this so much, and I'm like, why is this even a thing? The more money you get, what does that get you? More resources, I guess, more material wealth. Of course, we all want to make money, and there's no problem. I don't go in on somebody that wants to make more money to, get a house or live a better life. Nothing's wrong with that. But when I get a problem with it was when people worship money, because the Bible says, the love of money is the root of all evil. And some people get that mixed up and they say money's the root of all evil. No, it's not. Money's a tool. The love of money.
Yeah, because if you're willing to hurt somebody just to make $1, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. But I can be a rich man and be a good, honest man. I can. You look in the Bible and you see poor men that were men of God, but you look at Solomon, he's the richest man in the East, and he was after God's heart. He was a man of God, and he's very wealthy, richest man in the East. Think about it. But his heart wasn't in the money. His heart, and when God asked him what he wanted, he didn't ask for riches. He didn't ask for glory. He didn't ask for women. He didn't ask for stuff that most men would ask for. He asked for wisdom. And guess what? He got everything in between. But yeah, you're right. Okay,
Yeah,
Grace is back on. Hey, Grace.
Yeah, sorry, I got cut off. Yeah, I think before I got cut off, I heard Corey was talking about the root of, I don't know, money being the root of love of money being the root of evil and all of that.
Yeah.
I think this whole talk about high value or no high value, I don't even know where it comes from. It's something that I think we just started talking about maybe a year or two ago, and it just
Uh-huh.
sounds ridiculous to me. I think people are quantifying the value of a guy based on how much he makes, and there's so much more to getting into a really good relationship. This is just obviously my opinion because I grew up in a family where my father and my mom were very loving towards each other, and they
Uh-huh.
raised us like that. And my brothers are all married and they're all doing extremely well. And my idea of a high value man would be a guy who's just responsible and he knows his responsibility to his girlfriend or his spouse and his family. So I don't really buy into this idea of getting dressed up and coming on YouTube with a nice looking background and telling people that they're not good enough for a man.
Well
Yeah,
said.
that's right. And you know
Absolutely.
what? That's right, but you know what? What they're selling when they come in dressed up in YouTube is they're selling an image. And Kevin Samuels, if you study his marriage and his relationships, they haven't been successful. He's been in 2 divorces. And I'm not going to go in on him on that because it happens. But if you're trying to give people advice on relationships, to me, you should have a background. You should have a track record. But you know what? Image sells. I'm gonna put it like it is. You know what? There are people out there that will be more successful than people like me because they look better, because they're dressed better, because their background's better, because they speak better, because the picture looks better. And that's going to sell. A lot of times truth and reality don't sell. And I'm going to be honest. There are a lot of quality people out there that will never be successful in social media, YouTube, or anything that really know how to make a marriage work because they don't have that image.
Yeah, they want a woman to fit their lifestyle like an accessory, like a wristwatch. And they want
Trophy
everybody.
wife.
Yeah, they want. But the thing is, a trophy never speaks. It just sits on a
Ex-
shelf.
That's
ex-
right.
Exactly, Corey.
Yeah, but how could you get married to somebody that can't talk good? And no, nope, it's not a trophy. I'm sorry, but I want to know that my wife is that bad woman that can take care of anything and do anything that I do when I'm busy and don't have the time to do it.
Right.
And I mean like dictating, like telling people to get it done.
Yes.
Because when it's me, if I'm not there, I mean, God help the person that treats her otherwise, but no, I mean, you got to be well spoken. You got to be. Well, I better not go too deep, but you get it.
No, to go deep, go deep.
Go deep,
Inquiring
right?
I
minds want to
can't. Yeah,
know.
I can't yet. There's layers to me. I don't tell everybody everything.
That's probably a wise.
No,
Well,
but
you know what?
I like hearing the male perspective. So I respect it so much, and I think it doesn't matter young or old when you are a female that have experiences with our male counterparts. It's faucets to us that you guys don't know that even you're still learning, and faucets to you guys that we don't know that we still learning. So when we hear the male perspective, that helps us. It should anyway. We need to listen, number one, as women more to men when they are saying things, because a lot of times men don't talk as much as we do. I think that has been a lot of the problem too, of just in general, that women, need to listen more to their men when they say something, because a man can say something in a casual way, but it really be something serious to him, but he'll say it casually, and because he says it nonchalantly, the woman will take it as, oh, he was just talking. He really didn't, but he really did mean it. So I think
Right.
women, we need to listen more. I know I had to learn that as a mature, seasoned woman. Now that when I looked back and did like inventory on my husband and my son's father, because they two different people, and I asked them genuinely, and I told them I wouldn't get mad at them. I says, honestly, tell me, like, what was the pet peeve about me that really got to you? And they both said, you didn't listen.
Well, you
So
know
I have
something.
learned
The
to
truth is,
listen. So I
the
would,
more
and I
power
would
your words
tell
carry.
younger girls, because I know they're more mouthy, they're more, independent, they're more, I can take care of myself, they more, I don't need no man to do this or that. And I used to be that way when I was younger, in my 20s and 30s, but now I'm like, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, so I would definitely encourage the younger generations to definitely make sure that they listen to what their partners are saying.
Yeah, because the more power your words carry, the fewer words you use.
That's right. Yeah, and what I would like to say, and I want to put this out here, and this discussion has been awesome, and I love this jump in discussion. This is so beautiful. This is so awesome. Like I say, ladies, your aspect is so awesome and so precious, and I love hearing it. And sometimes I go back in the replay and I listen to what you say, and I try to pick out where you're coming from. And it's such a learning experience. And Corey, I thank you for coming on, brother. And I would say, men out there, I know there's quite a few men on my channel. Come up here, come up on the live, talk, tell us
I know
what you.
Josh is down there. He's always there. He never comes. The white man from the
Buddy.
Jersey, they all down there in the chat. They
Jersey's in the house.
Hey, I mean, men, come up
on,
here.
Jersey, don't be a
This
chicken.
channel ain't just promote and glorify black men, women. We're going to do that, but white guys, Hispanic guys, Asian guys, you're welcome. Come on up here. Tell us what you think. Tell us your perspective. And I guarantee these women would love to learn what you think. And, I try to promote that. And Corey, when you came on, brother, I mean, you made my day, because another white guy talking, and and I want these beautiful black ladies to know that we're out there, we love them, we have respect for them, and a lot of times us as guys, we don't want to get involved, we don't want to talk, and like Patrice says, we don't say much. We just rather sit in the background and listen. Yeah, we'll date whoever we want and go after, but come on the channel. Tell us what you think. I would like more male participation. I would, and the ladies tell me they would like that more too. And we could just learn from each other. That'd be great. But
and Corey, I just want to personally thank you for coming on a panel, and you've done it. This is, I think, the second or third time, and you're a brave soldier. And I think you've broken the mold for the other guys. So I don't know why they don't come up, but yeah, we love to hear the male perspective.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm here for
right
Brent. Brent's my brother. I'm all of your guys' brother.
There he is,
he's
Josh.
He's a Gen Xer, and he's older than me, so he's my big brother.
Right.
Yeah, but I would like to get more of male perspective. And you know what? Us as guys, we kind of sit in the background and we don't really get involved in that. Where women, they love interaction like this. And, more guys get involved will be more powerful. And I mean, when you're dating black women, I mean, coming on, you're going to learn some stuff. And all women are different, but these young ladies that are coming up telling their perspective, and they're from every group. And every group of people, every generation is looking for someone that loves us. From the baby boomers, Gen X, Generation Y, Z, millennials. Every group is looking for somebody right now, and we need, everybody's aspect, everybody's perspective, because you know what? I could be a Gen Xer or I could be a millennial, but if I hear a baby boomer black woman tell me what she likes in a man, guess what? That might apply to a millennial, and you might not even know it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Because listen, I'm a baby boomer. I just celebrated my 57th birthday. Okay. But I love hearing younger generation perspective because I learned something from them as well. But the thing is, I want them to learn something from an older, mature, seasoned woman that's been there, done that. You know what I mean? And we can learn from each other. So, and also to say, I am a very grown and sexy 57-year-old, and I give most 30-year-olds a run for their money.
Yeah, you do, Patrice. I see you.
All right now.
You got it going on. Let me tell you. But I mean, hey, no, but she's right. We can learn something from each other. And you know what? And you say you're 57, Patrice. I'm 52. I'm only 5 years behind you. I just we're so close together. And maybe that's why I relate to you so well. But
yeah, and we have traditional values that we were raised on. I'm right on the cuffs of a baby boomer. The baby boomer generation ends in 64, and I was born in 64. I just turned 57 August the 4th. So
See,
I'm right on that course between a Gen X and a baby boomer. So I just say
I'm
baby
the
boomer.
product of two baby boomers. My parents were baby boomers. Yeah.
Yeah, and my son's a Gen X, so hey, he's right in the beginning of the Gen X stage. So yeah, but
I was born in 70.
listen, I
so
take
what is
care
that?
of myself.
That makes me Gen X, I think.
You're how old, Corey?
Born in 70.
okay, you're 1 year behind me, Corey. So we're all three of
You're
us,
Gen X.
Corey and Patrice. And Patrice has only got a few years on us, so we're almost the same generation, really. They
Very
just
close.
So, I mean, we think a lot alike, because I'm at the end, close to the beginning of Gen X, and Patrice is at the end of the baby boomers. So we're so close together, it's not even funny. And Corey's 1 year behind me, so I mean, we're like in the same group, really. I'm just saying, but yeah, I mean, we can learn from each other, and you know what? And the young people out there that are just getting ready to get in relationships or seeking that person they're going to date and marry, listen to the older people, listen to the baby boomers, listen to us Gen Xers, and some of us Y generation, because we've been through it. We've made stupid mistakes. We've gotten with the wrong people. And we've learned, and we know how to look for quality people. We're not perfect. We're not going to give you the secret sauce to find the perfect marriage. But you know what? We can lead you in the right path, I believe. And we can learn that. And that's what I would like to say.
And I just want the younger generation of ladies to definitely be realistic about what they want and what they need out here, as opposed to what social media and Instagram models and all of this falsehoodness of a life that we don't lead. We don't lead celebrity lives. So when you see the fantasy girls, on the Instagram or what social media tell you what you should go after, that's not our lives. We are not celebrities. We are not those people. They live a whole different other level of a life. You know what I mean? So our reality is different from their reality. So don't let their lives and their reality dictate your life.
Yeah,
Be
you can't
realistic
live by
about
somebody else's
what
standard.
exactly Thank you for the happy birthdays. We have to be realistic about it, about the lot. Now, me being in entertainment business for a lot of years, I've been around a lot of celebrities. I've worked with a lot of celebrities, but that was never my life. You know, I mean, I saw a lot in that aspect, and trust me, it ain't all that glitters ain't gold, honey. Sometimes I was very grateful that I was coming home to a regular life and a regular husband after being on the road, background singing or touring or traveling with somebody that was very famous. And I told Brent this when we did our one-on-one, and Brent knows that I'm not lying about these things. So, and I tell you, when I was married and come home to my regular life and my regular husband and my regular house and I was so appreciative of that, because a lot of their lives that they were leading, money does not give you happiness. It only gives you comfort. It does not give you happiness. And that's the truth.
Yeah. That is so true. That's well spoken. Yeah. And, and when it comes to quality people, it's not money. It's not your status in life. It's your heart. And, a lot of these ladies that come on the panel, and Corey, I can tell that their heart, they have a good heart. And they're not coming to you with, some kind of fairy tale, some kind of image they're trying to sell you. They're coming with you with real life situations. And in the real world, somebody told me when me and my wife Sandy, we did a video, and somebody says, they talked about how we look and stuff, and me and my wife are in our 50s, but it's not. You're not going to get Brad Pitt, and you're not going to get a Naomi Campbell when you see me and my wife. You're going to get a normal, everyday American interracial couple, and that's what we represent, and that's what the image we want to put forward, because this standard of beauty that the media puts forward or other people do is just unrealistic. And beauty is something that's subjective. I mean, what I think's beautiful, Corey might not think's beautiful, or what he thinks beautiful, I might not agree with. It's subjective. But
we grew up in different houses, different lives.
Yeah, and different. Yeah, we have, and we grew up in different parts of the country. But you know what? We're people. And what makes us special is we're people. And when we can be honest with ourselves and honest with others and have attraction to someone that we have attraction to, in an honest way. And, when it's pure, race ain't even going to be a factor. You know what I mean? I found so much beauty in Black women, it's not even funny. And I share that. But you know what? I wasn't living in society where it said I had to stay with my own group of people. And I don't attack anybody that finds any beauty in someone that's different from them. Why would I? We're people. And we need to go where we're comfortable. We need to go where we're celebrated. But, a lot of times we gravitate to what other people think. And, society is, it's society.
And that's why I had the conversation, that's why I was saying what I was saying to the younger generation of young ladies on the panel and listening in the chat. And just in general, I talk to my nieces like that, because I know that this is their generation of where social media is everything, and social media tries to tell them how to run their life, who they should love, how they should dress. It's even becoming to make them not even love their natural bodies anymore. They're telling you that you don't look pretty in your natural body anymore, whatever that is to you. In your head, you think you have to go and get pretty much a manufactured body. If you don't like your breasts, you're getting your breasts done. If you don't like your bottom, you're getting your bottom done. Whatever it is, it's all of that is being pushed to the forefront more of than the traditional things that you and I and Corey was raised off of, and what beauty really looks like to us, in that sense. And men are very visual, and men are, these men are in the younger generation are putting the pressures on their girlfriends, by telling them, oh, your breasts are too flat or too little, or your butt is too, won't you do it's the pressure of social media society that is pushing this agenda on the younger generation to make them not love themselves as much as they should love themselves, especially women. And that's the sad part.
It is.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? We miss the true beauty, And I look on the entertainment and I see like Cardi B, and I see Nicki Minaj, and their butts are so big, and I'm thinking, and men fantasize about this stuff, and I'm thinking, you know what? Why don't you be the person God made you? Do the best with what you got. And, and then I look at like Whitney Houston. Everybody remembers Whitney Houston. We all loved her. She had a beautiful voice like no other. She didn't have a big butt. She didn't have a big chest. She didn't have these body parts that men are desiring, but she was beautiful. And the image that the record label sold us about her, and we were shocked when we found out she was on drugs and doing all this stuff, because the image we saw was a young, beautiful woman that was raised in church and loved to sing, and she was innocent. And they were very good at selling that image, but that woman was a beautiful woman, but she didn't have the body parts that men desire when it comes to chest, the butt, and all that other stuff that society talks about. But she was very beautiful. And I would say too, remember Anita Baker back in the day? To me, she was a beautiful woman. Did she have the big butt? Did she have the big chest? Did she have all this stuff we judge in society? But that's a beautiful woman. We don't see beauty like God intends us to see it. All we see is big chest, big butt, and that's beauty.
Yeah, I agree. Whitney and Anita both are beautiful Black women. I mean, even if you had the more exotic, beautiful Black women, it was still their natural selves. To me, Vanity was one of the most beautiful women. And I know she was biracial. She was half German and half Black, but that was just her natural beauty. She looked very exotic because she was biracial, but she was one of the most beautiful women before, she got sick in the drugs and stuff. And she was absolutely gorgeous to me. And with or without makeup, in her natural habitat, she was a gorgeous, gorgeous woman. But it was a natural beauty. It was hers. It wasn't manufactured. And that's the difference. And it's causing so much, unrealistic warpness in a lot of these young ladies' heads. And then some of them become addicted to the plastic surgery. And that's the part that, we don't talk about either. They become addicted to it. Little Kim is a prime example of that.
Yeah.
They never feel that they pretty enough. They never feel that their body looks good enough. Oh, I got to get it bigger. I got to get it bigger. I got to get it. It's going to be always something, that they're never going to be satisfied with. And they fall into the addiction of that as well. And that in and of itself is problematic as well.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, and that's right. And I'm not
Yeah, you're
saying
right.
having a big chest or big butt is bad. If it's natural, that's what God give you. That's what you deal with. But if you don't have that, you deal with what you got. And we need to go. What is God? And when people say, you know what? When these trolls say, you know what? You're ugly. Your wife is ugly. You guys are ugly. You know what? I embrace that because you know why? Because God made us who we are. You know what? If I'm ugly, God his will is to make me ugly. And you know what? I do the best with what I can. You know, I can eat right. I could practice good hygiene. And you know what? That's all I can do. And that's, God knows what's best. And maybe I'm not super attractive for a reason. Maybe that makes me a better person
But
because
Branch, you're not ugly either, and I think that
no, I'm
because of the
not
things that
saying
those
that.
people said in the chat and was what they were
No,
saying, because I've heard you said this before, and I want you to stop saying that because you're not an ugly man, and God didn't make you ugly. So don't say that. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. What looks good to me may not look good to someone else. So don't say that because it makes me feel bad when you say that about yourself.
No, I know. And I'm not trying to go there with that. What I'm saying is, you know what? God made us who we are, and we're all beautiful people. You know what? Do the best with what you got. I don't have a problem with how I look. I don't. I'm just saying what people say. I'm not
Yeah.
going, any injections or any alterations because God made me who I am. I'm not going to make
Yeah.
a man design me differently
Yeah,
because
Brent,
Yeah,
don't
and let me let me
Disney
right
on
quick. Let
us.
me just address this that I see on I think what Taylor North said. Little Kim was beautiful and she did totally destroy her beauty. But do you know why Taylor North? I'm going to tell you. There is, all the men, she said all the men in her life. I saw an interview she did. She said all the men in her life would tell her she was too dark, her nose was too wide, her lips were too thin, her ass was too flat. Every man she had in her life, because she couldn't understand why, as dark as Biggie was, he went for Faith, who was a lighter skinned girl, and he told her, I prefer lighter girls over dark girls. That's why she started bleaching her skin. It's just the abuse, the mental abuse that little Kim had is the reason why she became obsessed and her mental, something with her mental snapped, and she just never thought that she was good enough for the guys that she was dating because of the things that they were saying to her.
That's terrible.
And that is terrible.
That's terrible because to me she's actually more beautiful than the other lady. But that's another story. Um, I actually know someone that ended up trying to get like a butt surgery. She died in the process. A very
Oh,
close friend
wow.
actually. Yeah, in
sorry. Oh, God.
2018 or so. Yeah, so a lot of people are, and I'm a millennial, 1990, so I have a lot of friends that get carried away. I'm kind of like an old soul because my parents had me in their late 40s. So I grew up around a lot of older people. So the way that I think is kind of, more traditional. But I'm on Instagram, I'm everywhere, and I see everything that's going on. And a lot of people, a lot of my friends too, we all get carried away by what's on social media. A good example would be there are some people that I met online, like on Instagram, and then when you see them in real life, it's like A to Z. It's totally different. But then if you go, if you follow, if you start comparing yourself to those pictures that you see online, all those things you see on social media, it's not real at all. But and a lot of people are getting carried away by it, and it's causing a lot of depression. I have people that are suffering from anxiety and all sorts of things, and it's crazy.
Brent, I was interested in what you were saying about the divestment. What did you want to say about the divestment?
Okay, that was one of the subjects, and when it comes to divestment, um, that's a topic I'm kind of interested in because that's something I know a little bit about, but I don't know fully about. And I've talked to my wife about this, and I've talked to other YouTube creators that are divestors, and I just don't want to get that wrong because I think I don't know. When it comes to divestment, that's something I need to learn about. Let's just put it that way. Um, uh, maybe in their community they haven't found quality men and they're seeking outside their race or something. That's kind of what the picture I get. But, I'm not fully versed in that. That's something I have people that are in the divested movement that come in my channel and I love them. And I subscribe to some divestment channels because I understand a little bit where they're coming from when I talk to my wife and other Black women that are my friends that, hold that those beliefs. And I just want to know a little bit more about it. I'm new at it. I've known about interracial dating and people maybe not finding, quality in their community, maybe going to another community. But I'm learning when it comes to divestment. Okay. And that's why I made that one of my topics because I want to learn more. And I don't know a lot about it. I know a little bit about it. So the women could probably help me more understand what divestment really is.
Now, is this from a relationship, interracial relationship perspective? Because I don't know what divestment means. I'm thinking, is it like the opposite of investment? So I'm kind of confused there.
I think it is, and I'm new. Go ahead.
The definition says the action or process of selling off subsidiary business interests or investments. So that's I'll just say the business definition of it. But when I hear people mention divesting, I think it's like an emotional, financial, and I almost want to say a physical thing. Because when you think about it, when you are a part of a community, and people, and I feel like Black people don't really, well, I shouldn't say this, but anywho, when you're a part of a community, you are contributing a lot. Say, like, for instance, for I don't know, I'll just say, like, if it was mentioned in a video maybe a few, I don't know, weeks ago or whatever, that was talking about how some people do not like seeing Black women with white men because they understand that the resources are being taken from. I can't really see it being taken out of the white community because the white community really is the dominant community in this world. But say, like, you have this rich white man and he has all this money, but he's willing to invest his money. I'll just say that this is not reality, but he's only willing to start investing his money in Black-owned businesses or Black women-owned businesses. And so that's money taken away. And not only that, that is one less white man for another for a white woman. So that's how I saw it as, that you're just taking all your resources and you are you're removing yourself from the community that you were born in and putting it in another community. That's how I see it.
Well, how I view divestment is that I'm separating myself from a certain mentality, a certain culture, and a certain behavior from a group of men. And if those men are Black men, if those men are white men, if those men are whatever men, I'm divesting from those particular types of men. And for me, divestment means that you're just making yourself available to other groups of men that have always found you desirable. You just like woke up to it, kind of. So it's
Hmm.
really not. I don't want people. For me, I don't want divestment. I don't want it to feel like a new jungle fever, because me being an 80s baby, it kind of gave me an icky feeling, because it was this fetish regarding um whiteness, white women with black men, and it really wasn't a good image. So I don't really want people to do this for all of the wrong reasons. You should just be naturally attracted to the opposite sex. I mean, I've always been attracted to all groups of men. I just haven't been in an area where I am around a diverse group of men. So that's the only thing that's preventing me from accessing, is just your location. So young Gen Z girls, what I tell you is just really, um, some girls are like, I'm too skinny, get your gains up, visit YouTube, um, and get your gains up, get your muscles up. But those are natural feelings, and I don't want people to like kind of throw out the Gen Z generation and the natural feelings of them wanting to be in a relationship with a guy, or vice versa, a girl wanting to be in a relationship with a guy, and a guy wanting to be in a relationship with a girl, and just to tell them that they're young, it doesn't make sense to them. So I would say it's natural, but just to but anyway, back to divestment. That's how I look at divestment. I don't look at it. I don't have the same definition that I don't think every black woman has the same definition. As I'm on different channels, I'm seeing different black women identify it differently. It doesn't mean I hate black men. It doesn't mean that I'm belittling black men. If it means me calling out certain behaviors that are there amongst the group of black men, then I'm going to say something. But
Um,
divestment doesn't mean the same thing for every black woman, I
um,
would say.
I just want
What
to
are
point
you
out something.
guys talking about?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
Amy?
that's me.
Hey, Amy! Hey,
Hey,
girl!
Hey,
We were just thinking about you. Like,
what
where's
y'all miss me or
Amy?
something?
Yeah, we
Oh,
yours.
I'm sorry. What happened was it wasn't my fault. What happened was right. I'm finna explain some shit. He sent that message, Brent, and I was thinking he meant tomorrow, as in Monday, but I didn't realize he sent it so late, and he actually meant today. So I'm late. So sorry.
Sorry.
Um, and the thing is, I have this like, I always notice this, and this really bothers me. Why do we always have to be so apologetic of how we feel? And I mean, if you like white guys, go for it. Like your white guys. If you like black guys, go for it. Asian. I just noticed that with black women, I'll just say this: if we're liking someone that's not in our race, um, we are always made to feel like, oh, it's wrong to not like black guys. But
Well,
when
that's
you
a
flip it
simple,
around, huh?
that's a narcissistic tactic to shame you.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
that's a narcissist 101, to shame you into submission.
yeah.
I actually have a theory about that. That's actually a very good question. I think it has to do with, I think black women aren't allowed to, well, shouldn't be allowed to date white guys and like them. I think a reason for that being is because, throughout history, white dudes can just have us whenever they wanted to, and white and black men couldn't do the same to white American females because, they get lynched just looking at them the wrong way. And so now that you have it in present day, I think black men have access to white women now, and so they're going for it, and like they're a prize or something that needed to be won. But under no circumstances should a black woman want or even look the way of a white man, or a white man should not look the way of us, because now it's like you can't touch our women now because so many years we couldn't touch yours, kind of
Yeah,
thing.
but who do you answer to? Not them.
And the
Well,
thing
yeah,
is, the hypocrisy in that is you got people like Nick Cannon that said exactly that, Amy. Oh, the white woman is the prize now. You know, I couldn't look at her back in if I was born back in slavery, and I couldn't have had her. So now I'm gonna get I'm gonna have as many as I want. I heard him say that on a podcast, and I was like,
yeah,
oh my
exactly.
God.
Good
So it's
Exactly.
Lord.
the
And they saying that,
hypocrisy.
yeah, and we shouldn't be allowed to do that because we have to be loyal to our men just like white women were loyal to theirs, even though they really weren't. But I think a
Yeah,
lot of black
they
men think
were,
that they like they wasn't really.
they
When
were,
when did you all become slaves again? That's what I want to know. I mean, who really? No, no, no,
Well,
no.
that's it's just a theory of man, but I think
No,
that's
yeah, I
what they
agree.
feel. They feel
we
like,
got
no, you can't touch. I don't care if our woman is have her back against the wall. She got 4 kids by herself. I don't care if she is struggling by herself and got 2
Right.
jobs
I'd rather
under
see her
no
like
circ.
that than to see her with you.
But who wants a
Exactly,
guy?
exactly. That's what they
But
feel.
All I could say is return the favor, ladies. Just walk off.
who wants a guy with that mindset anyway? It's not a law. Who wants a guy that thinks like that? Do you really
Well,
Nobody.
want
I
that?
remember one time it was this guy that I was arguing with on YouTube, and he said he has a white girlfriend or whatever, and he was down in black women saying that, oh, white women are better and y'all are terrible and this and that. And then I was like, okay, whatever. You think the white women aren't talking about your ass? And he says, oh, you're getting angry again, aren't you? You're the cheetah's coming out or something like that. And I said no, because I have read enough to know a white woman can have you because we ain't missing anything. And he got mad about that, but that's what I said. Your white
Mhm.
woman can have you. Go get the bitch. I don't care. Go get her.
Well, see, that's another narcissistic tactic. That's called gaslighting. It's still
Yeah,
narcissism.
absolutely, Corey.
No, it's rampant. It
That's
is.
insane.
It is rampant with white women. I'm going to come right out and tell you that it's rampant. Oof,
The
don't
the
get me
funny
started.
thing the funny thing is that everyone wants to act like, and I'm not trying to bash anyone, but we got to remember iPhones, the internet, shoot, the telephone wasn't even invented back then. So when when the master left the plantation, who was the head of the plantation when he was gone? Quite
The
naturally,
white
it
woman.
was the wife, and of course she was white. So she was the one that was, because when he was gone for a long time. Horse and buggy takes a long time to travel. I'm sure the exchange of information takes a long time to
You have to do it in
travel.
person.
You got to do it in person, all that kind of stuff. So I don't understand why there's always an attack. And I noticed this when I was a little girl. Why is there always an attack on the white man?
As if he did it by
As if
himself.
he did it all by himself, and as if
Yeah,
all of
because the
them
white
did
women
it.
had them black men too. They had those slaves,
Yeah.
and they was
So
forcing them to
White
do
women were
them.
just as bad. White women were just as bad.
so and and
uh,
and
honestly, they were worse.
They were worse. Yeah,
Yeah, they
okay,
were
tell the
worse.
truth, Brent. Tell the truth, because I've
they
heard
were
some
worse
stories.
because they were putting
They
a lot
still
of them
are
were
worse.
forcing it. Yeah, they were worse. They were putting the husbands up to do a lot of dirt to the black
Yeah.
women and to the black men. So
I've read some stories, and they'll be upset because they're having sex with the slaves, and they'll literally knock the slave, the mistress of the house. She will knock the teeth out of the slave's mouth. I hate to call her a slave, the black woman's mouth, just because
right,
she's mad,
and
like she had a
listen,
choice.
and yes, and listen, and all she had to do was cry the same tears that the Karens cry today, and they still getting people coming to their rescue saying, "What's wrong? What's wrong? We got to save you."
And it's like, oh, the white man is mad. I'm like, I am so tired of hearing that narrative. It is old, crusty, dusty. Let's just be honest with the whole situation. There's no innocent person here. There's
No.
there are the real victims are the slaves and the enslaved people, and that's it. And even to some of them, they're not, because you got to remember they sold each other into slavery. So, but let's just I say black women, back to the topic of divestment, divest yourselves, and I say, please be with people who see the value in you, because I myself, I just never understood why I was never accepted by black males, and I always saw that it was the white men that were interested in me. They would come after me, and I'd be like, oh wow, this is very interesting. I don't understand what's going on. I would hear these stories about, oh, he'll take you as some kind of sex freak or whatever, or he won't protect you from racism, or all kinds of crazy stuff. And it's just like, as black women, we really need to just look at the truth. And the truth of the matter is that we listen to people too much that tell us what to do, and they do not have our best interests. And there's, it's like, I think Brent said earlier, it's such a, I don't know what was the word he used, but life is so complicated. There are so many reasons why things happen, why people behave the way they do. But at the same time, you shouldn't put their issues, make their issues as yours. You should focus on yourself. And honestly, I don't have hate for the black men. Go ahead, do your thing, but just count me out of it, because I'm not interested. I'm going where I'm wanted, where I'm found, where I'm seen to be desirable. Because all I want at the end of the day is just a loving husband. I want to have children,
Yeah.
and be healthy and grow into old age, and yes, be wealthy.
Can I tell you a story about this divesting thing, Brad? Can I tell your trolls friends a story?
Okay.
Well, okay. When I used to go to school in North Carolina, okay, that's why I went to school to get my degree that I have, okay. And I
Okay.
told you that my white husband, he helped me through it. He would, pay for my books and all of that. And I actually had a son already. I was a single mother with my son Benjamin, okay. And whenever I needed something for Benjamin here, I'll go his clothes, his shoes, whatever. Greg would always be there for me and pay for whatever I need to pay for. Anyway, I have an older sister that went with a white boy, and he had a friend that worked in Pizza Hut with him, okay? And it was a black friend. Now, keep in mind, he was telling them stories about this black friend. He had two baby mamas. He never saw his kids, never paid for his kids. And he actually liked it me, but he knew I had a boyfriend, which is my husband now. So I have a question to your troll friends, and please ask them for this for me.
Okay.
Which one should I chosen? So, because according to them, I should have chose the black dude with the baby mamas who worked from job to job, and he wanted me to cheat on my boyfriend for him. And I
Uh-huh.
told him, no, I'm not going to do that. He said he's not going to know. He's not in the state. And I said I would know. And so, basically what they're saying is just because that guy was black, I should have chose him over my white husband who helped me better myself. So ask those so when it comes to divesting, it's not that you're just divesting away from black men, period. You're just remove the race component. You're making a smart decision. You're making a intelligent decision. And that's what I did. Remove the black and white from the race of the equation. I made a smart decision. So why would they not want to make me to be on my side when I made that smart decision just because the one that I didn't go for was black and the one I did go for was a white man?
I don't know. I mean,
I'd have to
you
say
got to
walk
look at
away
it
from all of
logically.
them.
Who's going to treat you better? I mean, and I think maybe that's what divestment is going for the best option, and it might
Right.
be one of a
That's my
different,
opinion.
and it's not getting caught up in maybe the collective of it to where we're supposed to think a certain way, be with a certain person that looks like us, that maybe just be with that better option. And it
Yeah,
might
that's
be
what I think it means. I think divesting doesn't mean just leaving black men behind. I think divesting means not going with a black man just because you're black and he's black. That's what I think it should mean.
I was
yeah,
also going based on
agree with that.
statistics that I've heard, a lot of the YouTube creators we mentioned earlier, just hearing those statistics, and if you speak with dating coaches as well, You know, if you're really into being in a solidified, committed one-on-one relationship, and if they're telling you that you need to move in a certain region to be around the men that do the things that you like to do, because where you are, your chances of finding that are really not viable. And that wasn't hurtful, it was just honesty. The things
Yeah.
I like to do, where I was, I would not have the options of doing those and finding a guy that would like to do those things where I was located. So it's also based on where you're located. If you like to do, if you're outdoorsy and you're a nature person, then why would you be in an urban setting or an inner city?
Yeah.
You know, so those are the things that are the variables of location is also another reason why you're not open to seeing diversity if you've never been around it. So travel is important, and locations is really important and crucial.
Hmm.
Yeah, right. Yeah, when we talk about divestment, that I'm just trying to learn, but I think a lot of women is just searching for that better option, and it's not so much tearing, because black men say, you know what? And I go to these divestment channels and I do my comments and say, why are you going into these divestment channels that attack black men? And I'm not out to attack black men. Why would I? The thing of it is I think us as people should have the best option. And when you talk about divestment, they're going away from like maybe a certain culture or maybe being pinned down to a certain group of men. Well, in my case, I'm an investor. I would say I would put myself in that category where I look for a wife, which I did many years ago, but I was looking on an investment because I need a wife that's going to be, attraction, part of it. I mean, you got to be attracted to her. Love, I got to have love for her, but she's got to be a quality woman. She's got to have character. She's got to have my back, and she's got to love me more than anything. And in fact, in a marriage, the most important person in your marriage is not your mom and dad. It's not your cousins. It's not other people in your family. It's your wife or your husband. And not even your kids are as important as your wife and husband. And that's my thing. My wife is the most important person in my family. And you know what?
Yeah.
I could lose everybody else before I lose my wife. And I hate to put it that way because I don't want to lose my mom, dad, cousins, none of that stuff, my brother. But you know what? The most important person is my wife. And she's more important than any person in my family. And you know what? Anybody that attacks my wife or tries to make me stray from my wife, you know what? You're done because my wife is the most important person. And you know what? My wife is that prize. She's precious. And when I talk a lot about my wife, Sandy, you know her name. And she's beautiful and she's had my back and she's been in my military career. All 20 years she was there. She took care of my kids when I was deployed. The times I spent in Iraq, the uncertainty, the hardships, the stuff she had to put up with. And she had to make it happen while I was doing what I was doing. And you know what? She never complained. And she never told me that I needed to leave what I was doing. And you know what? She had her dreams. She had her career. And she threw that to the side for me. You know what? That there is submission. You know what? And when we talk about, and I hear so many men say, women need to submit, and it's biblical, and it is. But you know what? My wife submitted to me because she put what I was trying to do with my career my dreams, and what I was trying to do. She put me first. And you know what? She never attacked me for it. And you know
I
what?
think that's why so many black men don't, not all black men, but a lot of people don't like you, Brent, because you're promoting black and white, right? Black women with white men. And I think they realize you're promoting something that's going to take us away from them. And and you don't deserve it. That's what I think they feel.
Well,
Then you're
that's fine. But here's the thing. Logically, looking at that, 1 out of 4 black women get married, right? A lot of these pro-black groups say that. They even admit it. But here's the thing. If only 1 out of 4 black women are getting married, what's with the other 3/4? Why would they even care if a white guy gets 1 black woman? I'm just saying.
Well, basically because they, like, it goes back to what I said. They'd rather see a struggle than to be with a white guy, because it's
Listen,
like
I promise you, I was on a predominantly black another podcast, and they were talking about relationships and things and dating and so, and that's the reason why I got on it. And when I made the comment of, you know, the how is successful interracial marriages are more successful than some same race marriages, and how looking at it seems that, you know, that our options are limited with black women against black men with the 4-to-1. I said, so I said on the panel, I said, I think that black women, who's the least race of women that's getting married, I think they need to explore their options and broaden their horizons. And boy, you should have saw the black men that came after me when I said that.
I bet they did.
Oh,
but
they came after me.
Yeah, but they can have the white woman all they want, though. See, that's what pisses me off. If you're gonna go with a white woman, then that's fine. Do
And
you,
that's what I
boo?
said.
But I'm gonna do me too, and I made a tactful decision because I'm a smart woman. I don't have food written on my forehead. Why would I take
And I
somebody?
brought that up, Amy. I brought that up. I said, do you know it's actually more black men dating more white women than black women dating white men?
Yeah, it's like 3-4 times more.
What they're scared of is the fact that it's going to be proven on a large scale that the white men are taking care of black women better than they are. They're scared of that. Narcissists are
and
they have
then
very
there's
low
that.
self-esteem.
Yeah, they're scared of that. And they're scared that people would also realize that the black women are not bad at all, after all, right? Like they've been saying.
No,
I'm pleasant as hell. I'm not bad.
No, you're good.
I hear you, Amy.
I am. I'm a very pleasant person. People are surprised how pleasant I am. They like, you're not mean. I was like, what, you want me to cuss you out? Because I can do that.
Right?
I'm going to have to get off here. I got to plug this thing in. It's about to go dead on me.
All right. Thank you, Corey.
I just got here. I'm going to miss you, Corey. I'm sorry I'm late, everybody.
Hey, Corey, before you go off,
yes, sir.
Encourage these other white men to get on this panel because, you know, and the Hispanic and Asian brothers out there, come on with me. You know what? Let's make this.
You want me to tell these young guys something?
Yeah, tell them something, Corey. Tell them the deal. Tell them the real deal. Break it down, old gentlemen.
You sounded black again, Brent.
Huh?
Gentlemen?
You're sounding like a black dude again, Brent.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No. You did it by accident. I was saying before. Yeah, that's a good thing. You're not doing it on purpose.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll try to keep it. I'll try to keep it right. Okay.
You could have said you tried to keep it real. It would have been okay too.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know that's what you really wanted to say anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
You're right.
To all the younger guys out there, I'm 51, so the ones that are younger than me. If you want, I've heard it said that a black woman is only for a grown-up man, and they
True.
only need to be with a grown-up man.
True.
So you have to be a leader. So if you're going to impress these ladies and want to get their attention, let's hear you talk.
That's right. And you know what? Black women are the prize. And you know what? Black women are first class. And you know what? Black women are most educated. And I'm going to say it again. And I'm not ashamed to say it. They're the most educated. They're the most loyal. And they're the most loving. And they're the most spiritual. And you know what, guys? If you want that, come on and talk about it. Because I'm just saying, do you want to live in paradise, first class, or you want to settle for whatever? I'm just saying.
Well, if you want a good wife, you got to prove you're a leader.
That's right.
Leaders don't sit quietly.
And black women are leading the way when it comes to all this, when it comes to education, when it comes to businesses, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to loyalty, when it comes to everything. I just don't get it. So, but anyway, okay, I better stop because I'm going to ramble on all night. And I'm going to just talk about my love for black women all night. And some people might not want to hear that. Some people might, but
I do.
About it. Okay.
Okay, well, good night, everybody. I got to get off of this.
Hey, good night, Corey.
Bye, Corey.
Hi.
Hey, nice to see you, bro.
Nice joining us again. Thank
You're welcome.
Yeah, good to see you. Okay. But yeah, I mean, gosh, I could go on all night. And my marriage, I am blessed. I'm happy. I can't even talk how good I've got it. And
listen, Brent, listen. You don't have to convince us, honey. We know. We see it. We can tell. It's in your and I love it. It's in your voice. It's in every fiber of your being. And you would have to be crazy, insane woman to not see how much you love Sandy, how happy you are, even after 27 years. Listen, that don't happen every day. And you are still in love with your wife. You guys still do things together, go places together, go on dates. So you're doing the right things in your marriage to keep your marriage and to keep your wife happy and for you to be happy. So obviously Sandy's doing something right too. So we believe me, we see it and we know it. And we thank you. I know I do, but I think I can speak for every woman up here. We thank you for the uplifting, the encouraging, the inspiring, the motivating that you give Black women, because we don't get to hear that every day.
Yeah, you ever thought about being a motivational speaker? Because I think you'd be good at it.
And we really don't get to hear that. I know a lot of Black men that are married to Black women, family, friends. They don't hear that from their husbands every day.
Very true.
We have gotten pegged so wrong of being the angry Black woman because we've had so much on us as Black women in America. So, and then to get beaten and trodden down a lot by our own Black men, because I watched this podcast. It's called Black Girl Unnoticed, and it's about nothing but all these Black girls that has come up missing. They're being killed, and they're being killed by their boyfriends and their spouses who look like them. And the number is just phenomenally large to me. So we don't get to hear this every day. And I'm not saying, before the Black guys in the Black community come at me, I'm not saying that all Black men are this way. I'm just saying, as a whole, Black women don't get to hear that every day, that we're beautiful and we're special and our accomplishments in education and things are acknowledged. Because when most of my girlfriends that I know that are in Black on Black relationships that have masters and PhDs, they usually, their men and their husbands are intimidated by their degrees. But in my experience from dating interracial, I get nothing but praise from white men as I went further in my education. But my girlfriend lost her Black husband because she went to get her master's. And because I guess he was like just a mid-level, he was really intimidated by her getting, wanting to get her education.
I've seen it so many times.
And he ended up cheating on her, and their marriage broke up. I mean, it's
I think a lot of it has to do with I don't know, just black men thinking it's demasculating for a woman to make more money than them or some crap like that. They're stuck in a very
That's something they're making up in their heads. They're making.
I think it's something they're making up too. I think it has more to do with I have no idea, I guess. I mean, I always wondered that too.
Self-destructive. They're self-destructive. It has nothing to do with the woman.
When you want your woman to better herself, or it's because it's bettering the family, not just her. So why would you want somebody that's why would you want to be next to a moron? I just don't understand that.
Exactly. It's the guy. It's his problem. It has nothing to do with her. My brother paid for his wife's master's degree because he wanted her to get a master's degree. I have a neighbor that went to try to was trying to lobby for his wife to become a judge. There are men that do that that want their wives to do better. If a guy doesn't want you to do better, then that's his problem. It has nothing to do with you. You're not emasculating anybody. It's his problem. He has to go work out.
I think it has a lot to do with control, because when you're a woman and you're independent and you're able to stand on your own 2 feet, you have more options for a spouse. And the less education you have, the more you have to lean on the man, and you have to take his whatever he wants to dish out, whatever terrible thing he wants to do to you. A lot of it has to do with control.
I guess so, but then if he's afraid, then he should aim better, right? The guy that the example that I gave about the guy that was lobbying for his wife to become a chief justice, like a judge, he is doing exceedingly well, and he wanted better for his wife. So if you're going to be intimidated by her accomplishments, then you aim higher, like aim higher and higher and higher.
And I just want to add, what woman doesn't want a man who's going to protect her? You look at the white men; they protect their women at all costs, and you see black women. We are the number one missing.
The least protected.
We're the least protected. And when you go on that list, the women who are in danger, who are missing, it's us, but we're not making the news as the one who's missing. Oh, have you seen this black woman? No. So, for me, I've always wanted the man who's going to protect me. And I've always seen over and over the white man, he protects his woman. He supports his woman. And that's one of the alluring things for me. He's not
going to let anyone disrespect her at all.
No, even when she's
not
wrong.
Not going to disrespect her in front of him.
It looks like some of them have given up. It looks like they feel like they can't even protect themselves. Maybe, I don't know, but honestly, I don't even look their way for the most part. So I don't even know.
I know that's right, Grace.
Well, I have conversations with my brothers, and I told them, I say they, when I said the whole black women are still the most unprotected race of women on the planet. How you figure that? And I gave them a prime example. I says a lot of times, when you guys see the stuff that they are doing to black women on social media, where are the black men? Some of them are standing there watching. Some of them are holding the cameras on their phones. I say they're doing everything but protecting the black woman. I say, but when that happened to George Floyd, who did you see at the front line picketing?
Black women.
Straight. Saw black women. That's black women saying, stop doing this to our black men. I say, so please don't. I say, you guys have never been to the forefront for black women. I said, I'm not saying that you won't protect your wife. I was talking to my brothers, and one of them's married. I said, I'm not saying you won't protect your wife. But I'm saying in general, overall, you can stand there, and this could be a woman that may not be your wife, or if she's not no blood relative to you, and you will hold the phone while her boyfriend is beating her up.
And
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I just saw a comment. Andrea Crowley. She's right. White men are naturally more loving.
They're raised that way.
And it's because they were raised that way. And also, I feel like they see their women as an extension of them. So if you
And black men don't see us as their extension.
Exactly. That's exactly the point.
They
So
actually see us as competition. It seemed like black men see us as competition.
and if you see something as an extension of you and you love yourself, you are going to treat that as if it's your own. And it says it in the Bible, you know, love was it love your wife as Christ loves the church. And they don't do that kind of stuff. And that's the alarming thing, because um I used to, you know, be like, okay, well, the black man will protect me. I want to be with a black man, and boy, I had a rude awakening, and when I saw that, I had more white men interested in me, and it took me a long time to realize this, because I'm like, you know, you're like, oh, does he really want to be with me? Because you know, I'm taught that I'm not the attractive one, I'm not the desirable one. So, and these are black men that are teaching, you know, that have taught me this. So, and again, we have to, black women choose to be with someone who's going to care for you, who's going to love you, because at the end of the day, that's what you want to be. You want to be able to say on your deathbed, I had what all I wanted. I did what all I wanted to do. Because I've heard people say that they don't want to be, you know, taking their last breath and not, you know, and have regrets. So I just, you know, I just please just go with who you want to be with, who's respecting you, who's treating you well. Because it's a shame, because black women, and this is another thing I want to say. I am going to mention her again, Crystalline. This is one thing I loved about her. She said, you know, when they were having those those protests around the country, and there was this one black woman that was being attacked by a group of white people. And this big white man, he came around and he literally used his body, because she was so tiny, he used his body as a shield to keep the other people, to keep people from attacking her. And guess who was right near where she was at, and he didn't do a thing?
A black man
It
with
was a black
glasses and
man.
an afro. Yeah.
And he did not, I mean, he did not care one cent, okay? And I'm not saying this white man
You
wanted
would
to
have
be,
thought you would have thought the white man would have been a relative to her, and the
uh-huh.
black man was a stranger. When I saw that, we're talking about the same video, and I think
Yeah.
we are.
Yes,
I was
yes,
just
yes,
like,
yes.
he was looking straight ahead as if he didn't know her. He
Yes.
didn't. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
And what Crystalline said, she said, girl, black women, be at home doing your petties and your manis, and what was it? I don't do my nails, but your petties and your facial, whatever. Just do that, because guess what? And no one has your back.
You go
Okay,
out in the
when
battlefield,
if
you
you
might
here
end up
you are, you're
alone.
standing up for someone that does not see any, who probably wouldn't have seen any value in you. And here you are, you're putting your, like, this woman, she could have been killed, because the cops, they were literally standing there and they didn't say or do anything. And there were, I think there was actually a white woman that pulled something off of her or threw something at her. And the man, he stepped in. It was a white man who stepped in. He was like about 6'5" or something like that. Stepped in front, and he literally used his body as a shield. And he had to, actually, he bear hugged her and carried her out of the mob, because that's what it was. It was just crazy, and with a black man standing there. And so this is, it's funny, because we keep on seeing, at least, you know, I see it, and you women on this platform see it. We keep on seeing this being played over and over again, where we are being basically thrown to the wolves, and I don't see too many black men stand up for us.
It's
We
because
just
they
don't.
don't value themselves either. You
That's true.
mentioned
Yeah,
being
I
an
think that's
extension
definitely
of
true.
you talked about being an extension of themselves, right? If they
Yeah.
don't value themselves, then how can they value any somebody, their extension, right? So that's just the thing. They're insecure. They have a lot of things that they're fighting in their minds
Hmm.
that you don't even want to be a part of, which is why I don't even bother myself arguing with them about anything
Hmm.
or being involved with them in any way. Like, honestly, even down to my work. it's like I see and I
I
pass.
have a lot of black men in my family that are like really decent. Like my uncle Walter, he's one of them. But all this has to do with just judging by individual basis because I have a lot of black men in my family who are deadbeats too. Um, so I just think they just like what Brent always says, just go for whoever it is that you want, whoever you
Yeah.
think is worthy of you and can work with you, and that's just the bottom line. And if it's a white dude, it's a white dude, and if black men have a problem with that, then they should just scratch their ass and get glad, basically,
Yeah,
because I
kick
don't care.
rocks. Kick rocks.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Excuse my French. I know this. You a Christian and everything. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I agree, ladies. To each his own. Do you do what makes you happy? Don't worry about what no one else thinks or says because they can't dictate your life and they don't have a heaven or a hell to put you in. That's what I tell them all the time when they want to get all self-righteous, with me about what my choices are. I'm not running your life. I'm not telling you who to love, who to be with, and that make whatever makes you happy makes me happy. So if you can't deal with who makes me happy and who I'm with, I'm sorry. That onus is on you. It's not on me.
I don't think these men they remember that one of the things that women value the most is security. If you're in a place where you don't feel safe, you just can't be there. You're with a man that doesn't make you feel safe. He can't protect you. He's constantly complaining about how everything is against him, and when you're trying to do better, he's not trying to better himself either. That's just not a place a woman wants to be in. You're
Right.
either
How
going
can
to
you
get the
trust
worst.
someone that can't protect you?
Yeah, it's like you're living in at least for me, it's being living in constant anxiety.
Yes, I can
Because
relate.
yeah,
Very
because I
true.
was protected where I'm coming from. Like my parents took care of me, and I just think naturally women, we need a guy, which is why we're usually attracted to men that are bigger than us, right? Because it's that sense of safety that we need. So if you're not going to provide that, then leave us alone to find who can provide a safety net for us. When I started dating my current boyfriend, he's German. I'd run into some of these black guys in New York, and they'll make snide remarks and all these comments. But luckily he's very confident and he has a very, very strong voice. So I felt safe with him, which is why I ended up being with him. But if you're not going to provide that kind of safety, then leave women alone, let them go find where they feel safe.
Absolutely. They want to feel safe. They want to feel secure. They want to feel protected. They want to have peace. A lot of times, Black women tend to realize when they're with a white guy that they can relax and let their guards down a little bit because they are not having to be so defensive. They're not having to be so, especially single Black women or women raising children. The high levels of stress starts to come down, and they can actually breathe and exhale, and because they're in something that is pleasant and healthy for them. So they and then we can let our guards down and give that feminine energy back to that man that's given us all the masculine energy that we feel and we want. We want that protection. We want that security. We want that safety net, and you're loving on us and you're treating me good, and you're being a born leader and you're leading by example in the household as a man. Because I like a manly man. I like an alpha male man, like take care of the business, baby. Because at the end of the day, like Corey said, and pay attention to this, ladies, when he's gone, he want to know that he got a woman that can take care of the business, that can push them buttons, that can make them phone calls and gonna have his back when he's, unable to do it. So we need, again, listen to what the men are saying they want too.
What
Yeah,
I
and I
don't like
think
about black, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say, like, all of these domestic violence comments, it triggers. It's a triggering thing. Just coming from trauma. I don't think I disclosed this, but my dad shot my mom, when my sister, she was in 79, I was born in 81. So
Oh
I
my
didn't,
God.
so like hearing all of this stuff, we kind of normalized all of these traumas. So
I'm
I
sorry
don't,
to
you know,
hear that.
my condolences to everybody that's experienced trauma, but
Wow.
witnessing,
Absolutely.
yeah, it was like bombs over Baghdad in my house. And so just because you come from a two-parent household does not mean you're going to have um uh, and you know the same outcome, you know. So
I
Absolutely.
I
actually
just
had a
reading
sad
some of the
life
comments
too. I actually
in
have
the
a sad
question.
life too myself.
But
Pretty freaking sad.
I think for the majority, majority of the Black women have experienced some form of trauma, whether it be, verbally, mentally, emotionally, physically, sexually,
yeah, by the
domestic
time I was
violence.
9, and a lot of people would say like, you know, you haven't had many boyfriends and things like that. I said, well, by the time I was 9, I had already been penetrated, molested by a boy, a girl. So I had, you know, I was totally just, and then high school was just trauma. So I just really kind of like turned myself off to just even looking at men at a young age back in,
I'm
this
so
was like 20
sorry to hear
years
that.
ago. But I hope like these Gen Z girls aren't going through, you know, so because I'm an 80s baby, so it's kind of, I'm seeing the comments and some of the things that are still going on in the community. So I'm pretty certain
Oh,
it's
absolutely,
still
April.
we're
Oh, it
fighting
is.
about.
April, believe it. It
Yeah.
is, baby. It's here. And I'm so, so sorry that you went through that and that happened to you. But listen, your story is probably similar to somebody else's story up here or
It's
some I
similar to
experienced.
mine.
I didn't experience um that type of domestic violence, but I experienced the domestic violence, in my household growing up with my mom and dad, and watched the domestic violence there. So I definitely can relate. Like I said, I don't think probably, you know, if you pick 10 women in a lineup, 9 of them probably didn't experience some kind of trauma in their lives is in the Black community. And it's unfortunate that it's
And you
so.
know what? And you know what the response is amongst black men is white men do it all of the time. That's what it was told in my household. Or
They do, but that doesn't make it right.
every time there was a crime, it was, see, you know, white men do it too. See, white, it was always a comparison. I will have to say, I have, looking back at my dad, he's an awesome person if he kind of combated some of his demons, but he stayed comparing himself to white men. I don't think he realized it, but he did.
Oh,
He really
wow.
did. A lot of black men did. They looked up to that white guy. He's a Western cowboy. You guys know his name. I don't. Clint Eastwood. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of black men grew up idolizing white men, particularly in movies.
Yeah,
The
because that's all they saw on
Godfather,
TV. That's
all,
all they
you
saw
know,
on
so
TV.
they grew up idolizing a lot of behaviors, and they would always compare themselves. Well, my dad, I always would hear him making comparisons against black males versus white males, and this was in the 80s and 90s. So
That's
Yeah.
a
I
shame.
don't know if it was going on then. Goodness knows what it's like now.
That's a shame. It's kind of like that now. There's a guy that I dated that we had a squabble, and he started talking about if what something about a white guy, and I was like, what does that have to do with the conversation? Like, why are you comparing yourself with a guy, a fictional white guy that doesn't even exist? Like, so apparently there's, obviously there's some insecurities there. So
And the thing about the Black community is because we grew up in a culture of sweep things under the rug, don't talk about it. Don't get that Black man that's beating you locked up. That's your kid's father or that's your husband. What are you gonna do if he gets locked up and go away? And a lot of Black women didn't do it for those reasons and other reasons. If the Black man was the breadwinner in a household, what was the woman gonna do? I remember when my mom finally got brave enough to leave my dad, and I can contribute to domestic violence. I grew up with my dad being an alcoholic. Now my dad was a wonderful man when he wasn't drinking. So I always dreamed of having the husband that was that part of my dad, that was the good provider, the do the manly stuff around the house, clean, cook, like he could do, wash, could do anything. But Lord let him get some alcohol in him. He became a whole nother man, and then he want to put his hands on my mom. My mom took that for years because we were small children growing up. She was a housewife. My dad was the breadwinner until she finally had enough, and she finally left. And I didn't understand it because I was so young. I was like 9 years old. But when I grew up and know and what domestic violence does in our communities, I told my mom, I'm so glad you left, because if you'd have stayed, I said, I didn't understand it then because I was a kid and I just thought mom and dad were supposed to be together no matter what. I says, Mom, you lucky to be alive, because so many women don't come out of it alive. So when we don't, and Akita, who said she works in law enforcement and says she tried to talk these women into having these guys locked up. Listen, we have to stop as a community, as women, period, protecting these men that are doing this to these women and not having them locked up, because these are the same men that are getting out of jail on bond and they coming back, and then the next time they're killing these women and they're becoming a statistic. So, we have to work through those type of things.
Man, y'all making me want to reveal what happened to me, man, because I usually don't say nothing about it.
And as Black women, we don't talk about the trauma. Well, for me, I know I did, because I went to therapy, so that's why I can deal with it better, and I'm a lot more older and mature. Therapy was the best thing that happened to me. I'm telling you. So I would encourage, if you have not gotten therapy and you're still dealing with the trauma and this conversation is triggering that,
Yes, it
please
is
do so.
actually. It really
Please do
is.
so. Yeah, get there. When I tell you guys, therapy was the best thing that ever happened to me. I promise you. I was able to forgive myself for a lot of things. I went through sexual abuse. In my 30s, I was raped. R word. I shouldn't say it. They say you're not supposed to say it. And all of this was by people that looked like me. So you understand what I'm saying? But I can stand here today telling you, as a person, as a Black woman that went through extensive therapy for over 10 years to deal with it, to forgive myself, thinking things were my fault for the guilt that I had. I had to deal with forgiving my mother because I blamed her for a lot of things, and then I learned things about my mother that I didn't know that had happened to her. So it was like a vicious cycle in our community. But I talked my mom into going to therapy. She hadn't dealt with her stuff that had happened to her. Therapy. I encourage you, because that was the best thing. I used to couldn't talk about it. I kept it down inside until one day I had a nervous breakdown, like literally, and I was hospitalized. I contemplated not wanting to be on this earth anymore. So listen to what I'm telling you. And I was in my 40s when I had the breakdown, when it hit me, because I went through a bad breakup. And that affected me, but it triggered everything else in my childhood that I had pushed down and like out of sight, out of mind, and didn't realize it was hurting my body. So then when my body breaks down and my nervous system break down and my mental breakdown, and I'm driving a car on the expressway and thinking about just driving it into the freaking thing and saying, I don't want to be on this earth no more. I drove myself to the hospital and I got help.
I
And
used to
that's the
be a
only
real
thing that
bad
saved.
lush. I used to be a real bad drunk, and I didn't realize why I was doing that so bad. I'm actually been sober for like 2 years.
For you,
Because,
Amy.
huh?
Good for
Yeah,
you.
we're
Oh,
still
thank you.
over 3 hours.
Congratulations on your sobriety.
Thanks. But I was thinking about therapy too. It's funny you should mention that, because I'm the black sheep of my family. I got verbally abused by my mother a lot, and the the R thing that you were talking about, I suffered through that from age 12 to 20, and that's another reason why I love my husband so much, because he helped me, and he was the only one I ever told. And I
Wow.
wouldn't trade him in for the world, and I don't care what. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little choked up.
It's okay.
Sorry.
And you
Okay.
shouldn't trade him for anything in the world, because he's the one was there, with you through all of that. But Amy, please go to therapy. I'm telling you, listen,
I
I will say,
apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. Go to
Mm.
therapy, baby. Listen, go to therapy. I'm telling you, and you have to just get it all out and talk to them. It's non-judgmental, it's private, and it's personal. Do that for yourself, because it will make you a stronger woman. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. But listen, I am a better woman for it. I'm a stronger woman. I learned to deal with what happened to me was not my fault, because that's the most thing that we blame as women. We blame ourselves. It should have been something I could have do. Maybe if I didn't say that. Maybe if I didn't dress like that. Maybe if I didn't talk like that. Maybe if I didn't act like that. This one happened. No, 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 no. What happened to you and what happened to me was not our fault. And we just got to learn how to talk about it, to get therapy and go through it. And believe you me when I tell you, I was a mess by the time I got to that hospital. I was a mess. Therapy is what did it for me. But you got to
He
be honest and raw and open, and you got to work through it.
he blamed me for that too. I remember we had a big argument about it, and all that, and he was like, "Oh, you don't forgive me, and it's and you're just holding this against me, and blah blah blah." I was so angry because he blamed me for that, for what he did. He blamed me, and I'm still
Well,
hurt by that.
yeah, and that's what they do. Try the reverse psychology to make you feel guilty. But you don't have to feel guilty. There's nothing. How in the world can a child or a teenager be responsible for what a grown adult that had more strength, more power, more control over them do to them? How?
Brent would never do that to his daughters. He would never do that. And so
Of course,
I just like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I apologize.
No, it's okay. But as someone that's been through that and is older, I'm telling you, therapy helps. It helped. It helped save me. It helped save my life. It really did. It really, really did. I did 10 years of it. That's how much I needed baggage. I needed to let go, forgive myself, forgive my mother, all the things I blamed her for not being around. My mother had, when her and my dad split up, she had to go to work. So we getting stuck at home with the babysitter. That's a teenage boy or a young man, and he's being home left with girls. So what do you think happened? So I blamed my mother, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't know, and I didn't tell her. I did not tell my mom until I became an adult, because adults twist the minds of young girls and young teenagers, and they groom them and they bribe them with money and candy and whatever it is. This is just our little secret. That's what pedos do. That's what they do.
That's
And then make it look like it's your fault, but it's not your fault, Amy.
He would enable me too, because I was a drunk by the time I was 16 years old, and he'll
Wow.
buy it for me.
Yes, of course. That was his way of shutting you up, pacifying you, and keeping you subdued. That's what they do. Manipulators. They are master manipulators. So, baby, yes, please, please promise me you'll go to therapy and get some therapy. And you too, April, if you need it, and any other woman on this panel. And I hope that what the words I'm saying that are coming out of my mouth that are piercing your hearts, because we as Black women have so many unresolved traumas, and a lot of times we take those things into relationships without even realizing it and knowing it.
Well, it's nice to see my son, Benjamin, my oldest son. He says, "You ain't drunk in a long time, Ma. You made a good decision. I'm proud of you," and that make me smile.
Exactly. And you're doing the right thing. You did the right thing by stop drinking, because you can destroy your life. You got children to live for. You got a wonderful husband, sound like it. but you got to go get well for you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks for sharing that, Patrice. I mean, you are truly a diamond. It's just like that really needed to be said, because I've been seeing stuff like that. I've been running across stories like that with women who have been, or girls, and I have met a woman or a young girl that was ARD, and I could tell that she was really scarred and traumatized, and she found peace in talking to me about her situation, and I couldn't do anything for her, and I'm just happy that you're speaking because someone can, and I'm happy Amy and April can hear you and have some kind of connection with you, because it's so needed in the Black community. It's so needed. And I was wondering if we could, I mean, Brent, is it all right if we could pray for each other? It would be nice if we could pray for each other. And
Thank you, Chad and panel. I appreciate that. And I really mean every word I'm saying, because I love my beautiful Black sisters. And like I'm probably old enough to be all your mothers. So I mean this with wholeheartedly.
Hey, ladies, yeah, we can pray for each other. No doubt about it. Of course, we need to. And I've been sitting back for quite some time and listen to the stories and listen to you ladies speak, and I'm just sitting back here and I'm getting emotional with this stuff, and I'm just like, you know what? And ladies, I want to tell you, each and every one of you are special. And Amy, keep your head up. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
And you know what? And each and every one of you ladies are beautiful. And I want to tell you, as a white guy, growing up in a white community, growing up in a white, well, no, I lied. I grew up in a Hispanic community because my parents were teenagers and my dad lived where he can afford, so it's mostly Hispanic. And number two was white. I'm from New Mexico. But, and the community I'm in is predominantly white. But we do have Black people in there. And we have every group in there. And when I hear the topic, the Black community, you know what? There ain't no such thing, because people are living where their economic where they're economically allowed to live. Let's put it that way. But anyway, I was listening to you ladies, and I got emotional. And I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to speak from the heart. And me and my wife, we've had a good marriage, and we've been married for over 27 years. But I'm telling you, ladies, you have value. And I'm telling you, and Black women, gosh, when I was a boy, when I was a young man, teenager, and when I grew up, Black women were such a big thing to me. And I was always so attracted. And even when I was 5 years old, I was attracted to you. You know why? Because of your heart, because of what you had inside you, because of what you stood for. I seen the true love. And I'm telling you, when I grew up as a teenager, when I was attracted to women, when I was a man, you know what? Black women were always my first choice. Black women were always number one in my heart. And they always are number one in my heart. And if anything was to happen to my Sandy, I would never marry again. But if I did, it would be a Black woman. You know why? Because they're beautiful, they have a big heart, they're spiritual, they're loyal, and gosh, you know what? I could break down in tears because you women are more precious and more beautiful than you even know. And it is so awesome. And God opened my eyes when I was a young boy, and they've never been shut since. And, you know, my marriage with my wife, you know, ladies, you are more special. You're more beautiful. You're more of a blessing than you even know. And that's why, you know, I come on YouTube and I glorify you. I put you on a pedestal. You know why? Because you deserve that. And you know what? You're beautiful. And you know what? You're loyal. You know what? You're spiritual. You know, you have a love for God that's just so amazing. And, you know, and with me and my wife, you know what? I don't deserve my wife. There's no way I could. And, you know, I don't know. I just, and I'm speaking truly out of emotional. Black women, you're the most beautiful women on earth, hands down. And you know what? As a white guy that didn't grow up around black people, well, yeah, there were black people in our community. There are black people we were friends with. Yes, my parents were friends with black people. But you know what? I seen the true heart. I seen the true character of black woman. And you know what? When I started dating black women, I never wanted nothing else because you ladies are more special than you even know. And you're a blessing from God, and you are more precious than you'll ever know. And you know what? If there's black men that out there that don't want you, God help me, I want you. Because you know what? And a lot of men like me want you because we see the true blessing. And I got my Sandy. That's my wife from now into eternity. And God,
you.
I hug her every night. And I love her every night. And you know what? I break down in tears when I even think of how precious a blessing she is. And you know, ladies, you're so, and I listened all night. And, you know, you talk way more than I did. But you know what? That's a blessing. Because I listen to you talk. And I see true people. And I see these, you women, and you're so special. And you're first class. And you know what? When it comes to stats, when it comes to marriages, when it comes to education, when it comes to business, when it comes to success, black women, you lead the way. And society might not tell you that, but I'm going to tell you that. And I'm speaking truth. And you know what? The black woman was always my fantasy. That was always the crush I had. That was always the woman I wanted to be with. And God help me. I had that. And I have that now. And it's been such a blessing. And ladies, you don't know how much value you have. You don't know how much beautiful you are. And really, I mean, doing this YouTube, I hope that I could push a blessing towards you because you have more value than you even know. And you know what? Men of other races are going to cling to you. Men of other races are going to come for you. They're going to want you, not for a desire, not for an experience, but to be their wife. And you know what? When I went after black women, I wanted a black woman not to be attracted to me, not for an experience, but to be my wife. And you know what? God allowed me to have that. And you know what? I could die tomorrow and I'd be the most blessed man on this earth. And I'm speaking from the heart. But anyway,
That's beautiful, Brent. Thank you so
when
much.
I
I
get off
so
this line,
appreciate that.
I'm going to be choked up. But ladies, you're beautiful. And don't ever let no one tear you down. You know what? You know, some say that black women were the first women on earth, that Eve was a black woman. And you know what? I don't know. But I can honestly say that I truly want to believe that, because black women are beautiful. They're the most beautiful women on earth. And they're the most loyal. And they're the most hardworking. And they're the most loving. And you know what? Why would I want someone else? And women, ladies, just take that in. You're more special. You're more beautiful. You're more valuable than you will ever know. But, you know, you're humbled and you're doing what you need to do. And that's what makes you a blessing. And anyway, I just wanted to say that. I mean, I could.
Got something in your
Oh,
eye, Brent? You got something in your eye, don't you? Cataracts or
oh,
something?
it's so
Yeah,
special.
I'm cheered up. It's okay.
Thank you. We so needed that, and we so appreciative of that. And I think that tonight I came up on this platform for a reason, and then I think that that this was it more than anything. That I hope that the words that I spoke, and I hope that I was of encouragement and inspiration to the younger lady that's listening on this panel and in the chat. Anybody that I may have touched in their heart or their spirit to, in some way, if they have ever experienced any kind of trauma and never had therapy, to definitely go get the therapy. And yeah, that's all. I love you young ladies up there. I don't know you, but I have a love for you. And they say love is blind, and I truly believe that, because you can have emotions and feelings as and intuitions for people that you've never met. So, and we all have a story, you know, but I don't know. I've never said this publicly. God put it on my heart to say it and say it on this panel tonight, and I hope that it helped someone and reaches someone.
You helped me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because like I said, I only told my husband. I didn't tell nobody else. Well, except for you guys. So, I guess if you have a barbecue, Brent, I come down and see you in New Mexico, even though I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, hey, you're always welcome. You know what? Hey, I make a good brisket, and you know what? I cook good steaks and ribs. I just love cooking. My wife is the true with her seasonings. Oh, it'd be awesome. But yeah, you'd be welcome to my barbecue anytime.
Hey, you
Oh
just gotta
yeah,
make sure you have us some men there at the barbecue.
I'll try. Yeah.
Some
Yeah, and
eligible
make sure.
bachelor.
Yeah, make sure. Does your wife know how to cook? Greens and ham hocks and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know what? My wife's family's from Texas and she Mississippi. So yeah, they're oh yeah.
I just
They
asked a stupid question. Then, heck
oh
yeah,
yeah. She's
I can
always
buy some hell out of some chicken.
oh yeah. And you know what?
Amy.
I'm telling you, you know, when my mother-in-law and my wife cook, I I just I just step out because you know what? It's going to be a blessing. Let's just put it that way.
I remember you saying that white people can't get together for a barbecue, so I was thinking if you invited us, you pay the expense, I'll come.
Yeah, that's true. You know, white people can. And here's the thing that's crazy. I got cousins in. Check this out. And some I don't even know. They're in first cousins. I got cousins in New Mexico. That's where I live. Okay. I got cousins in Arizona. I got cousins in California. I got cousins in Kentucky. I got cousins in Tennessee. Well, my grandfather was from Tennessee. I got cousins in North Carolina. I got cousins in Alabama. I got cousins in every state in the South, which I didn't even know because I'm from the Southwest. But I just did I did a DNA search, and I'm finding first cousins that are so much around me I never knew. And you know what? Us as white people, and I hate to say this, we're not family orientated, but black people are, and I love that.
You
With
guys
black,
don't have family reunions, huh?
we don't. And I tried to start. Me and my brother are starting one. My brother lives in Atlanta, and he's trying to get me out there because his job brought him there. But you know, I'm a desert rat. I grew up in New Mexico, Arizona. You know, I eat cactus and chase coyotes. That's me. And call me crazy, but I love it. And my brother grew up like that, but he's a different animal. But I love my brother. But you know what? You know, it just us as white people, we can't get together like black people do. And that's what I always, you know, I've gotten to know my wife's family from Texas because most of her family lives in Austin and stuff, and they have family reunions, and we go down there and visit, and it's always awesome, and everybody gets together. We have barbecues, we eat good, and you know what? I just want that. And then I go to Mississippi, and I'm like, with you know the other group of family with my wife, and it's all family orientated. They get together, they're loving. And the amazing thing is my family, not one of them ever told me that something, you know, hateful or tried to, tried to say anything negative. But you know what? They were a family. Even though, and don't get me wrong, they fought because somebody was supposed to bring the beans and I'm just telling you, yeah. We've been through that because somebody's beans weren't as good as the other, or they fight about silly stuff, but you know what? They're coming together. And us as white people, we don't. And that disturbs me. You know why? Because family is family. And me and my father are close. Me and my brother are close. We have activities together all the time. But you know what? When we get with our cousins, when we get with I'm talking our first cousins. They don't want nothing to do with us. Why? But black people, it don't matter how many issues they got with each other, and they got a lot of issues, but they come together. And why can't us as white people do that? And that's my thing. And that's what I'm just like, and I told my brother that, and he says, you know what? He says, and my brother, you know, he's a good man. He's a youth pastor. And he says, you know what, brother? He says, you're right. Us as white people, we suck when it comes to family. And we do. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We suck. But
well, maybe you and your brother can head the first family reunion of you guys' family and bring your family together.
And we are.
My husband's family sucks too at that.
Yeah, but we're going to. But my wife's family, I love them so much. And you know, and I want to say this too. My wife wasn't the one that was interested in white men. And I'm going to tell you this. My wife was more of a pro-black woman before she met me. Honestly.
She looked it too.
Huh?
I said she looked like the type too.
Oh, she was. And the thing of it is she didn't want nothing to do with white men is because her brother, my brother-in-law, which I love more than anything in the world, but he loved white women. And the women he got with were trouble. The women he got with got him hooked on drugs. The women he was with got him into trouble. And, you know, and I'm not saying white women are like that. He just got the wrong white women. But
exactly.
My wife seen that and she says, well, I'm not going to get it with white men. I don't want to. And it makes sense because you don't want to deal with that, right? But the thing of it is, you know, I came along and I talked to my wife, and when I approached her, she was like, you know what? I never thought I would be in love with a white man till I seen you, and I just knew God. That's what God had for me. And you know what? And here's the thing: my wife wasn't looking for a white man. My wife wasn't divesting. My wife wasn't looking in the swirl. But you know what? She found something in me that she was attracted to. And you know what it was my heart. And she'll tell you that to this day. And you know what? Us as people, we should be searching for what? People's character and their heart. And you know what?
Absolutely.
What will that lead us to? Will it be a black person, a white person, a Hispanic, an Asian? We don't know. But if we
Right.
truly,
Love itself has no color. So I think if we concentrate on all the right things, the things that God tell us to look for in our mate, and not on the superficial things that the media and social media and what the world say that we should look for as far as quality in men, I think that the right mates will be attracted to us, and we would be attracted to them.
yeah, and that's true. And you know what? And you know what? I'm going to say this too. I'm going to put this out there. And I was going to make this for another video. But, we need to look at people as people. And I'm a white guy. And the problem I seen in white men, and that really disturbs me, which really embarrasses me, and which really pisses me off, is I've looked at women, and when we talk about marriage, sometimes marriage don't work. But when we look at white women and Becky's, and I'm going to tell you, I don't fight with Becky's. I love Becky's. They just love black men, and that's what they want, and I support them on that. But a lot of times, and one YouTuber brought this to my attention. He said, you know what? When it comes to white men, if they have biracial kids with a black woman, their marriage might not work. They could get with a white woman and everything's hunky dory. And that's right. If me and my wife, it didn't work tomorrow, I could go get with a Becky and she wouldn't give two blanks about my biracial kids. You know that? I could marry a white woman. I could date a white woman, no problem. I mean, unless she's racist, but most likely I could. But you know what? When it comes to white women that have had marriages or kids from black men, they're shamed. And I hate to say this by white men. Did you know that? And I've seen it. And a lot of white men will marry women that have children from other marriages, but if they're from black men, a lot of times they will steer away from her. And one YouTuber was saying that, but you know what? He's right, because I seen it firsthand. And there's some white men that are loving, that don't care if she was married to a black man before. He loves her and he will take her in. But you know what? A lot of white men won't. And that is totally freaking disgusting. And
Yeah, I agree.
and you know what? It don't matter. And what Patrice says, you know what? When things happen, would it be better was from a black man, a white man, and I'm saying, if you had a previous marriage that didn't work out and you have kids, does it matter whether it was from a black man, a white man? Seriously?
Well, that's the thing that the black community tend to try to make a black woman feel guilty about, that if her marriage to a white man don't work out. And it's like, I see, you never went over to that side anyway. But what if she'd have married a black man? It could have been the same thing. So It's like it's people. It's not necessarily have
Yeah.
anything to do with because she was black and he was white. It's just a marriage that did not work out, and it is what it is. But how can you really say that when now they saying Crystal Lynn was married for 20 years? Like that's some time she put into that marriage. I'm sure she had children. So how can you say that the marriage, like the whole marriage couldn't have been like a total disaster? And sometimes people outgrow people. Sometimes, things change, and, in lives and relationship, people change. We don't know the dynamic to why she's getting the divorce or got the divorce. So to say that, you could say that to a black on black or white on white or Hispanic on Hispanic. You can say that to any race within a marriage.
Most of the time, people that leave the marriage, they leave because of the first sign of trouble, and then they go away because they get married initially for the wrong reasons. That's what usually the reason behind it is. Okay, I'm gonna dip off as soon as the times get rough. What I really hate is when black men be with black women when they don't have anything, but then when they get something, then black women ain't good enough anymore. So we good enough to struggle with you, but we're not good enough to reap benefits once you get something. That pisses me off.
Right. Yeah. And black men do that with black women more than black women do that with black men. Like we don't stick around through for the struggle, and then as soon as we see some wealthy white man run off and lead a black, we don't do that. But yeah, black men do that to us.
That's very interesting. So does anyone on the panel believe in investing in a man who is not doing his own thing? Would you invest in a man's future, even if you do think that it would be your future with his, or I don't know. I'm trying to say is that would you invest in the man's future, whether he's your husband, your boyfriend? Would you do that?
If he's showing initiative and he's trying to do something as in action, then yes. But if he's sitting on the couch doing nothing, then no. Because my mama always said, if you have to get up off your bed to go to work, then he should have to too.
That's right.
Yeah, and for me, like he would definitely have to be my husband. I will say that I'm not going to do it on the risk of just a boyfriend or a guy that I may not end up with, and then now I'd invested so much in him. So he would definitely have to be my husband. And if he, say if okay, I'll give you a prime example. When I was married, me and my husband, I was married for 10 years, and my husband was a head cook, but he was not certified. So in our marriage, during the time we were married, he went back to school to culinary, got his degree, went on to Cordon Bleu. So yeah, I was investing in that, but we were married. I'm not going to do it with a boyfriend or a man. Like, no, that's not, because if it don't work now, I invested, put all this time, money, and energy into that, and it doesn't work. But if he's my husband, yes, because I would expect the same thing in return with me. Because if it's your husband, if it's your spouse, you're building together. So yeah, you should invest in each other together and build together, because now he got out of school. He's making way more money than he ever did before. It took him 5 years, but we got there halfway through the marriage. So it was a great investment.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know. It's like what you were just talking about how, like, if you was it Amy or was it you, Patrice? I don't remember who said it.
Who?
But like, if you invest in someone and they just run off with this. Oh yeah, it was Amy.
Yeah, I did say that. They do that too. Mike Epps did that. That's why I'm not a fan of him. He was talking about his wife, saying she looked like James Brown, and he ugly as hell. But then he gets it, and then he goes with somebody else completely and he has other kids that are dark skinned, and he talk about them so terribly. He photoshopped his little daughter to make her look more Hispanic or whatever. Yeah, I can't stand when black men do that. We can struggle with you, but then when you get something, then it's white women are the prize and all that. I'm not saying white women are bad, but if you're gonna love white women, love them when you're broke, not just when you're rich.
Well, listen, and a prime example of that is Dr. Dre. all of those women, like from the time before he became famous up until he became famous, all 4 of those baby mamas that he left behind in Compton, California, he never was really in their lives, watching them grow up, being that that father that was in their lives like a father should. It was times when he wasn't paying child support. They would have to take him to court to force it. And then he gets with the white, her attorney lady, gives her 3 babies. Now they runs off into the sunset in the big mansion. They're in the household getting raised, top quality education. When his kids, by the 4 different baby mamas in California, would try to come to his estate to see him, they wouldn't even let his children in the house. They would have to go through his attorneys to have a relationship with their father. Now you tell me that's not problematic.
That's
That a lot of
ridiculous.
black men do. And
Yes,
now
that's
look,
ridiculous.
she's divorcing him. He got to pay her $300,000 a month for child support and alimony. And those 3 kids are living way better than the 4 or 5 that he left in the hood with their baby mamas in California and Compton. So
Because
that's the
black men,
difference that what
yeah.
black men do, to black women with a white woman, as opposed to what we do to a black man with a white man. It's a difference. So it's a hypocrisy in that. But then they want to get mad at us because we leveled up. We do the Eves, and we do the Lonnie Loves, you understand? And we do the Janet Jacksons. When we level up, it's a problem.
But even that, all the people that you just named, those women are famous in their own right. Janet Jackson, Lonnie Love, they have their own money already. So they're going with
Exactly.
who they want. See, that's the difference. They're not coming to the table with nothing. They got their
Exactly.
own shit.
Exactly. But the black community was coming for them. And like Lonnie Love say, look, she said, I love black men. I've always loved my black men. She said, but my black men ain't always treat me right. And now I have somebody in my life that treats me like I'm a queen. So y'all telling me that I shouldn't love who I love just because of his race?
You ever heard of that lady? You know that woman Precious who played as Precious? They talked about her so bad, called
Oh
her
my
fat
God,
and
yes, they
ugly and
dragged
all
her.
that. But as
Yeah.
soon as she got a white man that loved her and she was, showing off her ring because he asked her to marry her and she accepted,
Yes.
they went down on her. They said, you leaving your black man, you doing this, you doing that. Well, look how bad you talk to her. Why should she come to
Yeah.
you?
Exactly, because those are the same men talking about I wouldn't have her with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do. It'd be the same men, and that's how I shut them up. I said because you're the same men, the black men that in the communities that are detrimental to your mates and
Yeah.
spouses, relationships and health, and destroying black communities yourself because you're doing the cheating and the beating and the verbal abuse of your own women, but you want to get mad at me because I'm leveling up. No, that's the hypocrisy.
Yeah. Hey, didn't that lady Precious, the man she married, I think Kevin Samuels did a piece on that and saying that
Mhm.
she leveled down. But
Yes, Gabrielle Cinebe.
isn't he a millionaire in his own right too?
I
I
think
know
so,
he's in the
yeah.
entertainment industry. I
Yeah,
do
I
know
think
he's in the
so.
entertainment industry, but
Yeah,
yeah.
he's got a lot of money on his own. And
Exactly. As is Serena Williams, husband. They
And they were
tried to
talking
play it
stuff
with her
about her
too.
too. Yeah, they were talking stuff about her. She looked like a man. She this and that. But as soon as she got a white man and she had a baby, they talked about Serena Williams like she was a traitor and all that. Like,
But they didn't talk about the problematic relationship she had when she was with Common, the problematic relationship she had when she was with Drake, and all of these were black men. So it's not like we black women are just leaving you by the wayside and saying I'm not going to even try to date you. When we did give you a chance, a lot of them had
And you know
problematic
what?
relationships.
And you know what? I look at Serena as kind of like my wife. She was going towards the black man, and my wife was gravitating towards the black man. She was wanting to be with the black man. But you know what? Things happen. You know what? She found the love of her life. Didn't have to be the black man. But Serena Williams wasn't just throwing herself at white men. There's no way. She was dating black men, and she was giving them a chance. And you know what? This white guy came along and he met her in a resort, and he's a wealthy guy. And you know, these people are celebrities anyway. They're wealthy people, but you know what? He showed love towards her. He
But it
showed
just
her
shows you, it just
he
shows you
loved her.
too, Brent, celebrity or not, it's mentality of the man. It doesn't matter. They can be a celebrity, they can have all
Yeah,
the money in the world. If their mentality is still screwed up and they still abusing and misusing women, it doesn't matter. Rich, poor, celebrity, not. They could be all the same. So I look at the Dr. Dre's, I look at problematic celebrity men like the Dr. Dre's, just like I would Pookie and Ray Ray in the neighborhood. He just
yeah,
got more money than him.
Well, they
yeah.
say, yeah. Now, another thing I don't like is they go for the women like to Kim Kardashians who try to look like they're black women. Like, why don't you just stay with the black woman then?
Exactly, like the Kanye West is, who in his song said you leave your girl for a white girl, and he did exactly what he said in his song.
Now they getting divorced. They got divorced.
Right, right. It's the hypocrisy for me that kills me with the black man. It's like, make up your mind. Like, you mad if I do this, you're mad if I do that. Like, you can't control my narrative for me. I'm not going to allow you to do that. I'm not going to allow my black community to do that. But they don't have to live my life and live for me. I have to be happy for me. Exactly, Carol. Rich Dusties.
Yeah.
the
You know
Nick
what?
Cannons, the Nick Cannons of the world, that putting the white women on the pedestals now, and all he doing is going and popping baby mamas, popping babies out of each one of these white women, four white women that is allowing him to do it. And because he got the money, he feel the right. He's gonna talk about, oh, I love procreating, but you're not marrying any of these women. And you're talking about, oh yeah, but we got an understanding, he live a different type of lifestyle because he don't ever want to get married. He's trying to compare his life to the polygamous. No, a poly life, they're all under one roof with those men and women and having the children. That's not a poly life you're living. You just being a dusty. You being a wealthy dusty that's slinging your private around and putting in every woman unprotected. And she knows she getting the bag for at least 18 years from you of child support. But you're still a dusty, Nick Cannon.
I just call him a slut. You male slut.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I excuse my French, Brent. I'm sorry. I kind of cuss like a sailor sometimes. I apologize.
No worries. No worries. I love you. Hey,
I
you
love
know
you
what?
too.
That's
Hey,
true, Alexander. He said it. He's trying to tell Natasha Taylor abuse and violence against Black women do not get reported as much as for our white counterparts. That's the honest to God truth. They don't get the exposure. It don't. I'm telling you, go on a podcast. It's called Black Girls Unnoticed, and you will see just over and over and over and over again of that.
yeah. Oh, whoa. What did I just
Absolutely,
do?
Carol. Absolutely. Black men, yes, they don't. Yeah. And I'm not mad. That's my thing. I don't get mad at Black men because they choose to marry white women and date outside their race. I don't get mad. My son's with a white woman now. I have biracial grandkids. I said that on this panel before.
Yeah, you
His
did.
his first wife was a Black woman, and he has a daughter with her. And now his fiance that he's with now is white, and they have three. I had a set of twins in there, and then a younger one. So I'm not mad at my Black son who he chooses to love and love him. As long as he's happy, that's all that matters to me.
And you
And
know what?
as long as she's a good person.
Yeah, and you know what, Patrice, you think reasonable. You don't think in a racial lens. You don't think in a segregated mindset. You look at people as people. And that's what I love about you. And you know what? You'll accept your kids whether they're biracial, Black, or whatever.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
I love that about you. And that's what we should all be. And you know what? And and when I talk with my family knows how I am. And I'm kind of the oddball in my family because I've always had attraction to black women from the get-go. And the amazing thing with my family is they never shamed me for it. They never made fun of me for it. They just said, that's him. That's what he likes. And when I look at that, I say, you know what? Society should be like that. When you look at, Serena Williams, she's dated all kinds of black men. None of them stepped up and married her, except this white guy. And you know what? Why hate her? Maybe she was looking for a husband, and she looked towards the black man. And my wife looked towards the black man for a husband, but it never materialized. And I look at Serena Williams as like my wife. You know what? When I connected with my wife, I said, you know what? I love you. I want to marry you. And I did it. It wasn't like a thing that we gotta wait and see what happened. No, I just freaking did it. And the men she dated didn't do it. And the men she dated back in the day before me aren't married to this day. And you know what? You go with the best option. And I'm not saying that black men ain't a good option, because I've served in the Army with good black men that love their families, that been married to their families. In fact, when I got out of the Army, the job I got now is with someone I served with that actually got me my job, and it was a black man. But and people, and when I look at it, it's not the color, it's the character.
Absolutely.
This guy said, you know what, you're a good worker. I'm going to give you this job because I believe in you. And you know what, I've done a good job, and this job is a good job. And me and my wife have benefited from it. But the thing of it is why should we attack anybody? Serena Williams, she tried dating black men. She didn't, kick black men to the curb. But when she married the white guy, they treated her like she did. You know what?
Stepped up.
I think they made her husband kind of made them look bad, because as Patrice said, a lot of black men don't want to marry at all. They just don't. And so when the white guy says, hell, I marry her, he made them look bad. And he took a very valuable, intelligent and successful black woman away from black men, and that's what they got pissed off at.
Yep. And that's the hypocrisy. You wouldn't marry her when you had her, Drake. You wouldn't marry her when you had her, Common, and a couple other black guys that she dated. She dated black guys a long time before she even met her husband and married him. A long time she dated nothing but black guys.
And the thing of it is, look at it. They had the first choice for her. They could have married her up. They could have proposed to her. None of them did. But the white guy that did, he's a problem. And here's the thing. And I've looked at this so much, and I've looked at it from the 50s till now, and a lot of black women have married white men. And you look at it, you look at Diana Ross.
Yes.
She married white men, right?
Tina Turner.
She married too. She married two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, two of them, right? Diana Ross married white men. Okay. Diana Carroll married white men.
Minnie Riperton married a white man. Maya Rudolph is the offspring of that.
Yeah.
The singer Minnie Riperton, she did it back in the 70s when it wasn't that popular. Her and Diana Ross was marrying white men when it wasn't that popular. Minnie Riperton married he was the producer of he was in the industry as well. And they had two kids, a son and a daughter. Maya Rudolph is on Saturday Night Live right now. You know, a lot of people don't even know that she's Minnie Riperton's daughter.
She looks just
I do.
Hey, ladies, I'm sorry to interrupt, but grandmother's love, I want her to come on, and she's trying, but her devices are not connected. Grandmother's love, somehow I can't bring you on, but I want to. This lady is awesome. She's beautiful, and oh, there she is. Okay, I'm gonna bring her up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, there she is.
Can you
Grandmother's love, are you there?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey, welcome to the live.
Okay, guys, this is so funny 'cause it took me forever.
Yeah, it's good to have you on. And hey, this lady is awesome. She's beautiful. She's a woman of faith, and she's got a loving spirit about her. I've talked to her, and this lady has moved me. She's been an inspiration, and she's beautiful. She's awesome, and God, I'm so glad to have you on. Grandmother's love. I love you so much. You're beautiful. And you know what? Hey, say what you want to say. You're welcome on my panel anytime.
Well, thank you so much. Basically, I was just listening to all the ladies, and I had to step off for a little bit because I work from home and I was working late at night. Plus, I have my granddaughter here. So if you guys hear a little kid in the background, that would be my granddaughter.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you guys were at because, like I said, I'm kind of coming in on the tail end. I'm just surprised that you guys are still on. So I was happy that you guys were still on. So what is the conversation?
Brent, you want to tell her what we were talking
Yeah, we're just talking about interracial relationships when it comes to white men, black women, and society's aspects on that. And that's basically what we were talking about tonight. And I spilled my guts on how I feel about black women, and I started getting teared up, and I started crying. And black women are so beautiful. They bring that out in me. But anyway, that's basically
a bit of Amy. I think I heard she was kind of tearing up a little bit because of some of the stuff that she had gone through in her life. As all of us, if we live long enough, I think we all will deal with different setbacks or unfortunately, as I've shared with you, make some bad choices along the way. As far as interracial dating, I'm all for that. I have to say though, for me, I started off, I've always I was married to a black man, and then I have a son myself. I believe, was it Patrice that said she has I don't know, I don't remember. I'm getting everybody confused, but I have a son. He's in his 30s, and that's my only one, and I have 2 grandkids. But so as I've gotten older, I'm trying to be more open-minded. And yes, I think you guys were talking earlier about, is it divesting? Okay, and I forgot what it, but basically, I think I came to the place in my life where I feel like I need to extend my options. I think that's what you've always spoke about from day one, Mr. Brent, to extend our options, especially for us black women. And it's a funny thing because I remember years ago, I think, I don't know, I think I've heard some of the ladies say, I think one lady said she was 57. Well, I'm a lot older. And
that will be me, grandmothers. Wow, somebody on the panel is older than me. I am so honored.
Yeah, I'm actually 64. I'll be 65 in God.
Oh, God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate that a lot. I'm by myself and I'm still believing. Well, sometimes it catch me on the wrong day. I'm down and out. I was listening to Amy and she was kind of tearing up and on me to be the same because I would like to still have someone in my life. I've shared that with Mr. Brent. He and I have, well, we've emailed each other. Not really. It's the first time I think that we actually talked, but um, I'm definitely open. I honestly, I mean, I've dated off and on a couple of white guys, but nothing serious. Right now, I'm not really seeing anyone at all. And even though I'm 60 some years old, I still would like to have someone in my life, but at the same token, I'm not. I work from home. I watch my grandchild during the week to help my son and daughter-in-law, and I pretty much inside the house, so it's not like people come knocking on my door.
Right, but you deserve love, and the thing of it is, just because we are older and more mature and seasoned doesn't mean that we don't deserve love in our life, and we don't deserve to find someone and be happy, and that it's the be all in all for us because we are older, and we come from a more traditional, generation. Like everybody deserves to be happy. Everybody deserves to love and be loved. And I would encourage you, my sister, to please do not give up on it. Do not give up on it because I haven't gotten up on it. So don't give up on it.
I sincerely appreciate that. And I think I didn't realize how lonely I was until my mom passed away last year, and my dad passed away back in 2018. And then my mother, which it kind of caught me off guard. And me and her lived together for the last 2 years. So she was kind of like my companion. And then you don't start thinking about this stuff. It's like, oh, wow, now I don't really have anybody to talk to. And then you start thinking like, well, yeah, I would like to have someone in my life. She was kind of a distraction, if you know what I mean. My granddaughter's a distraction too, but it just doesn't cover. It just doesn't, you know.
Yeah, because we can tend to find ourselves to get caught up in work, which was what I did because I work long hours, even though I work from home. Plus, I'm starting up a little side business,
Awesome.
and yeah, just getting caught up in life and things. And I said, you know what? If I keep doing this, I will be alone, and grow old and be alone. And I says,
Yeah,
and I really want love in my life again. I would like to find a mate, and be happy with. And I said, so I had to cut my hours. I
yeah.
had to put myself in spaces where, mature adult men were. I'm online, so I'm doing the online thing because, of course, when COVID shut down, everything shut down. It's like, how you going to meet people? You know what I
Oh,
mean? So you start building relationships and, meeting people online, virtually, cyber. And it's like, okay, this is cool. So when the time is right and we need to, go come and do a meet and greet, I meet them in a public place where, like a restaurant or a bar or something. Like, you have to put yourself out there. And that's what I realized that I had to do because I had threw myself in work, and then starting a little side hustle business as well was like taking up a lot of my time. I said, okay, I'm going to cut my hours a little bit shorter, work like 2 or 3 hours less on my day job Monday through Friday than I do, and not work so much with my side business on the weekends where I'm missing my weekends. I have them off, but like I'm busy, with my trying to get my side business up. So it's like, okay, if I want a life and want to meet someone, I have to make some sacrifices. So
that's
I would just encourage you to put yourself in those spaces, maybe try online, and you never know. Don't give up on love.
that's a good point. I think, and I do need to stick my toe in the water because I think I done got a little shy, to be totally honest with you, over the years. So, um, but yeah, I do need to step back out there. But hey, I tell you one thing, ladies, it's been really nice hanging out with Mr. Brett and all you lovely ladies and just listening to everyone.
Hey,
And it's been really nice. I was telling my boy, this is like a family. Or I feel like a part of community. I don't know. I'm really charged up about that. And I finally got the nerve up. I think
hey,
has always encouraged me to get on. I'm scared.
Tell Josh to come on here too.
Well, thank
yeah,
you so much.
come
Yeah, we're
on,
glad to
Josh.
have you.
Hey,
Thank you.
but hey, let me say something on grandmother's love. This lady is a beautiful person, and I've talked to her online,
Go ahead.
and you know, I've communicated with her, and she's got a pure heart. And this woman is loving. She's got a beautiful family, and you know, she's thinking about starting her own YouTube channel. And if she does, everybody support her because
Oh,
she's got a pure heart, and this woman is beautiful.
well, pray
And
for you.
and you know, she's in her 60s, but god dang, she's beautiful.
Oh, wow.
And you know what, and I've seen some pictures of her family. Her whole family is beautiful, and they got good genes. But this woman is awesome. And grandmother's love, she's been with me, and she's watched some of my videos, and she's a woman of faith, and she's beautiful. She's got a good spirit, and you know what? She's got love in her heart, and I just feel it when I talk to her online, and when I communicate with her. I just feel an awesome amount of love,
You
and
know
this
what?
woman is beautiful. And
Miss
you know what? Hey, and she's talking about starting her own YouTube channel.
Yes.
And I don't know what the topic's going to be, but support her because this woman is pure. This woman has a good heart. This woman is of God. I can truly say that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, get it
But
started, and we
yeah,
will support you. I know I will
yeah.
because you're a mature
And
woman like
ladies,
myself. So
Thank you.
look upon her. She's a beautiful woman, and
Wow.
and physically she's beautiful,
Wow.
and spiritually she's beautiful, and the way she talks online is beautiful. Hey, grandma's love, you're beautiful, and I love you. And you know what? I
Well,
pray for you to be more successful than anything.
thank
And ladies, support her. She's awesome. I'm just
Oh,
going to just say that.
I'm not used to all these compliments. I'm really not. I'm not used to it at all.
I told Brent we don't hear this stuff like this every day. So hey, girl,
No, we
take it
don't.
in,
Not
take it
really.
in.
Look, you guys don't
Hey, Brent, I want to ask you a question. I have an idea for your show. I don't know if you want to
Okay.
do it or not. I don't know
Hey,
if you can because I'm sorry. Go ahead.
is this Amy?
No, go ahead. I'm all
Yeah, this
ears.
Amy. This
Hi,
Amy.
All right, Amy. Let me.
Hi. Well, I
Hi.
wanted to say, well, there's some people in the chat that was talking about that movie Hidden Figures. And I
Yeah.
was wondering, I don't know about copyright stuff, but sometimes on YouTube they have people that react to things like movies and videos and stuff.
Yes.
And
oh
I
Yeah.
was wondering, why don't you show that movie so we all can watch it together and give commentary?
that would
I
be
would love to. And you
hard.
know what? I'm going to look into that. And I will at least show the documentary on Hidden Figures
Oh yeah.
because these black women were, you know, it's crazy because black women have been a part of our success in our country and things that we have done. And these Hidden Figures, this movie is something that is a true fact. It's historical. And these women they weren't just women that NASA said, hey, let's do a good PR statement. Let's hire black women so we look good. No, they hired these women because they had no choice. These women they called them computers back in the day. They were mathematicians. They were women that were good with numbers. And a lot of these women were actually geniuses. And the woman, what was her name? Johnson, or I forget her name. And I'm sorry, but she lived to be 102. But you know, the astronaut, what was his name? John Glenn. He wasn't even going to launch into space if he didn't have this woman calculating his arrival, his distance, and anything. And this was a white man that requested a black woman in segregated America. And you know what? you know, history don't tell us that. And it's so sad. But these women, if we didn't have these black women working with NASA, I don't think we would have been the first nation to have the first man on the moon. I don't believe that. And I'm just looking at stats. I'm looking at what I see. But, you know, you tell me, what do you think? Study the history on that. I mean,
You know, a black woman invented the your cell phone when you touch the screen. A black woman invented the touch screen.
Wow.
you know,
And the GPS system, I heard.
Wow.
Air conditioner too.
You're probably right. And you know what?
I need to do my history.
What was that?
I said I need to study my history.
Well, the black woman finally got paid. She had sued the makers of the movie The Matrix because they stole her ideas.
Oh, wow.
Did everybody hear that?
Oh yeah, I did too. Yeah.
She just settled her lawsuit. Look, they had tried to blackball her, run her through the wingers. She was living in New York in some rundown apartment, waiting on her case and waiting on her case. They stole her script and her idea for The Matrix and made the movie, and she just settled a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against whatever was it, Universal or one of them big studios, but a black woman wrote The Matrix.
That's messed up to steal from people like that. That's just wow.
But
you're right, Miss Lady, caller ID. That's correct.
That's true. That's messed up. But black women are so awesome. They're so creative, and gosh, I mean,
well, they played a pivotal role in, like you said, Brent, the first man on the moon. And I think without their intelligence and smart and wherewithal, they probably wouldn't have made it because they needed those calculations, and
that's right.
And they wasn't getting it. So you're absolutely right.
And you know what? These women, they weren't just the average good mathematicians. They were geniuses.
They were genius. They were what we consider our modern day geniuses now. Yes. Brilliant minds.
We should watch that movie next week on Sunday, man, and give commentary.
I know. I'm telling you, I'm going to talk about it. To watch it again.
You know what?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. So looking at all this stuff we've talked about and the evidence, me as a white man, me as growing up in the white community, I'm from New Mexico. And you know what? I grew up in New Mexico. And you know why I'm in New Mexico?
Why?
You want to know why?
Yep. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. World War I and tuberculosis. You know, my great-grandfather moved to New Mexico. You know why? Because he served in World War I. And he was suffering from mustard gas poisoning.
Wow.
So he came out here because of our dry climate, and it was easier on him. But you know what? His wife died at 26.
Oh my God, that's young.
From tuberculosis. That was another disease. You know what? The man never married again. The man never dated again. You know what?
Oh my God.
The man was a man of character. The man was me, you know, 2 generations down the line. Because you know what? I met my Sandy, and I never understand my grandfather for doing that. But you know what? I met my Sandy, and you know what? I will never marry another woman in my life. Because I love her more than anything in this world.
That's beautiful.
Well, you know, Mrs. Loving never married again after her husband was killed in that car accident. You watched the movie The Lovings when he got killed in that car accident. She never married again.
She didn't.
Yeah.
The
And you
lady
know,
who was married to the guy that pretended that he was black, she never married again after he died either, and she lived to be 103 years old.
Wow.
Wow.
they-
I have a great aunt right now, bless her heart. She is in a nursing home in Chicago, and she was a nurse back in the 50s. She put herself through school, worked hard, and put herself through school, became a registered nurse. She is, if she lives until April of next year, she'll be 104 years old. So that's how old she is. She's 103. Still have all of her faculties. And when it was very unpopular in the 50s, she married a white doctor.
Oh.
And when I went to see her a couple of years ago before COVID hit, because I wanted to see her, before she, passes on, I got so much knowledge from her. She still has all her faculty. She told me the story of what her and her doctor, because of crazy, she's a nurse, even though she's a black nurse, she's married to a white doctor. They never had any children. She ended up telling me that she did have one miscarriage, and then the doctor died in his 80s, and she's 103 right now. She tells me that story like it was yesterday, and it was just
Beautiful.
it was just a beautiful love story, and she never married. She never married again.
hey, you know what, Patrice? Let me tell you a beautiful love story. I told you my grandfather from World War One that lost his wife when she was 26, and he never married again
Mm-hmm.
because that was true to love. You know, my grandmother on my dad's side,
Mm-hmm.
her husband died when he was 40, and she was in her late 30s. She never married again. And you know what? She lived to be 106.
Oh my.
106. And my great grandmother, I had such a big connection with her. And when I talked to my granddaughter, and I'm so close to my granddaughter, it's not even funny, but I play with her, I watch her Disney movies, and when I think about her, I think of my grandmother, which was 106. And her grandfather, or her father, migrated from Northern Ireland back in the late 1800s. Yeah, my family was from Irish immigrants. Yeah, that's what I am. But my great grandmother was born in the U.S., but her dad was born in Ireland, Northern Ireland. But she would hold my hand and she would tell me how much she loved me, and she would talk about Ireland, which she'd never been to. And her son, my grandfather, would say, "Well, you know what? What's so great about it? If it was so great, why did we leave it?" My grandfather was like that, kind of crazy. And I understand his logic, but my grandmother just like instilled in us what we are. And she has such a love for me, and she would hug me all the time. She would hold my hand and she'd say how much she loved me. And she would tell me about my grandfather that died when he was in his 40s, and she never married again. He was 40 years old when he died for tuberculosis. And the thing of it is there was so much love. And when I see my granddaughter, I have so much love for her. I just hug her. It's just an embrace, and I tell her I love her. And my grandmother did that to me, and I didn't spend a lot of time with her. But that's true love. She never married again. She lost her husband when he was 40, and she was in her mid-30s.
Yeah, some people just have those once in a lifetime soulmates, and they never find people to replace them.
That's from my dad's side, but from my mom's side, my great grandfather he served in World War I, and he's just fighting trench warfare, and he survived the war, but he suffered from mustard gas poisoning, and he
Yeah,
lost
that's
his
similar to the Agent Orange that the guys went through in
yeah
when they served over there, the Agent Orange and all of that stuff. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah, but he lost his wife. His wife was 26,
Yeah,
and
that's
my
very young.
grandfather was in his late 20s. He
But
was
you
a
know
young
that back then, Brent, that's when tuberculosis ran so rapid and killed so many people because there
no,
wasn't
no,
a
you're
cure or a
right.
vaccine for it. So yeah.
No, you're right. But the thing of it is he was still a young man. He could have married another
Yeah,
woman, but he
absolutely.
didn't. And
Yeah.
my grandmother on my dad's side, she was in her mid 30s. She could have married another man. She didn't.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
and back then, I don't know, it was a different value on marriage and soulmate as it is so different today. You
Yeah.
know, I think a lot of times now when people get married, if somebody dies, you know, the next year they with somebody else back married again, sometimes 6 months, and make you wonder, wow, were you with them all the time? You know,
Was it
so
it,
yeah, I know, right? It varies. So yeah,
it,
you
it,
know,
that's so true. But you know what? I could never understand my grandparents. I couldn't understand why they wouldn't get married again or be with somebody that loved them. But you know what? I met my wife, and you know what? Everything they did, everything they, you know what?
built in you?
but think about this too.
I
Even
would,
you
I
know,
would,
even in the
I
50s and
wouldn't
60s,
trade for what
Coretta
they
Scott
did.
King never married again. After Martin Luther King died, she never married again. Betty Shabazz never married again after Malcolm X was killed. These are women that these men were their one-time true loves, and
Yeah,
you know, I
Marriage
you know
get
was
it.
what?
taken more seriously back then too than it is now.
But
Absolutely.
you know what? Not all of us are different from them back then. You know, I'm like my grandmother. I'm like my grandfather, and I'm like, you know what? When you find someone that God gives you, that's it, and that's it for me.
Well, look
And
what you're saying. You're saying the same thing, Brenda. You said, you know, God forbid if something happened to Sandy, you said you wouldn't marry again.
I wouldn't, and I can confidently say that, and you know, because that's my wife. That's my everything. And you know what? My wife is, and a lot of people say, God, you put your wife in such a big pedestal, but you know what? I she deserves more than I even give her. She deserves more than I can ever want for her. And because she's genuine, she's loving, she's of God. And you know what? My wife is everything to me. So why wouldn't I would build a big pedestal for my wife? I'm just
Absolutely.
saying.
And that
You
and
know,
that's what Mr. Brent, that is so so beautiful. And I think for all of us, ladies, for me as an African American woman, that makes me feel so good to hear you speak so highly of your wife and highly of Black women as a whole. I mean, it's really touching. I can't explain it, but I'm sure the other women can relate and probably acknowledge that as well. But to see the love, to hear the love that you have for your wife and that she has for you, that's all that we can all ever hope for, want for. You know what I mean? To have something, to have a love like that. I mean, not being ignorant to the fact that in marriages, we know in any type of relationship, it's not requires work and you're facing the challenges, but at least you're going at, you're hitting the ground running. You know, you have a good running start, and you guys made a decision earlier on, you know, to stick with it and hang in there and to love each other. So that is truly a blessing, and it blesses me, and I can only speak for myself, but I just feel in my heart that it probably blesses the other ladies as well, and probably the men too who watch me, because especially for us that are single, we want that too. I mean, as old as I am, I want that. I hear that. That encourages me. That just even listening to everyone, it's like it does give you hope. And hearing your story, um, it's such a blessing. And I thank you so much for that. So, I mean, you're special. I think that you're equally as special. You're giving me compliments earlier, but I think you're, and I've said that to you in my messages. I think you're a very wise man. I do feel that. Um, I feel like you got a lot of wisdom, and I think you'll be surprised. I feel like the more and more people are going to get on board with, because they probably don't know of your channel, and I feel like more and more people will get on board to follow you. I think.
I've been trying to get my husband to, because you said you want other guys on here besides the girls too. I've been trying to get my husband to come on here. It's gonna take a little pecking, but I could get him to come on here.
Oh, that'd be so cool, Amy. Yes, try it.
And
Work on it, girl.
he's very similar to you. He liked black women ever since he was a kid too. He used to like Wilma Rudolph too. Besides, the runner Wilma Rudolph. He used to like her. Wilma Rudolph. She was an Olympic runner in the
I remember
60s.
her. Yeah.
He used to love her. She thought she was so pretty. And then he liked Thelma from Good Times. He liked it. Who else? The girl from the Cosby Show. The lady from the Cosby Show that played the mother. He liked it her too.
Felicia Rashad.
Yeah, that's it.
Let me stop you there. Let me stop. Okay, stop everything. The lady from the Cosby Show. I mean, seriously, the most attractive woman. I'm going to put this out there. Is Claire from the Cosby Show? You know what? Why? Because that black woman, and she's a beautiful woman. What was her name?
Felicia Rashad.
Yeah. She was very beautiful, and I loved her. And when I seen the Cosby Show, she turned me on.
Okay, wow. Calm down, Britt.
Okay, stop. Let me tell you why she turned me on. Okay. Because she was beautiful, but she was confident.
Yeah.
She was a loving wife, a good mom.
Yes.
And you know what? She had it under control. And that was the most beautiful thing. And that's what I always wanted in a black woman, because I was always attracted to black women. But what I always wanted was a woman that was, she was pretty. She didn't have to be a supermodel, but she was confident.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? She loved her kids. She loved her husband. And she kept it together. And
Corey wants to give a shout out to the girl on Star Trek too, the lady from Star Trek, the black lady.
Atura?
Corey likes her.
What's her name? Atura?
Yeah, Atura.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. She's gorgeous.
She is, and Michelle Nichols, that was the actress.
Yes.
Yeah. I think she's in her 70s, right? Isn't that right?
Oh gosh, she made 70s, 80s now. Yeah. She's originally from Chicago. She was from my hometown. And
I'm from Chicago too. I'm from the South Side.
I am too, born and raised.
Oh, yeah. Chicago in the house.
Yeah. So she went to Inglewood High School. She was very, very beautiful woman. Mm-hmm.
She was. And you know what? When I was a kid, I loved Star Trek because I fantasized about being Captain Kirk. And
but do you all remember the kiss between her and Captain Kirk, where everybody went crazy?
Here's the thing. And when I was a boy, back in the 70s, I watched that show. I loved that show because I thought Captain Kirk was the man.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? In my mind,
Captain Picard was better.
I had attraction from Lieutenant Uhura. You know, Michelle Nichols, the black lady.
So how did you feel when you saw the kiss, Brent? Did you
Yeah.
That was paradise, because if Captain Kirk can have that kiss, I can have it too, right?
You ain't.
Right.
Oh, you was hating on Captain Kirk. Don't do that.
Oh, Captain Kirk does that. You know what? And you know what? Here's the thing about Star Trek. And here's my fantasy on that. You know what? Captain Kirk was a manly man, and he was, you know, he was a good-looking guy, but he was macho, and he had all the ladies. But you know what? He should have put all his energy on his communication officer. You know, I'm just saying. Because she was the most beautiful woman on the show. And I'm just saying.
She had a nice shape too.
You know, my crushes were, like I said, Casey from Casey and the Sunshine Band. Then it moved from that to like Sean Connery. And then it moved from that to like Robert De Niro. And he loved black women anyway. So I was like, okay, he cool. So yeah. And then it moved from that to Matthew McConaughey, Brad Pitt.
What about Kevin Costner? Kevin Costner, Dennis Quaid, Patrick Swayze.
No, they're not my types. They're not my types.
Patrick Swayze looks better than Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Not Patrick Swayze. He just, I don't know. He wasn't my. I love the fact that he can move. You know, he had some rhythm to him. You know, but
and Hugh Jackman. Patrick Swayze looked better than Casey and the Sunshine Band, Patrice. I'm sorry.
Not in his younger years, no, girl.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I'm gonna hurt you, Amy. Now I'm gonna jump through this phone and hurt you.
Okay. You know, let's stop fighting about this. Hey, but listen, ladies, shouldn't that shed a light? These high-profile white men that are actually pursuing black women.
Oh yeah, George Lucas, the guy from Star Wars, he's married to a black woman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he showed it. Oh, Cisco and Ebert too. The guy from Cisco and Ebert.
Yeah, he married a black woman. Mm-hmm.
Seriously, ladies, think about it.
Yeah.
Black women, you don't think you're the prize? Oh God, you are the prize. And in fact, you know what? Your stock and value goes up every day. And I've been blessed to see the beauty in the black woman. I've been blessed to see the blessing of the black woman. But you know what? Men of power, men that have riches, men that are famous have married black women. White men have married black women. And think about it. Look at Eve. You know, she married a billionaire. And this man could have had any woman he wanted, black, white, it don't matter. But he chose Eve. Why?
Right, and he was married to a white woman and has I think 2 kids. But he talked about always having an attraction for black women. And then I don't know, how him and Eve met, but Eve had been mistreated so bad by a lot of black guys, in the rap, in that rap community that she
was abused.
Yeah, like Stevie J, like guys like them, like she went through a lot before, like I said, these women go through a lot before they get to those type of guys. And then they get those type of, and it's not like she need him for his money because she's a millionaire. So she don't need him. A millionaire don't need a billionaire. You know what I mean? And now they're trying to have a baby. That's why she got off of the talk. She stopped. Yeah, she's no longer on the talk because she's trying, her and her husband is trying to have a kid.
She has changed so much over the years. She's really grown into, she's changed into a really lovely lady.
Absolutely. Yeah. She has. Yeah, her, Sierra, even though, I love, and you want to talk about wonderful black on black love, Sierra and Russell. Russell Wilson. Oh my God.
And here's the thing. Oh my God, I'm glad you brought that up. And people say, you know what? You have your channel.
Now
You
that's
hate.
a high quality man there, baby.
You know what? You do this, and you're just in cahoots to attack the black man. No, you know what? Russell Wilson is a quality man. Russell
Yes.
Wilson is a man I look up to. Russell Wilson is a man that, you know what? I have the utmost respect for. Because you know what? That man married Sierra. Well, Sierra is a beautiful woman. Don't get
Yeah,
me
she's
wrong.
gorgeous too. She's gorgeous. Yes.
Some
I
stuff.
mean, she's fine. Let's put it there. She has a son, right?
Yep.
And you know what? He accepted her and her
Yes.
son.
Yes.
And you know what? He loves her. And you know what? He brought them into his and with him to his family. And you know what? That's a quality man.
She stepped
And you
up
know
and she
what?
adopted. He adopted her son because his daddy, Future, the
Yes.
rapper, is a loser
Yes.
who got
Yes.
7 other baby mamas. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And didn't, never stepped up to the plate for his own child. This man came in, swept this woman off her feet, took her and her child in.
Yes.
He
Yes.
leveled up for real.
That's a good way to notice a quality man too, if you already have a kid.
Hey, and seriously, ladies, you know what? People accuse me of being anti-black man. No, I'm not. You know what? This black man is the ultimate man. This is a man that I would look up to. This is a man that I would ask advice when it comes to marriage.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've been involved in my marriage for over 27 years, but you know what? Russell Wilson is beautiful. Russell Wilson is a man I look up to. And just like my brother-in-law, I look up to him. And just like my wife's father, I look up to these black men. And I have love for black men. Don't get it twisted. I do. But
Right.
I look at statistics. That's my thing. But you
Exactly,
know what?
because for black women, it's very rare and very limited that a lot of black women are going to find some Russell Wilsons. Let's keep it real now.
No, you're right. That's true. But you know what? Russell Wilson is a valuable man. Wilson is a man of God, I would say. I don't know his
Yes,
face.
he is. Yes, he
that
is.
man married that woman that he loved, and he took on her son, and that's beautiful. And you know what? I have
Absolutely.
the utmost respect for Russell Wilson.
Absolutely. So
We're
yeah,
not
I
bashing black
cheer their
men
black
at
on black
all.
love. I cheer it. I love it.
We're not bashing black men at all. We're giving constructive criticism. That's all I look at it as.
And you know what? When these trolls say, "Well, what about black love?" You know what? I would say, you know what? Look at Russell Wilson. That's true black love, because it's a black man and a black woman that found true love, and I celebrate it. I love it, and I come to tears, and I pray for these two, because you know what? That's true love, and true love has no color. I'm just saying.
Yes.
But anyway, you know what? And that's what me and my wife have. We have true love.
Yes.
You know, I'm not a super athlete. My wife ain't, a music entertainer. But, you know, me as a man and me as Russell Wilson, we're almost the same. You know why? Because we love our wives. We love our family. Yeah, he's a superstar. He's a super athlete. I'm an average blue-collar guy. But you know what? I can connect with that man because, you know what? He's got character. And God bless him. God bless Sierra. God bless, her son.
But that's what makes the difference, Brent. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's what it doesn't matter that you both are still high quality men, not because of he has more money than you. It's the character of the man, how you treat your wife, and you know what you stand for as a man, your values, your morals, your scruples. Those are things that make the high quality man. The fact that you love your wife and your children and your grandchildren, and the same with as the Russell Wilsons of the world, men that are like that, whether they're black or white. Those are high quality men.
Yeah.
It's a nice brother on YouTube, has a channel. His name is Anton Daniels. He's a millionaire, black man, married to a black woman. They out of Detroit, Michigan. I watch his channel all the time. He promotes marriage. He promotes these black men marrying these black women. He's for it. So I support that brother in that, because he's trying to tell these black men, step up, marry these black women. Don't stop being baby daddies and dropping your sperm all over the place. Like, do the right thing. And he's a Christian guy. He's a Christian guy. He's a millionaire.
Hey,
Josh even said in the comments, that people call that Wilson guy a simp. And whenever you have somebody who's a man that's real decent, they're always looked down on.
Of course,
and it's the men that have the baby mamas that leave the woman by herself. They're praised. I don't understand that shit. I honestly don't.
Exactly.
Hey, listen, ladies, if Russell Wilson is a simp, God help me. Make me a jersey with a big S and call me a simp.
Right.
That man is beautiful. That man is a quality man, and I want to be like that quality man. So
yeah, I don't know. The people that do the right thing.
I'm just saying.
People who do the right thing are always looked down on. Like, people look down on single mothers, even especially a black single mother. I think a black single mother should be praised because she's taking care of her kids. She's doing what she got to do. If you're going to look down on somebody, look down on the dude that left her.
That's right. That's right. Hey, ladies, I got to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. It's been over 4 hours. But let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. Ladies, you could go ahead and talk to each other. And,
you've been holding it for 4 hours?
Well, we see Corey's back on the panel. Let's hear from Corey.
Hey, Corey. Hi, Corey. I missed you. I'm sorry I was on colored people time.
Okay. I'll be back. All right.
Oh, goodness.
What's so funny? Everybody always thinks I'm funny. I'm not that funny, am I? I don't think I am.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Amy, you're that funny. You're that funny.
I think it's a conspiracy, so, but whatever. If I can bring a smile to your life, right on.
There you go.
This is a long show. I know that.
I hear you laughing.
We're going on 5 hours.
Yeah, you're right.
We're going on 5 hours. In 10 minutes, it will be 5 hours almost in 10 minutes. Like,
well, for me, it's like 2 because I was late. But
it's great content though. That's what I love. Like we're covering so much of what's going on in interracial relationships, what the problem is with black men, what's the problem with black women and why we can't find love, what's going on with us, what's the situation with white men, and what's the thing that that we can come together and get, which I don't think is going to ever happen. I don't think black men is going to ever truly accept the fact when they see black women crossing over and dating interracial, and it just is what it is. I know some black women that do have a problem when black men date white women. I'm not one of them, but like I said, my son's dating a white woman right now, and it's like, whatever, as long as you happy, she's happy, and my grandkids are happy, I'm happy. I don't care. I'm a to each his own type of person, but people choose to insert their own personal beliefs and things on you to, like I was saying earlier, try to make you guilt trip you. And that's a lot. That's what happens a lot in the black community. And it's starting to happen in the white community with the white women that's coming at the white men like that. When they see the white man with a black woman, I went out, with my white dates and have gotten the stares and the stop noses. And for the most part though, they feel insecure because their white man is looking at me too. And now his mind is rumbling and she's looking at him like, don't even think about it. Don't you even think, but it is what it is, and I don't let anybody dictate my life, because when I was a child and underage, I let my mom and my dad tell me what to do and mold me. Once I became an adult, I make my own decisions and my own choices. And I think that even now in this day and age, a lot of the younger generations are struggling with that. So when they get to go out in the world, especially the Aries of the world, she's 17. I really didn't know a 17-year-old was on this panel with us, but she's so young, and she has so much of the world ahead of her, and she'll get to maybe possibly explore her options when she go to college, especially if she goes to a mixed race college. If she goes to historically Black college, then she's definitely limiting her chances of finding her a
Yeah, I
white
don't
man.
think
But if
she's
she
ever going to do that.
yeah, but if she goes to, a mixed race college, then she can possibly meet her, a white guy and start dating, outside her race, like it seems like she so wants to do. So if you're listening, I would encourage you, once you graduate from high school, do not go to a historically Black college. If you want to date outside your race, go to a more predominant mixed race college, because the actress and comedian Aisha Tyler, that's where she met her husband. She's a Black woman, comedian, she's a celebrity, and she met her husband, who was a white attorney, at Dartmouth College. Even though they divorced now, but they were married for long over 20 years too. But they met in college. So that's a perfect place to once you get out and broaden your horizons and get out from under the arms and the hands and of her mom and father, then she can explore her options and broaden her horizons, in college. Oh, Brent's back.
Hi,
Brent.
Brent.
Sorry, I had to use the bathroom. It's been so many hours. God, we've covered over almost 5 hours, but this is beautiful.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. That what we got about 6 more minutes, and we'll be 5 hours on the head.
Can we watch Hidden Figures next Sunday? Because now I got the idea in my head now.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna do this every Sunday because that's a day I have that's off. It's a safe day off. And you know what? I'm gonna do this every Sunday because I love it. You know what? I love YouTube. You know what? I call me crazy, but I love connecting with people. I love telling my story with my interracial marriage.
I agree with that, Miss Lady. Sorry, Brent. Oh, she just hit something on the head. Yeah, those country singers are hot guys. I agree totally, Miss Lady. I love that. I love them. Oh yeah, they're so sexy. They're hunks. So yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
Okay. No, but seriously, I love doing this YouTube thing. It's a fun hobby for me. I love it. I love connecting with people, real people. And you know what? They've lifted me up. And I think I've lifted some people up too.
Yeah.
And, it's a love we can have with people that aren't like us, that, and I've connected a lot with Black women because I show a lot of love towards Black women. And here's my thing. You know what? I've been blessed more by Black women than any other group of women. And I'm going to just put it out there because it's truth. I've always been attracted to Black women, and Black women, gosh, you are so beautiful, you are so awesome, and your character and the connection of being with you and your spirituality and your emotions. That just made me fall in love so many times over. I can't even say. And my
Thank
wife.
you, Brent. We appreciate it. Brent, can I ask Corey a question?
Yeah, ask Corey.
I'm sorry to cut you off before I forget. Corey, you said you were in Oregon. Now, you date interracial women, you date Black women. So what are your options out there? Like, how has your experience been for you with finding good quality Black women that you're dating or want to date in Oregon of all places?
Well, you can't say of Oregon and all places because I live on Interstate 5, which is the main artery between Seattle and Sacramento. I mean, if you get off the beaten path of the interstate, it changes in the dynamic. But yeah, because I-5 is the main artery. It's highly diverse right here.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But
I just never pegged Oregon to, like, I just never pegged Oregon to have a lot of Black people there.
Well, I think there's right around 2,000 in the town I live in.
Okay.
And because I've done my research, it's like I only need one.
Right, exactly.
Honestly, I haven't dated a Black woman yet.
Oh, you haven't yet? Okay.
No, well, because I'm not doing the single scene. I'm not out there on the dating sites or nothing. I did it for 6 months, maybe a year, and then I was like, this isn't my world. I'm going to stick to the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
And
so what's been your experience? I mean, are you shooting your shots, or like, where are you at right now in your process?
Right now, I pretty much, for the most part, I just I smile at them when I go through the stores, and yeah, it's definitely there. They know what I'm thinking. They always do.
Okay, but Corey, you smiling. Is that all you're gonna do? Smile?
Well, I'm not
You only could smile for so long.
Yeah, why don't you ask her something, Brand? Go ahead.
Well, I date. When I date, I'll be dating for a purpose. So,
Of course.
Yeah. And, I mean, I'll get there. But, where I live, there are a lot of married people. This doesn't really, I mean, when it comes to Black folk, there's plenty. There's plenty of white single people here. Lots of them.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But, yeah, it's, because we have a VA here. And so it's a very conservative town. But ever since everybody's been mass exiting California, it's been, growing with a more liberal crowd. But yeah, I mean, Interstate 5 goes from Mexico to Canada. So it's a main artery on the West Coast.
Okay.
I mean, it's the road.
Yeah. Well, at
my
some
husband,
point, though, Corey, that at some point that smile got to turn into a hello. My name is Corey. What is your name? And
Well,
my husband's really shy, and I know you said that you don't really do the dating scene as far as websites go, but you might want to give it a try, because my husband and I met because he's very shy man, which is why I'm trying to get him on the panel, right? But I'm working on it. Don't worry about it. But that's how I met him. So even though that's not your thing, I think you should just go for it, because it worked out for us. So, and it worked out for my husband, and he's shy.
Hey,
well,
Amy,
Amy, that emoji that's on there, that's an old picture of me. That picture is the author photo in my books.
You write stories? That's you?
Just type in my name on Google. It comes up.
You look like a cowboy.
No, that's just a hat I bought. I'm not a cowboy. Actually, the hat's Italian.
Oh.
Is it a fedora?
Hey, Amy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Hey, Amy, tell your husband to reach out to me. I'd like to talk to the man, because, we both love Black women, and maybe if I talk to him, maybe I can have him kind of branch out and come on. Maybe that might work. I
told him about you. I told him about you and you guys. He been actually. I'm doing it on my phone. He be sitting there watching me talk sometimes. So
okay, well, just like we can't see you, tell him if he's shy. We don't have to see him. We just want to hear him.
You can see me if you want to. I actually have a yellow fedora hat on. Funny you should say that.
No, but seriously, have him email me. I'll talk to him, and you know what? Both me and him are married to Black women. We love Black women. We have interracial families too, and you know what? maybe sometimes when men get together, just like women get together, maybe it's easier to come on board rather than the wife or the husband trying to make it happen. But yeah, I'll have him reach out to me because I probably understand what he's coming from when he don't want to get involved in this live thing. But maybe if he talks to me, maybe he might have a different perspective.
Okay, I try to get him on here. I could do it. Just a few more jabs and he'll do it. But
No,
he's just like you. There's a lot of similarities that I hear that you say, or that Brent say, or that Josh
yeah,
say, or the white dude from New Jersey say that he's like that. And
yeah,
he's
but
huh?
the thing of it is, Amy, don't force them. Just have them reach out, and maybe if I talk to them,
Okay.
because you don't want it to be a forced thing. Because us as men, we don't see there's a difference between when it comes to men and women. Women, can talk about things. They can share their experiences, and men, we're not like that. Men, we kind of keep to ourselves. And I'm going to share with me. I've loved black women from the time before I dated, and that's been my way. My brother has known my way, but I never tried to get my brother to go my way. Does that make sense? But I
Yeah.
think if we were two sisters, I would try to encourage him to go my way. Does that make sense? Um,
Yeah.
but man, we just go on our way and we don't care what other people think. But women, they're more, nurturing and more, hey, I experienced this good thing. You should experience it. Men, I got a good thing. I don't care what you do. That's how we are.
Yeah,
But
we don't give a damn.
Right.
Greg
no,
didn't
Right.
care. Greg didn't care. I remember when I asked him, "Does your
and,
family know I'm black?" And he said yes. And I said, "Well, what do they think about it?" He looked at me and said, "I don't care what they think about it."
All right.
Exactly.
yeah, and that's how we are. And we're different when it comes to men and women.
But it's
And
still some men, in my experience, being especially online and living here in Arizona, a very conservative state. It's still some men that I know that haven't gotten to that point to where they actually cross the line. They want to, but I think because of their conservative views, they not sure what I'm about, or they really are going to think about what their family and friends say if they date a black woman. I think it's a lot of Caucasian men out there that still have not crossed that threshold for that very reason.
My husband's friends actually, when they first met me, they didn't say anything, but I could tell that because they were married too, and I could tell that they kind of was wondering how he got me and kind of a little, I don't want to say jealous because I'm not the finest person in the world, but I kind of saw it a little bit. And their
Mhm.
wives were like asking me cool black people questions like, is that your real hair and all that? And they were definitely coming in between me and their husbands a lot. So I experienced all that. So I'm wondering if his friends were actually like what you're saying, Patrice, wanted a black girl but didn't, you know, do anything
Mhm.
about it.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've come across plenty of them. And I actually met one guy on there. We just actually ended up being really good friends now because we weren't compatible when we went out on like 2 or 3 dates. I tried to give it like a 3 strikes you're out type. If we're not compatible by the third date, like I'm done. But anyway, but he was a nice guy, great guy. And it was his first time experiencing, dating outside his race. So I knew he was a newbie. I'm seasoned, so I'm not too keen on, the newbie guy, but he was asking me a lot of questions about black women that I knew that, okay, if he's not meant to be my guy, he's meant to be somebody else's guy, and he has an interest in black women. So we kind of built up a friendship just based off of me telling him stuff about black women. And then so he calls me. He says, "Oh my God, I met someone," and and he was like, "It's she's exactly like I'm listening to what you say," and like I told her, and she was like, "Well, she had to be a really nice woman to like give you all this advice and tell you this about Black women after you and her didn't work out." He was like, "No, it's totally cool. Like we're friends now." Like, so he calls me. He's like, "It's going great," and I'm like, "Good for you. I'm glad." But of course, he and I wasn't compatible, but. I don't want him to go to the next woman and treat her any kind of way, or what I mean. So, yeah.
Oh, Patrice,
Mm-hmm.
when I do I'm looking for a particular woman, and when I see her, believe me, I'll approach.
Okay, good, Corey. I like to hear that. Good, and I wish you all the luck in your search for your Black queen.
There you go. Hey, Corey and Mr. Brent, I'm gonna get going because it's been a long day for me and I'm very tired.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to get off myself.
I gotta go too. I gotta go to
the 5-hour mark. We hit the 5
hour. Gotta go to work.
Yeah, me too.
You don't want to try to reach the 12-hour mark, really?
What?
No. 12 hours.
I don't think.
I think that might be a record. That might be like a YouTube marathon live record. What's the longest live?
I don't think I want to break that.
My most was 2.5 hours. Oh my God. Hey, but you ladies are beautiful. And you know what? Oh my God. I could do this.
I know, right?
You beautiful ladies. And you know what?
Call me Coco. Brett, can you get Call Me Coco to come in?
Oh.
Hey, and Alexander too. Alexander wanted to come on too.
Did he? I saw Alexander in the chat.
Hey, Alexander, come on.
They not coming up though.
Come on, I'll bring you up.
They better hurry up before we run. Yeah, he's asking, can he come in? Oh, awesome.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yes, we got another male. Yes.
Yes, come on.
I got to hear a little bit. Before I leave, I got to hear a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
I got to hear his voice. Yes. You're a brave young soldier, Alexander Brannon.
Yeah, most definitely. Everybody's welcome.
Bring them in. And Corey wanted Coco to come in. Where's Coco?
Coco, come in.
Okay. I hope I didn't put her on the spot.
Coco, come in. Everybody's welcome. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Patrice, that picture of me is about 2 years old now.
Is it really? You look good. You look very handsome, and I love a man with hair on his face, the mustache and beard game going on. I love that. Very distinguished looking to me. I love it. It's very handsome.
You look like Sean Connery, kind of. He used to have hair like that.
Hello, that's why I was so attracted to Sean Connery.
Oh,
hey.
Patrick Swayze was better than him too. Patrick Swayze was cuter than him. Oh my God,
Amy, stop it already! No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He alright. How about that?
Patrick Swayze not. No, he's not. I beg your pardon. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. No.
Call
Is
me
that Miss Coco?
Hi guys. Hey.
Hi, beautiful.
Hey, Coco. How are you doing?
Hey, girl.
Hi, Corey. Hi. Hi, ladies. Hi, Brent. How's everybody doing?
Fine. Hi.
Awesome.
Brent, Corey wanted you on, Miss Coco.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I hid my face like that little see no evil little character. I was like, oh no.
Right.
Hey.
Hi.
Good to have you on, though.
Thank you for having me, Brent. I absolutely adore your channel. You and Miss Sandy, y'all just bless my heart.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's awesome.
Yeah. Continue talking. I will just sit here.
No, no, no. We want to know about you and your experience. Or do you have anything you want your perspective on the things we've been talking about? Like you've been in the chat for a while, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of grew up like that, interracially dating and having different experiences with all types of men. So, I very much did enjoy what Brent was saying about basically men being great men and great quality men by way of their character and their principles. Like that really matters to me. So
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
everything. So yeah.
May I ask your age range? You sound very young.
I am actually I just had a birthday. I'm actually 34.
Well, happy
Happy
belated
birthday.
birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
You know
Wonderful.
what's crazy is 34, you're a baby. And
To some, I am. You're absolutely right. And then it doesn't help that I kind of have a bubbly personality. So yeah.
I do too. But Tariq called me a baby, and I'm 30. I'm damn near 37. So we're babies compared to them.
here's the crazy thing. When, I'm in New Mexico and I work in the state capitol. I work around politicians and all that stuff. And, I talked to this one lady and I say, yeah, I'm in my 50s. She says, you know what? You're a baby. And I'm 52. 52, I'm a baby.
You a baby? Okay. I mean, I'm not saying you old or nothing, but
Right,
Well,
okay.
if she's saying that, she's probably in her 60s if she's saying that to you.
Yeah,
What
she
happened
is.
to Alexander?
Alexander, I don't know. But
yeah.
you know what? She called me a baby because she was like in her late 60s. She was one of these, pro-love hippie type.
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh Lord.
a free spirit, so
I
to
know why
speak.
she called you
Yeah.
baby.
And you know
You
what?
gotta watch them
When I
talk.
was a little kid, I seen these people, and they were like out there. They were young, living their life and doing their thing, and now they're old people. Well,
Mhm.
I'm an old person now too. Okay, but but anyway, no, that's just. But yeah, young lady, you're a baby compared
I
to.
get that. I've had a guy who is, I think he was probably in his 70s, and he had ranks and tiers for how he addressed people.
Yeah.
So he would call women in their 40s young lady. And then me, I was probably in my late 20s, but when I was in my late 20s and I told someone I was turning 30, they thought I was a kid. They literally thought I couldn't drink. So he was like, that's a lady, if you call men in their 50s son, and like men in their 20s, he called them boy. So
Yeah, you know what? Let me tell you something, young lady. You know what? Your age, you're my baby's age. Do you
see,
realize
yeah.
my oldest son is in her mid-20s? So,
Mhm.
yeah, you're a baby.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would most definitely call you baby girl because you're even younger than my son. My son's older than you, so I would definitely say girl.
Really? Get out. I'm
I'm
okay with
almost
that. I'm okay with that. Even like our Gen Z girls, they're 12 years younger than me, and I call them my babies. So, it's all love. It's
Yep, the
okay.
Cocoa babies.
you ever walk into a
Cocoa baby.
classroom when you got kids, man? You feel old when you walk into that school. I'll be like, man, and then they be talking to me like, cause I'm my son's mother, obviously, and they say, okay, the teachers be talking to me, and I think it's weird because I have authority. I'm like,
Yeah,
I ain't
yeah,
had no authority for so long. It's like it's weird.
yeah. Hey,
And when I
Angel.
say, and I'm
Hey,
gonna
you
be
guys, I hate to interrupt, but I got to jet off the panel. It's been fun. I look forward to it again next week. Everybody have a good rest of your week. God bless.
God bless you. Good
God
evening.
bless you, Patrice.
All
Hey,
right,
bye,
guys. Bye bye.
Patrice.
God bless
I
you,
actually get, I actually
Hey,
got to go too because I got to
Patrice.
go to work
Hey, I
tomorrow.
love you.
Ooh.
Okay, Patrice. Hey,
Good night,
I
Amy.
love you. Hey,
All right,
join me
peace.
again Sunday.
Are you gonna show that movie on Sunday?
What's
I know I'm
what
bugging
movie?
you. I'm kind of bugging you now about it, but once I get an idea in my head, I want to do it. So I'm gonna kind of bug you about it because I think that's an excellent
What,
idea.
what movie?
The Hidden Figures. You should show that on your show on Sunday and have us commentary.
Hey, yeah,
Talk
you know
during it.
what? I want to do that, but let me. Here's the thing with that. Hidden Figures. Um, when it comes to movies, there's copyright issues. Um, there's other issues I gotta explore
Hmm.
because um, I think it's Disney that bought the rights to that story.
Yeah.
So I want to show it because I love black women, and I want to show every positive aspect. But let me research that first, okay?
You could
Maybe
probably
we
do it for
can.
like half. You could play half the movie in one setting and then the other half in the other setting. And what you do is you stop it every once in a while, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and you talk about it or whatever, and then you keep going. I think that's how you usually do it.
Yes, I could probably do it that way. Do you want me to do it that way? I know I can do it that way.
I wonder
Yeah,
if you can do
because
it unlisted, like under an unlisted video. And
Yeah.
since you have a community tab, I don't know. This is just my speculation and my thoughts because
No, you're right. And the thing of it is I would love to show Hidden Figures, and I will, but let me do it legally. Let me do it without any copyright issues, and we'll make it work. Yeah, let me give me 2 weeks to figure it out, okay? But we will do it.
yeah, I could try to figure it out for you too.
I just want to do it right because I don't want to take away anybody's profits or anybody's
Yeah, okay. I got you 2 weeks. I'm sorry to bug you, but once I get an idea in my head, that's kind of,
no, you're good. Because that's a good idea because
Nobody else has done that. And I thought since you like that movie so much and you want to highlight black women in history, I thought it would be a good idea.
no, you're right. I love it. And you know what? Black women should be lifted up in every aspect. Uh, okay. Alexander Brandon. Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay. Hey, what's going on?
is that okay?
I'm doing good. How are all of you doing tonight?
We're doing good. How you doing, bro?
Fine.
Doing
I'm
well.
I'm I'm doing okay. Um, and I want to say that I was listening to the live and everything, and what I want to say is that yeah, because for like on YouTube, I heard that that I mean, what happened to Crystal and Kerrison was sad though.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
um, this day and age, I don't know what's wrong with this today's generation of black men. My dad don't even know what's wrong with them.
Right?
And
Yeah, I,
my
I I don't know what's wrong either, bro.
yeah,
Okay.
and my dad is actually he likes Star Trek also. He watched
Oh yeah.
all the yeah, he watched all the Star Trek movies with Captain Kirk in the two.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I love Captain Kirk too, and I mean, yeah, Star Trek's fun to watch. It's a fantasy show, but you know what? Sometimes we need to escape um some things that's going on in our lives, and Star Trek's a good escape. But yeah, go ahead. Oh God.
And oh man, and I actually agree when you say that black women are valuable and are a hidden treasure. They need, and I think what they need is to have somebody, tell them and tell them this. Maybe, just maybe, we can pull some of them away from the Kevin Samuels pool, and and maybe we can actually get and we can actually get black women to see that not all white men are as or as they the black man tends them to be, because when I listen to you, I don't hear a racist. I hear someone who loves black women. Mm, and I find that white men liking black women is cool. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and you know what? I hear you, brother. And you know what? Here's the thing. Um, we are all people, and we have flaws. And you know what? We're not perfect. And it don't matter whether you're white, black, Asian, Hispanic. You know what? We got our issues, right? But black women are a beautiful thing. And me as a white man, I'd like to express how I feel about black women. And I love them. I feel a true love for them. And I don't hate any other group of men. And I think us as men, we need to, search women of high value, women that will love us, women that will lift us up. And us as men need to lift women up. And it don't matter whether you're black, white, Hispanic, Asian. You know what? What gives value is what's in our heart, what's in our soul, the love we have. And you know what? I love black women. And you know what? I don't hate white women. I love white women too, but I always wanted to have a black wife, a black woman to be in my life. And you know what? And that's okay. And the thing of it is we need to lift up people regardless of their race, regardless of where they come from, and love who you love. And my first love is black women, and I love them. And I don't hate any other person. I just love who I love, and love wins the day. And I just want to share that. But anyway, you know, black woman, you're beautiful. White man, hey, I got love for you. Black men, I got love for you too. Asian guys, hey, Jackie Chan in your Kung Fu studio, got big love for you. Hispanic man, I love you too. And here's the thing, it's not about competition within the races, It's about competition within love. You go for who you love. And that's the thing. That's what wins the day. When it comes all down to it, we love who we love. And who we love loves us. And race, where we come from, all that other stuff don't matter. Love is love. But anyway, I love black women. That's who I chosen to be who I date. And my wife is black, and that's who I chose. And if you're a black man that chose a white woman, God bless you. Or you chose an Asian woman, God bless you. You know what? The thing of it is we choose who we love. And it's not about skin color. It's not about where we come from. It's about the heart. It's about character. And that's what wins the day. And ladies and gentlemen, I love the black woman, and I married the black woman, and that's where my heart is. And don't hate me for it. Don't trample on me for it. That's where my love is. And you know what? I don't have any hate for any other group. But my love is for the black woman. I'm going to be honest. I just have so much love for them. But anyway, love who you love. Be with who you love. Give everything you have to your husband, to your wife. That's a true blessing. And I could cry all night because,
Are you okay? Don't cry, because it does sound like you're getting a little
okay,
choked up.
I am. I'm just speaking my truth. And black women, I love you. Black women, you're beautiful. You're special. And you know what? You're always my reference.
We love you too.
And you know what? The black woman is my wife, and has been my wife for over 27 years. So, ladies, you're more special than you even know. But don't get me started on this. God, I might just get emotional and crazy.
Oh, that's okay.
That's where my heart is. But anyway, let me end it on there.
I actually have to go because I have to go to work tomorrow. My phone's dying, but I'll talk to you guys later on Sunday, okay?
Okay, it's the deal.
Okay, bye, Zeller. Bye, Corey.
Good night,
All right, see you next Sunday.
All right, good night.
All right, love you.
Yeah, and Brett, as a black man myself, I love the black women through and through. I want to lift them up, and it saddens me every time they go on Kevin Samuel's show and get berated by him. It's like, and you hear black men talk about white supremacy this and white supremacy that. Do they not know they're the biggest contributors to it? I mean,
you're right, brother. No, I hear you. You know what? Me and you, we're brothers. And you know what? Me and you, we can come together and we can love the black woman. And we can be different races. And you know what, man? You know what? We can lift up the black woman and we can make them so precious. And they are so precious. You know what? And you know what? Don't listen to Kevin Samuels. You know what? Bro? Me and you will love the black woman. And the black woman ain't searching for Kevin Samuels. And the black woman ain't searching for the so-called high quality man, you know what the black woman's searching for is the man that loves her. And you know what? Me and you can be that, bro. And let's
Yeah,
do that.
yeah. You know, I like your channel, bro. I think we should do this more often. You know, and
Truly.
I'm
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm looking for, you know, channels on, you know, so we can talk about this stuff. And what I do on my channel, even though I only have 2 videos up, um, like I talk about black women regaining their self esteem, dropping this black male worshiping BS that's going on. And you know, I'm going to be happy when they finally get to speak out on the crimes they face. Um, on September 25th, I'll be finally happy that black women are now exposing like who black men are, even though it's gonna hurt the good ones who are not like that.
Yeah. And you know what? You know, black women are such a blessing. And you know what? They need men like us to uplift them, men like us to love them, men like us to be the husbands and fathers to them. That's what black women need. And you know what? We can do that. And, you know, I like to say that. I love black women. They're beautiful and they got a good heart. And, you know, it's not to tear any other man down, but you know what? Black women deserve the best. Would you agree, gentlemen? Black women deserve to have a man that loves them with all their heart. That black women deserve to have a man that, you know, lifts them up above themselves. I think so.
Yep, that's the truth.
You
Yep,
know,
I also agree.
and honestly, you know what? Black women are the prize. And us as men, we're not the prize. Us as men are hard workers. Us as men, you know, make it happen because we're tough, we're strong. But you know what? Black women are the real prize. And you know what? Us as men, let's lift up black women. Let's love black women. Let's let black women know that they're more beautiful and more valuable than anything on this earth. And if we could do that, I think, you know, God's words would be spread across the earth. And, you know, black women are the most deserving of love than any other group out there. And I'm just going to say it. But anyway, guys, you know, what do you think? I mean, black women, you know, I love them more than anything on earth. And you know what? Black women need to be celebrated more than any person on earth. I think that. I believe that. But anyway, that's just me, what I got to say. Gentlemen, go ahead and say what you want to say.
Oh, Brett, just sorry about pulling out earlier. I had to respond to an email.
No worries.
And well, I just wanted to thank you for a great show. I had to recharge the battery because it ran low, but it's a long show.
It was over 5 hours.
Well, anyway, I'll catch you next time because it's getting quiet here. So
Yeah.
I'm sitting on the patio. I don't want to annoy the neighbors.
Yeah, no worries. And I'll be on next Sunday. And I'll probably do a live in between, but I'll announce it. But Sunday for sure.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Brett. I really enjoyed
Hey,
it.
thank you, bro. Hey, thanks for coming on. Love you, brother.
Love you too.
I'll see you next time.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah. It's been over 5 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and end this soon. Hey, bro. Um, Black women are beautiful. Black women. You, bro, on Alexander's Brandon's page. Hey, I have love for you. And black women are beautiful. Black women are awesome. And you know what? When it comes to the end of the day, um, true love wins the day. And I'm gonna go ahead and close this live. It's been over 5 hours, 5 hours and 37 minutes. But anyway, thank you all for joining in. Thank you everyone for contributing. Thank you for the comment section. Thank you for everything. Love you all. God bless you and your families. And yeah, Carol, love you. Josh, I love you, bro. Hey, Josh, come on next time on my live. All right, bro. I want more white men to come on. Alexander Brandon, hey, big love to you. Hey, bro, big love to you. Um, Here's the thing. Um, I'm gonna come on next Sunday, maybe even sooner. But I have a big love for each and every one of you, and I just want you to know I love you. And you know, big love to you and everyone. And I'm gonna go ahead and close this. It's been over 5 hours, but God bless you and your families, and I'll see you on the next live. God bless you. See you then.
All right, man. Take it easy, bro. Oh,
Hey,
and
bro. Yeah.
and one more thing. Yeah. Well, I'm a black man. This is my first time being on here, and I like to lift up black women. And the weirdest thing is, I never heard Josh Watson speak before. This is my first time actually hearing Corey speak.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's all good. And hey, bro, I have love for you, whether you're a black man or white man. Hey, I have big love for you, because you know what? Me and you we're alike, and we love the black woman. And you know what, bro? You know what? You're my brother forever. And you know what? I love you for that. And you know what? You're welcome on my platform anytime. And if you want to come on and speak when I go live, hey, bro, it's for you. And I have big love for you. And you know what? We both love black women, right? You know what? That's what we got in common. And you know what? That's a beautiful thing. So, hey, you're welcome on my channel anytime. So, big love to you. I just want to tell you that.
I thank you, and I also wanna do a shout out to you too, because it, I never because it always makes me happy to see, because I'm like in the minority of black men who uplifts the black women, but it's like I'm seeing more races of men every day lifting up, uplifting Black women and everything else. And yeah, and uh, like I'm a nerd, and I mean, I'm a nerd, and I can still, and even I could still get a girlfriend. And I don't know if you know this, but I did date a Black woman, but she moved away, and I was brokenhearted. So uh, I'm 25 now. Maybe the next Black woman I see will be down the road, and I hope that I hope that love that I have for my last Black woman happens again, because I mean, even I have a crush on Black women who are celebrities. I have a crush on Pam Grier. I also and I also yeah, I also have a crush on so many others, but Pam Grier is my first crush. And I saw Jackie Brown. That movie. Ooh, that movie was good.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. And you know what? God bless you, bro. And like you and me, we love Black women, and you know what? It's a blessing. And God bless you, bro. And you know what? Um, have those awesome feelings for Black women, because they're beautiful and they're awesome. And you know what? That's what brings us together. And you know what? When I go live again, I'd like you to be on my live. And you're a brother to me. And I just have the same likes and the same things that uh I hold dear to me, you hold dear to you. But anyway, hey bro, I love you. I love your aspect, and you know what? Both me and you love Black women. You know what? And we'll find that awesome Black woman to, and it's beautiful. But anyway, I gotta go ahead and close down. It's been over 6 hours. I gotta go to work tomorrow. But hey bro, I feel you. I have big love for you. And it was good talking to you. And it's been a beautiful thing. And I want to say to everyone that watched me tonight, thank you. God bless you. And it went longer than I thought it would. But, it was a blessing. It was a beautiful thing. And, I need to get some sleep. I'm getting delirious. But anyway, thank you. Have a good night. God bless you and your families. And I love you more than you will ever know. And see you in the next video or the next